Welcome back to Film Club after Christmas. I hope everybody's had loads of fun, gained a few more pounds, and then thinking, I might join the gym in January. You never know. But
I walked 5 miles today.
there you
I
go.
had to.
This is the 20th Film Club. So a
Woohoo!
little bit of an
Wow.
anniversary. Only another 10,000 to go. It's fine. Don't worry. You will be here. But you guys, have you had a merry Christmas? Because I have.
It
have.
was wonderful. Yes,
Yep.
it was.
Yep, no complaints
Yep.
here. And fun fact, this is the 20th Film Club, so 20th episode anniversary, as well as I got the notification today from YouTube Studio that this is the 1-year anniversary of my first ever video on
Yay!
YouTube. So
Oh, yay!
yeah, so today is an anniversary filled day.
I always think that's good, but
Congratulations,
it
Jay.
freaks
Thank
you
you.
out. You're like, have I been doing this a year?
Yeah,
I
it's
think they go
kind
so
of weird.
fast and stuff like that. So it's great.
Well, I had a
Yeah.
milestone today too. I am an official live streamer today.
That's
I had my
true.
very first live stream today, just completely impromptu. So December 28th is a really good day for all of us. I love it.
Yes, absolutely.
There you go. So it's been fun. It's good to actually. I've had a lot of Christmassy movies and kids' Christmassy movies. So this
Yes, so this wasn't
Jay's pick. It was nice. It was
Right.
nice
Nice
to
change.
away with it. I must say, it was literally okay. What are we gonna watch? And you had to go through every Christmas. Hold it. Same Christmas movie, guys. Did you watch Santa Claus the movie?
I did
No.
not. I did not get around to it.
Okay, if my girlfriend's watching, I do apologize for these.
I'm
two.
sorry, Jade. I
feel
have
like
to
she
look
was
it
like,
up.
"Oh,
my deepest apologies, Jade.
She's gritting her teeth now. Like, that's it. I'm going over. Like, you sit down and watch Dudley Moore.
I will.
Yeah,
I promise I will at some point.
It's not gangster. It's not guns. It's not a lot of death. It's not a lot of drugs. It's
Yeah,
not,
we've
Not a lot.
We've been on a bit
not
of
a
a
lot of black cops.
dark path lately with these movies.
They go, Jay, introduce the movie. It's your pick.
This is your
Yeah.
pick, Jay.
Before we go, is this our
Mhm.
earliest now movie? I think this is, isn't it?
Yes,
2015?
actually,
got to be.
2015.
Yeah.
Yeah, because No Country for Old Men was previously, and that was
Yeah.
08. So yeah, this is our most recent movie, about
Wow.
10 years old almost.
It's still almost 10 years
Modern
old.
day.
Yeah.
Want to call it?
Yeah. No, this is definitely one of our most recent ones. So obviously the movie is Sicario. I believe that's how it's pronounced. Not entirely sure, but we'll go with that for the rest of the show here. This is one that I remember when it came out back in 2015, and I remember there being a ton of buzz around it, but I never actually saw it. And last year, a very good friend of mine was recommending this to me. Like, I think I mentioned this on a previous stream, how I've always been a fan of Benicio del Toro, as is this friend of mine, and he kind of brought this one up. We were just kind of chatting about Benicio del Toro's filmography one day, very randomly, and he was like, "Dude, have you ever seen Sicario?" And I'm like, "I remember it. I remember people being really, into it and a lot of buzz surrounding it, but I've never seen it." And he was immediately like, "Dude, stop whatever you're doing this weekend, carve out some time to watch it." And I did, and since I watched it last year, it quickly worked its way into one of my favorites. I just think it's such a good movie. It's got a great cast, as you can see there. Emily Blunt, Benicio del Toro, Josh
I
Brolin.
love that poster.
It is a great poster.
Really good poster. Really good.
Oh, fantastic. It's got other actors, Daniel Kaluuya, Victor Garber, a really, really good, strong cast. It's directed by, and I might pronounce this wrong, forgive me if I do, but Denis Villeneuve, I think is somehow you pronounce it. But Denis has done some fantastic movies, especially visually, but also he's done really well in the thriller genre. He's done things like Prisoners with Hugh Jackman, which is another favorite of mine. I think I have that on the list as well.
Oh, he did that. Okay, I didn't know.
More recently, he's done the Dune movies.
Dune, yeah.
Blade Runner, Arrivals. I mean, he's just got a phenomenal, filmography himself as a director. Visually stunning, his movies and all that. And this movie, to me, was a bit of a mix of the thriller, gritty aspect, and gruesome, to be honest with you, of a movie like Prisoners, mixed with some of his fantastic cinematography style, that you've seen in movies like Dune and whatever you think of Blade Runner is it 2077? I always get the number mixed up.
2049.
Is it 40 something? Yeah, whatever the year is on his Blade Runner movie. it's got a mix of some of the, whatever you think of that movie, I think it's visually stunning. I think the way he shot it, filmed it, in the world is really cool looking.
But also, it was written by Taylor Sheridan.
Yes, which I didn't
early
know.
Months. I kind of, when I was like, because when I first watched it, I was like, okay, you don't know, but now he's Paramount's golden child, isn't
He's
he?
a golden goose over there for sure.
And you mentioned the cinematography. We'll get into it a little bit later, but the principal photographer and the director of cinematography is Roger Deakins, and all the movies you just named, he was on as well. So the team of Deakins and Villeneuve has a really unique style. Deakins worked on, you mentioned Blade Runner, No Country for Old Men, 2017, for which he won the Oscar. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? So those kinds of Fargo. He worked on Fargo.
Interesting. So he's been a fan of the Coens, or the Coens have been a fan of his work as well then.
So that combination, and I could tell right away, like the visual style that you see, it's that same way, using those long landscapes, using the natural lighting or dark. So yeah. Oh, continue. So sorry to interrupt.
No, that was a great point to make.
The cinematography really got me on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. It's to me, it's such like a nice combination of his style and the style of what was the gentleman's name?
Roger Deakins.
Roger Deakins. It's such a great combination of Roger Deakins' cinematography and his, principal photography and all that, and the storytelling of Denis Villeneuve, because again, and this is actually something that came up recently from Denny, where he had a quote about dialogue being a little bit too much in movies, where he feels like that heavy dialogue belongs more in series, TV shows versus movies. And it's interesting because I think this is a good example of, I don't necessarily always agree with that quote, to be honest with you, and I actually didn't agree with it entirely at the time, but I could understand it from his perspective because he does a lot of storytelling visually. His movies aren't very heavy in dialogue all the time. There are times when they are, don't get me wrong. I mean, the movie Arrivals is based on language and talking to one another, essentially. But again, he tells his story so much visually, and with the help of score and sound and all that kind of stuff, that it's such a good example of his work, and mixed with the work of Roger Deakins and the visual side of it. Like I said, I think this is a nice mix of something like Prisoners, as well as something like, a Dune. I wouldn't say Blade Runner, because that one's a little bit more futuristic, but the visual aspect of like a Dune, in terms of, like you said, the wide shots, the landscape, the lighting, how all that kind of works to help tell the story. It's just really good. I really, really enjoy this movie. Plus, the subject matter of the movie itself is something that very naturally creates an interesting story, because it's something that I think a lot of people kind of purposely keep a level of blissful ignorance to, because of how gruesome and scary the world is in this regard. They say ignorance is bliss, and that's not always a bad thing. There's a reason why people kind of shut their minds off to certain things they don't want to know more about, because it's too gruesome and too scary to really kind of consider it being a real thing that happens in the world. And this movie kind of shines a light on how, dark and scary that side of the world is, in terms of, these things that go on, which it's just an interesting look at it. And I think one that most people don't really know a lot about, because again, they know stuff goes on like that. And they know, there's an extent of these issues with drugs coming from other countries and all this stuff, and the people who do all that. And there's got to be some aspect of how, the American government tries to combat it. And it's something that's like, everybody knows what's going on, but I think a lot of people kind of purposely turn a blind eye to, but kind of shut off their information intake on, because they just don't want to know more about it, because it is so gruesome and terrible. So this is a really interesting movie that kind of shows a bit of what goes on to a degree. And it's not, I wouldn't say it's a fun watch by any means. It's an intense watch. It's gruesome. It's gritty. It's dark. But it's a story that I think is, one, very well done in terms of the elements they create for it with, some of these characters, but also one that kind of opens people's eyes a little bit to what exactly goes on in the world that we don't necessarily know about.
Fair enough. So let's go with the start of the movie, with the FBI and the SWAT team. So we get Emily Blunt. I always found it hard is it this an Emily Blunt movie or the Toro movie?
You know, it definitely goes from mostly the perspective of Emily Blunt, but what I
Yeah.
think is so interesting about her character, and I won't get too into it because I don't want to kind of spoil the way the movie goes, but what's so interesting about her character is that she almost becomes unlikable at points just because of the way she carries herself, at least to me, because of the way she carries herself, but she doesn't carry herself in a bad way. She's a good person trying to do good things, but in the situation she's in, you almost get annoyed with her where it's like, dude, you
you're in
have
the
to
way.
adapt,
Stop.
right? Like you really have to open your
Okay.
eyes and stop being so naive.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the elephant in the room here. Why are the two main, probably the main, I suppose you want to call them the main front people? We say the two FBI agents. Why are they English?
Yeah.
And by the way,
And I
she does
hate
a
their
very good
accents. Do you? I hated the
Oh, see, I
accents.
think their
Yes,
accents
I
are
would.
fine, to be honest with you. I
not
think
as
they
good as
pass
Kelly
I think they
McDonald
pass.
did in No Country, but I think she did a really great job not having a British accent
yeah.
bleed in.
It's bland though. It's a bland
bland,
American.
but I think
I think we said this so many times. There's the British actors that can do very good, like you know, American accent if it's wherever it is in the States, but this is just bland. It's just like,
It's
oh,
the
there's not
bland.
it's not English
Mid-Atlantic,
there.
as it's
It's
called.
just it's just
it is
I thought that
bland, but I'm okay with it because in terms of America, there are so many different accents. You've got your
It's a
Bostons,
very
your New Yorks, your Midwest, your Californias, your Souths. And then because we're such a melting pot of a country, you have so many people who come in from other parts of the world who learn English and speak it with different accents. So it's honestly like, unless you're saying your characters from a very specific region.
Sorry, can I just cut in there? That that is Jay talking about accents. Just carry on.
Well, I might be a good person to say, because unless your accent's coming from a specific region, there are a lot that just sound like bland, regular English to a degree. So I was okay with this.
So
I just found
James,
it very bizarre. Yeah, sorry.
The people in the area that we're looking at in the Southwest, we're actually looking in Arizona and New Mexico, not well, there's some in Texas, but she's from Arizona.
Yeah,
and most people in the main cities around Phoenix, Albuquerque, those areas of New Mexico and Arizona, plus Las Vegas, they're all transplants from other places. They're all snowbirds. They've all come in. They're not native, unless you're Native American or unless you're, you know, from Mexico or South America. You're coming from different parts of the country. So they actually do have a very bland accent in those areas. Actually, you know, that Albuquerque, I know people in Albuquerque and Phoenix, but they came from New York and New England, so they sound kind of bland.
I don't know if it was like a casting choice to have the FBI agents in like the outcast. I'm guessing. I'm just gonna say because they're the only I could identify as an English actor. Like both of them. Like yeah, it's just a bit. It was just a bit odd. I was like, oh, why the FBI the main two FBI?
Because they're better actors.
Yeah, I will say I think it came down to probably just their acting and their performance in auditions, because I think they both do really well in the role. And to be honest, like I said, their accents, it never even occurred to me. I thought they sounded both pretty good in terms of that, because again, like there's just so many different types of American accents, and like, you know, from immigrants to regions and all that. There's just so many different kind of accents that you do come across. Some of your more bland, just, you know, there's not much to it. It's just speaking type of accents.
Yeah, because I did read it was a very weird, like, because the director wanted Blunt 100%. That's the role, and they're like persuade her from her role in Young Victoria, and I was like, huh, I like that show. But that isn't. She's very like Queen Victoria.
I would have proper posh British.
I was like, how
she was not used.
Yeah,
I would have actually thought the choice for her would have come from that movie she had just did the year prior, which was the Tom Cruise one, Live, Die, Repeat, Edge of Tomorrow, whatever it was, that sci-fi one that I really liked.
No, I didn't see that.
It's really good, actually. I like the same friend of mine recommended that one, and it was really good. It was about a year prior, and she was really good in it. So I would have thought it came more from that. But
that movie was at a time when Tom Cruise wasn't getting good press because of whatever. But I like that movie. I do.
Yeah, I do too. It's a nice. We were just talking the other day about like
It's a
new
good- it's a good
IPs and new
walk along.
stories,
Yeah.
and that's such a good example. Well, I know it's 10 years old, but that was such a good example of a new, fresh idea, something we hadn't really seen to that degree. You know, sometimes we've seen some of the loop, you know, the life on loop type of things. I'm forgetting the term I want to use, but like, you know, your Groundhog Day, where the, you know, the day keep. We've seen that to a degree before, but in that kind of sci-fi setting, that was a really interesting story. But this film club isn't about that. Let's get back on to Sicario.
FBI.
Yeah,
So
no,
we don't know, like at the beginning of the movie, you don't actually know what is going on. You just get it looks like a very American suburb, like in the middle of nowhere kind of thing.
It looks like your Albuquerque or your Phoenix, not Phoenix so much as something in Arizona, but something I think it was Arizona, but it looks like, you know, your southern on the border kind of small town type of area.
It's like it's one of those back shots that you get in Breaking Bad now and again.
actually,
Like
I think it is near Phoenix, because the point, you know,
Is
one of
it? I
the
thought
points that
so.
is made is that this kind of thing used to be limited to the border, but now it's creeping into
Right.
the other cities and the suburbs. And, you know, if you want your cities to look like this, then turn your back. But if, you know, if you want to make a difference, then, you know, we have to do what we have to do. But I think it was supposed to be the outskirts of Phoenix. These scenes, the kind of, I don't want to say town, I guess it is town kind of scenes, were filmed in the suburbs of Albuquerque to look like the outskirts of Phoenix.
Okay, because that's why I had Albuquerque in mind for some reason, but it does look, it
Yeah.
does have that southwest kind of border town type of look, the desert, you know, but similar to what we saw in No Country for Old Men, actually, you know, that kind of from El Paso all the way out to, you know, Phoenix and Arizona, from Texas to Arizona, basically that kind of look.
The flat and dusties. It's very flat. It's very, I mean, hence the tornadoes, flat and dusties. And then just because I had to look it up because I was so interested in the setting, the scenes that were supposed to be in Mexico of different places south of the border were actually filmed in a reservation of the Pueblo Nation. So here in the United States, but on Pueblo Nation land. And one area just outside of Mexico City. So the one area in Mexico where it was filmed was kind of the relatively safest place to film, right outside of the capital city.
Interesting.
But I had to look that up because I was so interested in the landscapes.
And once again, you know, the through cinematography, you know, you see, I've mentioned it in my Dune review, I mentioned it in No Country for Old Men. Somehow they are able to make just a desert, sandy kind of area look very nice and very like it's really great to look at the way they shoot and film these portions of the landscape there. Which you wouldn't think like sand and nothing makes for all that much to look at, but they find a way to do it.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
This is not Tatooine.
They all look like Tatooine.
They just really find a way to make it look nice.
So we get our main two characters, like kind of like FBI and FBI. They are now. I must say, I do like. You're gonna have like. I don't know the protocol, but I don't get why two FBI agents would go in first. She is the front lead behind the SWAT. It kind of. I was like, I don't get why would that be, because the SWAT would be the lead team.
Right.
And
Given that
FBI backing her up, like I don't get it. Like her going in first to clear the rooms, I was like, they would be the behind, because I say it, the grunts go in first.
Yeah, I'm not somebody who knows very much about, you know, typical protocol or procedure for these type of things, but I did kind of notice that as well and feel like if it is accurate, then great, fantastic. But if it's not, I feel like the reason for doing it is probably just to kind of set her up and her character up as the not so much hero, but the idea of like she's leading the charge. She's a badass in her own right. because of what's going to kind of happen when she now works with a different group that works at a totally different thing, and she's kind of like almost in the way to them. So I think it's a bit of a setup to say she's kind of the badass and she leads the
But I
charge
would
on
say
these
that,
things.
but I had said this, not this in the movie, but her character, like, it makes her incompetent slightly, because when she goes to clear the room,
Yes, that
she
was
does it in a really like
horrible fashion.
horrible fashion.
Terrible.
She goes and accidentally, it looks like she accidentally slips to avoid her head being blown off, really,
out of
she
being
doesn't
scared
clear
almost.
because she doesn't clear the room correctly. She goes in there, like, absolutely, you're clearing the door. She goes in there left-handed
with her side.
the door is going actually in the other way.
And while the door's open, her side
yeah.
is facing the opening. She's not even fully turned with the gun. And I'm, as always, I'm watching it next to me with the visual cues, and I just saw that part where she literally, while the door opens, her right side is completely to the opening, not aiming into the room, nothing. So that stood out to me as like, ooh, that's not how you. I'm not a professional in this, but I know that's not how you clear a room.
It does. I hate to say it. Sorry, Americans, I don't get this. If you're right-handed, left-handed in the military, any shooting, whatever, like armed police in UK, you have to learn right-handed. Not of things, because the bullet shoots out that way. If you're left-handed, they hit you in the face. The shell hits you in the face. Some weapons now they transform to be left-handed. But if you're doing that in the situation, you have to remember that is that person left-handed, right-handed. Everybody else knows you're right-handed, so her to go in left-handed, what a stupid decision. It just, I hate to say it, it just was like, that was lucky. Did they mean to make her incompetent? And I think they kind of did. Like Jay, as you said, like, she's a character you get to unlike, if that makes sense. And I just thought they did set it up for that. It's like, you're in the right location, the right time. You're a bit lucky to do the step up, but you're not good at your job. Like, because this kind of screamed, anybody else would be like, what did you just effing do? Like, they would go, like, I'm not being old, like the SWAT team or whatever.
So you're saying she was a quota hire, is what you're saying?
Yes, no, 100%.
I agree. I agree.
You
the other
actually
thing
look at what's the guy I've got up now? What is his name? In the I can't remember.
In the movie, he is it's forget me. I know it's Daniel Kaluuya, the actor. Reggie.
Yeah,
he's Reggie Wayne.
Reggie
Wayne, a former Indianapolis Colts receiver.
Guys, I'm gonna just say it. He feels like the token.
I think they both do. And
the other thing, she's the token woman, he's the token black.
Besides the weaponry, the total disregard for headgear made me crazy throughout this. Do you notice how many times they took off their helmets and didn't have any eye protection?
We've got the end scene. We've got the end scene.
Even before that, it was on. It was on my nerves even before that she kept taking her helmet. I mean, hello,
down in the tunnel.
That's the thing.
I even noticed that on the highway, nobody's wearing like tactical helmets.
You can understand. Okay, like they always say, like a direct headshot. Okay, like boom, you're gone. But that has to be a clear direct headshot. But like this even scene, like they've gone in, they've cleared the area, like kind of, but not, because this what annoyed me is because they've cleared the inside, but they've not cleared the outside. The outside, so it's still condition red, I suppose it, and then they're still just mumbling around, take off their helmets and all that. It's so against protocol. It kind of gets me on that, especially like we find out in this is a now not just a active drug crime scene. I'm guessing what you call it. This is an active murder scene, because when we get that, we get the next. What I think is great for the movie, we get they find bodies in. Do you call it drywall? Is that the right?
Yeah,
that's what we call it.
Yeah. So in like this is the only picture I could find that would be suitable.
Yeah, that
to
wouldn't
be honest.
get the stream
And it
taken
was like,
down.
but you look at this, it's like there's panel after panel, and I'm guessing this is
What did
how.
they say? 45? Didn't they say
Yeah,
It
how
was
many?
like
yeah, yeah.
15. They're like 15 in one hallway, 20 in the back room, and we haven't checked the
Jeez.
attic or the crawl space yet.
And these people seemed like they were bagged, smacked in the head, pushed in there,
Put in the
boarded
wall.
up, probably
up.
alive when they were put in there.
Because they're
At least
standing
they
up.
get to
Like,
some
how are they
degree,
standing
yeah.
up?
Yeah, exactly.
At
they're
this
tired,
point, you
they're
got to
just tired,
imagine like the
they're
rigor
tired, yeah.
mortis sets in. At this
Yeah.
point, they're probably
Yeah.
stiff as anything, and so they're
And,
all just
yeah, but
kind of
I-
paced one by one.
Now, I've been in American houses. Your drywall is quite thin. And I can't believe when they did the drywall, then the smell happened. And there wasn't a smell beforehand. Because they all
I
start
would say-
vomiting.
right. It wouldn't even. I think they do that a little bit for the dramatic effect as
Yeah.
well. Because like even that first hole that gets punctured in the wall that makes them realize something's back there, the smell would have been pouring through at that point. Never mind just like pulling off a few more pieces. But again, yeah, you would think they'd be smelling a lot of it. When you look at some of the cases of like serial killers in American history, I think it was maybe like John Wayne Gacy or something. I think part of what gave him away, one of them at least, I remember because I had watched a documentary on it, was that like the smell was just unbearable. Even the neighbors were starting to smell. So at some point, yeah, you would have already smelled that. It probably would have smelled honestly right when you stepped in the house.
Yeah, but I like this. This is a great. Even I'm like not taking out the movie just a bit. That would happen. It's a great setup. It's a great setup because instantly you get a bit of action, you get like suspense, you get this bit, you're like, what the hell kind of moment. And then of course you get going on for that, they kind of clear the house, and then we found something else, and then there's a call out, they found a trap door. They think it's like an underground, it's padlocked, and then boom. It's actually a booby trap. I like that. I really think it's good. Like it definitely kills probably 2 officers or the SWAT team. Like one injured definitely with his he's half his arm blown off. I just think it's good. Like she goes out and everybody's there a bit like all over the place. I think it's a great setup. It's a great setup to show, well, we know straight away, kind of from what we've seen, it's a drug bust that's gone. Oh, it's something more, but also it's showing they will leave. What's it like? I suppose kind of like the Viet Cong did. Used to kind of things where like even if you clear the area, you've not cleared the area. They're always going to leave booby traps because it's not just about the damage we've done, it's the damage we can do, and you've got to remember we're more badass than you. And I kind of like that kind of like set up to it. I think it's a good like but it's in the first like minutes of the movie.
It sets up the entire tone of the movie, to be honest with you, like that. And that's it does it so effectively and so efficiently, which, like you said, in the first few minutes, you've already seen some action. You've got an idea of what these characters do in terms of Emily Blunt and Daniel's character. It sets the tone of the movie in terms of the gruesomeness. Like you see this and you're like, oh, this is going to be that kind of movie. Like people boarded up in the walls is, and like you said, this picture here is the one that you can kind of show on YouTube. The rest is very graphic and very gruesome. So it just really sets the tone of like, this is going to be a gritty, dark, tough kind of movie to watch, and intense too, because the idea of the way the score is being used in this, the action, the kind of surprise with the booby trapped shed and the close of this beginning portion, it kind of just really lets you know like, oh, okay, there's like you said, there's a lot more than just these guys are doing a drug bust here. There's a much bigger thing going on.
I think they use this too to set up her stakes in what's to come, because, and it's we'll talk about it in a minute, a little later as we get more into the plot. One thing I found just a little bit weak was some of her posturing, as the morally correct person or the person who's challenging these decisions. I felt like was a little weak because I feel like we don't know enough about her character to know why she's like that, except for this event. So this event where, she feels some bit of responsibility for 2 officers losing their lives and other people being injured. As well as, hey, is this your neighborhood? Is this your hometown? Do you want your hometown to become like this? This is probably the only thing I can connect to her sense of, I don't want to say righteousness, because it's not, she's not kind of
It's not
holier than
seppuku.
thou. But yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's a bit. It's not. This is like a thing. Sorry, I'm gonna have to with her character. It's supposed to show that cop that I'm going to do by the book.
Right.
I'm here to help the people, whatever the situation is. Yeah, and it's a bit.
It's a little flat for her.
Like where
Yeah.
you got the other movie where Al Pacino's character is like kind of struggles into even though we said all of us like it's a bit of a it's missing parts. This one was very skipped. It was very skipped about like there's no like it would have been very very simple in like insert would have like been her dad was a cop in the area. And that's why, like, it's a family thing. Even that, like, there need to be that backstory because, like you said, is like she's FBI, so maybe this isn't her backyard. They like I'm guessing most FBI agents get like sent away, to do, around away from their, I suppose, their area just to get familiarized with the United States of America. It's the vastness of it. So I wouldn't expect her to know the area and be connected. I need to save my town. If she was a sheriff or wherever, I can understand that. But she's not. She's FBI. So it's kind of like, and so it's just a bit of a there needed to be that flashback or a connection, having a talk with somebody that kind of set it up for the next bit.
I'll tell you, in The Sopranos, there is a 2-minute interlude between Adriana and her new FBI handler, and who's a woman. And in a conversation, Adriana is very snippy and says, so why are you doing it? Why are you here? And in a very short exchange, she said, my sister's brother brought home a gun one day. He decided to shoot a coconut to open it. It ricocheted and paralyzed my brother. That's why I'm here. I mean, in that short sentence, you know everything you need to know about this woman who is an FBI agent and her commitment to ending organized crime and gun distribution and that sort of thing. I didn't think it was a fatal flaw of this film. But I did just want to understand her motivation a little more, just to kind of buy some of her decisions and some of her outrage over, some of the events that are going to happen in the near future.
No, and I agree. I do think it is a flaw of the film where they don't really tell you why she is so stuck on the idea of doing things by the book. I think the design, and this isn't to excuse it, this is more from how I tried to understand it. I think what they were going for was, without giving that reason as to why, it helps make her character more unlikable later, because she just honestly comes off as stubbornly, focused on trying to do things by the book in a world that doesn't, for lack of a better term, give a shit about the book. So I think it was intentionally done, probably to try to make her character, get audiences to feel that little bit of unlikability towards her character later on. But it leaves a bit of a plot hole, or at least a character hole, in terms of why is she this way? So I do think it was probably done intentionally. I just think that, like you guys, it is a little bit of a flaw in the storytelling of her character, because there's got to be some reason why she's so focused on doing it by the book. And if we got that reason, maybe it humanizes her character or her reasoning too much, to the point where maybe we don't view her as such a kind of pain in the ass to the rest of the process later on.
I think if they develop the character like this, is like in like the first 10 minutes, we get the kind of debrief, like wherever they're getting called into. If they spent another like you don't need long, like 5 minutes, maybe like if you want to stretch out and to kind of get the relationship between her partner.
Yeah,
give
even,
it
right.
10 minutes, like give it like that. Give them getting back into their. I'm not going to call the FBI precincts, but that kind of environment, in their own environment, you know, the kind of thing. Because there's a bit, and I'm jumping way ahead. There's a bit about her needing a new bra, and he jokes about, oh, you're the only person who sees me in a bra, you know, blah blah blah. But it's like things, but it would have been seen that kind of back, kind of like not backstory about like, but their connection to each other is like when we go further on, like, and we're going to go into it now, is like she calls on him, and it's like, oh, there's just not that connection there, and that's what I'm saying. Like them to the English like actors are just a little bit disjointed because you needed more of the FBI story. That's yeah, like that, but that could have been shown. It just felt like it's been butchered to get it down to like 2-hour movie. In a way, it just felt like there's been a lot of dialogue or a lot of scenes cut just to like,
oh my gosh, I didn't even think about that. It was like exactly it was 2 hours and 1 minute. So
yeah,
you know,
it was
you're
literally
right.
boom. It's literally
yeah, I would agree there. Yep.
Yeah, so that's it. But yeah, and especially knowing like Sheridan, like how he loves a good dialogue. He loves the backstory of a character,
which is opposite of Denis Villeneuve, who doesn't, you know, necessarily love all that dialogue. So I wonder if there was a bit of kind of
I did read
between the two.
We haven't seen the Del Toro's character yet. 90% of his dialogue was cut out,
which I'm going to be honest, I kind of like to a degree because I like the mystery of Alejandro.
Yeah, but
it makes him more intimidating.
Would you? I find it okay. The mystery is good if you're going to give the mystery like Leon out of Leon the Professional movie. If you kind of got that kind of quiet person, but he's not quiet. He's very outspoken in parts, and we'll go on to that in a minute. We're jumping way too ahead.
Yeah,
way too ahead.
Well, you know what? It just shows this film has a lot of layers. Where we've talked about some other films where we can just go chronologically through the film. We've had a few where we've just hit on really big themes. You know, like I think Event Horizon was one where we really hit on themes, and then we kind of went back to the chronology. But here, there's just a lot of layers, and there's a lot to look at in this film. It's not just a one-dimensional film, so I think it's easy to jump around. So sorry, we'll get back on track, Stacy. Jay, continue us in chronological order, please.
Oh, and he's gone. So I'll get us through this part.
No.
He's back.
I'm just back to disprove one Highlander. No, we know Highlander loves Braveheart, and that no. Because of this, I'm just going to bring up that.
I know. It's the one bad role for Del Toro.
Sorry. Now, I actually put this near my door. I actually do, to remind me. There's always crap. So sorry.
In fairness, I don't hate Del Toro in that. I just don't like the character or anything else about that movie.
We can't blame him for the character.
Otherwise, I agree with you, Highlander. Benicio del Toro.
We can blame Highlanders for Highlanders' taste in movies because he likes Braveheart.
Yeah. We're going to break him of that, though.
I'll do it for the people who aren't showing their face. Anyway, yeah. So, so we get back into. We don't again. Oh my God! Let's see.
Yeah, I just saw that one.
I know that. He just used it 3 months. Bloody hell! Thank you very much for 3 months. Not for the message. Let's just say that. Next week's going to be U571 was awesome on historical point.
Don't go there.
Anyway, back to the movie. Thankfully, So we. I wouldn't call it a debriefing. I would get it kind of, you get called into the main office. I'm guessing, like I'm guessing this is where what you saw.
It's called a hot wash. Yeah, they look at what you did to make sure you did everything correct.
Exactly. So and I think she's shit scared because she nearly got shot, and the explosion, all the aftermath, all that. You know, I think they both think, especially her, she's in the shit. Literally,
'cause
she's
I'm-
going to get reprimanded big time. Because at the end of the day, she doesn't seem like in the first bit that she followed protocol.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have to imagine the two of them, because from all I
Mhm.
can see, they are the only two FBI. The rest seem to be SWAT.
Yeah.
And she mentions later how she uses SWAT for a lot of these breaching, missions that they go on. So I have to assume, it's them two representing the FBI, then a lot of SWAT, and we see some regular uniformed police officers, even in the shed scene with the booby trap. So I have to imagine they're the kind of commanding rank in terms of position in this mission. So they feel, the like Sandy said, right now it's, what did you guys? They think this is a conversation of, how did this all go the way that did? How did we lose X amount of lives in this? How did you not see the booby? Basically how wrong did protocol go, or your execution of protocol go, to end up in this kind of mess and bad situation?
But it ends up, it's a interview, non-interview. I'm guessing the best way to do it is like a recruitment. Now, then we get introduced to our smug. I think they originally kind of called him DOJ. Department of Justice liaison. I think that they don't really go on.
Yeah, something like
what
that.
he
It's
is.
not no official title. It's very ambiguous, very
And the
like,
fact
he's
that
kind
they
of this.
don't know he's CIA is ridiculous. Everyone knows he's CIA. If you don't know where someone's
Everybody's
from,
watched the
they're
movie. You watch,
CIA.
if you ever watch like Patriot Games or whatever, you like anybody's watching. Oh, okay. Look how he's dressed.
You had to say Patriot
He's
Games.
literally, it's
trifecta.
literally, he's obviously CIA, like, and she's FBI. Like, this is what kind of like, again, it just annoys me about her. So it's like, it goes, everybody's in suits, and you have the arrogant bastard who's telling them what to do, and he's bloody wearing flip-flops.
Yeah,
like come on. And he won't tell you who he is, what he does. It's just like screams, covert FBI, a little bit of a twat. He's got a bit of a god complex. He's like, and he kind of I can't remember the cartel people's names, but he kind of goes, have you heard of this person? Have you heard of that person? And she's like, no, the cousin, the brother. Are you married? And he just ask all the simple questions.
Are you expendable, basically?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Are you going to cause us troubles? Is there any luggage that we need to know about that might take you away from doing the actual job? Because he's like, have you oh no, you're divorced? Have you got kids? It's all that questions. And it's just like, at the end, I'll be like, CIA. I mean, literally, like, you wouldn't be, would you? You'd be like pointing out, you're like, yes, we've all seen this kind of the movie before. It's like that. But yeah, it's it screams it, and how she doesn't like, she just answers very meh, and then they kind of go, well, I think it's like, we want her because she's like, but we don't want him. And like that. And this is where I felt in the movie, it was as it was, oh, we're bringing you on because we need FBI, not because you're the skill sets.
Correct.
I to my problem later on to the movie. It's just like, we need somebody who's anybody different
has the agency credentials. And when they're running down Reg's resume, and talk about, by the way, University of Maryland, ding ding ding, he went to the graduated from the University of Maryland, played football, went to law school, ding ding ding. On paper, he's really smart.
Yeah,
they don't want the smart guy, they want the expendable gal.
Yeah, right. That's it, because we don't need smart. We've already got smart. We just need somebody. We just need. This is what I can think, because like, she's obviously a go-getter, if that's a thing. But like, when you first see the opening, she's a go-getter, but doesn't seem to be good at her job. But they wanted FBI. There must be, in any agencies, there's that idiot that you go, oh, just give them that job. They will sit there, sign the papers away, blah 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 blah. And like, I'm guessing me and Sandy know a few.
I do.
Yeah, but there are those people. So why they picked her? That is obviously, like I said, a go-getter, wants to be in front line, and not that person that goes, if you, where's the comfy chair? Come on, give you got a comfy chair. Like, they want that. I'm happy to do my 9 to 5, sign a couple of pieces of paperwork when you want, and then I'm gonna go home and I'm happy. You know, there was like this is like, it was obviously from the start she's going to be kind of argumentative. Even when Brolin, I can't remember his character,
Matt Graves, I believe.
Yeah, is kind of soft interrogating her. She gives really snarty,
she's just really combative.
Yeah, she's like, yeah, this is
like anything else or any other questions or something like that. And she's not even like, she doesn't trust him, you can tell immediately. And to kind of tie it all together to get her to get on board, he just basically tells him like, look, do you want to take down the guys who caused what happened today? And that was enough for her kind of moral compass to say, okay, yeah, I'll hop onto this.
But that is it. It's like, you can do more good with us than you can do with your own agency. Your agency is proactive. We're proactive. So it's like, so like, you've got to kind of, you want to come to us and stop it before it gets beyond the border. You know,
essentially, you guys are cleaning up the mess. We want to stop the mess from ever happening, type of thing.
Yeah. So we go on from that, and then we kind of, I guess I get the relevance, like the next kind of, like, it's innocent kind of scenes, isn't it? With the this one, with the cop and the kid. So we got this. I'm guessing, I'm not sure what agencies, but I'm guessing he's just a Mexican cop, and he's just supposed to be
that's
a regular
state police, police technically, or something like that from Mexico or wherever it is in Mexico.
I would like to direct your attention to the fruit.
I did notice
that rolled across the table during this scene.
It is an orange.
It is an orange. There's an orange in this scene.
But yeah, I get it. But
I would say I could have done without these scenes, to be honest with you. I don't think the payoff at the end of it is enough. I think, it's interesting because for me, I felt that way. But watching this with my wife, once we got to the scene, where things kind of unfold a little bit more with him later, she actually was like, "Oh no, like, you seem like a good dad, just in a bad situation." And I'm like, okay, maybe that's what they were going for. Maybe that works for getting it across to some people. For me, I could have probably done without person.
I think this was to show how real people, everyday people, are impacted by the drug.
Right. Even they get wrapped up in it. Even if their intentions is to be a cop and maybe have a good, honorable job, at some point or another, it's so overwhelming with that situation that everybody gets, wrapped up into it in some degree, which I do understand. And I get that if that's what they were going for. I wouldn't say it was something I thought was done poorly or needed to be removed. It just felt like it didn't have the impact I think they wanted it to by the end of his
100%. Yeah, 100%. Like, if you go by, I'm guessing what they're trying to say, even a policeman in Mexico doesn't earn the wage they should do. Like, his home's not bad. He seems to be certain, but there's either he's been coerced to do it or he's corrupted himself to do it. And it seems, the pariah, but the payoff for it is just like, it's just not impactful enough. So yeah, if these bits were completely edited off, I wouldn't have missed it. You wouldn't miss it from the movie, and that's the problem. I get this throughout. Like, you get this, like these scenes. They're just not showing the reality of life as not just a policeman, but reality of life under that cartel control, I suppose you want to call it, in Mexico. It just didn't have the impact of showing a normal family trying to lead their normal lives, but you've got that just on your doorstep. It just felt it didn't felt forced. It just didn't have the payoff.
Exactly. It didn't have that emotional payoff or that impactful payoff. And
Yeah,
If you
because
could
I
have
just
told
felt
me
sorry
that,
for the kid. You feel sorry for the kid because he
right?
lost his dad. But
Which that
is
part,
it.
right?
You're like,
And the wife, like the last,
Yeah.
we'll get to
Yeah.
that, but like that scene with him playing soccer in the end, and the wife watched, like that, I think gave it a little bit more of a payoff than true
Mexicans call
football.
it football. Americans call it football.
Um,
Mexicans.
but that scene, I feel like, had a little bit more impact than the scene for this guy that we'll
Yeah.
talk about when we get there. To be honest with you, and I would even say, like, if you could have told me, I could have got maybe more Alejandro instead of these scenes. I probably would have preferred that, knowing that some of
I agree
Alejandro's
with that,
dialogue might
for
have gotten
sure.
cut. So I probably would have preferred that payoff. I mean, that trade-off. But I will say, again, I don't think this was a bad element to the movie, and I don't think it, necessarily needed to be cut. Maybe just if you were going to do it a little better to give me more of a payoff when things go the way that they go.
So the next we get in after that, because it's a disjointed because you actually don't know he's a policeman at this time. But we get now we get I'm sorry, I forget their names. Emily Blunt's character getting driven by a partner to a Air Force base. Sandy, what Air Force base would it be?
Luke Air Force Base. It is a real Air Force Base.
Yeah, I was trying to look at it. I was like, where is that? I just couldn't work it out. And they show their IDs. He's refused entry, as he would be. He's not got clearance, and she's allowed, so she goes off and fight. Now, I kind of like the kind of next scenes of that you don't what's it is when you see what's his name? The Toro's
Alejandro.
character. Yeah, Alejandro. And you do not really see him. Like, she gets meted by Brolin, and then all you see she sees the plane, and then you kind of get this side view of him. Like you can see him at the end of the wing. Like, he's just standing in his white shirt. I like that. Like his white.
I actually love this whole scene.
Yeah. So I think it's very clever. It's like, oh, who's that? He's and what is he checking out? He's just checking out. He's just why? Just because that's who he is. And he's to make sure why nothing's gonna happen. But yeah, so he's on a military base, and like Brolin's character on this one is still being he's the cocky CIA agent. Like, he's playing that role. He's cocky as anything.
He's been through all this. It's nothing to him. This is just another day at the office.
Yeah, and it is kind of that. Something's like, hey, we're America. We've got the money. We've got all the kit. I can lay down. What's going to happen to me? We're gonna do it right, and let anybody else, think about it. We've got this. We've got it. Guys, we've got it. We know what we're doing, and nothing can go wrong. And of course, he just kind of lays out like, I'm gonna go sleep.
Takes a nap, and she's asked. I love the contrast of the three characters in this scene, because she's obviously nervous like you can't even believe. She's tense as hell. She can't relax in the seat, can't close her eyes, anything. She's looking around. She's asking him questions. Yeah, she's asking him questions like, we're going to El Paso, and he's like falling off to sleep. Like, somewhere around there. So he's just like, can't be bothered. She's tense as you could possibly be. And Alejandro's character is just this calm presence of what you'll see his character is, but in this part, all you really know is like there's something about like he's just a bad dude, in the sense of like, this dude's seen some shit, done some stuff, and he is just not the type of guy you'd want to mess with, type of thing. So he's got confidence that rivals Josh Brolin's character, but in a completely different way of like, not that he's seen some stuff, he's been through some stuff. This isn't the same kind of confidence in terms of what they're doing, that, or his ability to execute what they need to do in the way that Josh Brolin does. So the three different personalities, I think, really contrast well in this.
It is quite funny, because it is like his character is like, you don't need to worry about me, just keep your eyes forward.
Right. Well, he's got a brilliant.
Just let me do my thing. Just let me do my thing.
Yeah, you do yours, I do mine. Just look forward. Where we're going to doesn't really matter if you don't know about it there. But then it's also got like that sense of humanity when he does actually fall asleep, and he's blatantly having a bad dream, and he wakes
Mhm.
up in like a bit of I suppose like old shell shock moment, like kind of
Yeah,
things like that.
yeah.
A bit of a cold sweat, and she's like instantly, she's like, "Are you all right?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm fine."
Mhm.
Yeah, again, I'm just calm. You still don't. I'm here. You're here.
Yeah.
Don't worry about me.
And she starts asking him questions about, who he is, or what's this, or what are we really headed into here. And he has a line in this that I absolutely love, which is something to the effect of, you're asking how a watch is made. What you need to do right now is just focus on the time. And I thought that was such a brilliant
Mhm.
line. It shows his character. It shows, what he knows about what they're getting into, and how it's really best for her to just focus on that and not worry about the ins and out. And it's just such a great metaphor and great way to kind of get that idea across. I really love that line.
Now, this is where the cinematography is on full display.
Yes, yes, I noticed that as
These
well. It's
sweeping
beautiful.
shots over the landscape. I love it. I
Mhm,
absolutely love it. And I also noticed, like, it's kind of so when we had the initial raid at that house, it was bright midday sun. And it feels like the rest of this part of the film is more like dusky, a little kind of filtered, filmed, not at the height, not at the height of the day. And then
mhm,
later you get into the nighttime. Did anybody kind of catch it? Kind of, has these different scenes at different times of the
mhm,
day that
mhm.
I thought was really effective for like watching how the characters react.
Yeah, absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely.
as well as a little bit of the obvious when they're in the night vision goggles, the total chaos of the
Mhm,
even in that initial raid where you're in the brightness of the sun, midday, it was kinda more relaxed, right? A little more casual. They let their guard down, the sun's out, and as the sun goes down, that's when it gets kind of frantic between the, the the unit in the tunnel and the officer eventually who's gonna pull over the really bad guy, at night, it just heightens the tension.
mhm,
I feel like in this film, we're going from day to dusk to night. I don't know if anybody else caught that.
mhm.
When they arrive at the location and the officer takes her up on the roof to kinda look at what's going on in Juarez, I thought he was taking her up on the roof to look at the sunset because that was the time of day. I thought he was gonna say, "Hey, take a look at this beautiful thing." 'Cause he says, "Hey, look, let me show you something amazing or interesting," or whatever, and it's, gunfire and just in every part of the city, something is exploding, something's going off. I have been to Juarez. I'm not kidding when I say I've been to Juarez. Um,
Mhm,
now it was in, like, 2000, so it was 24 years ago. Um, at work, we did a trip to all the colleges and universities along the border, to do recruiting of Native American students and Hispanic students, and just do our what we called our annual diversity recruiting trip for the um, the big federal agency that I worked for and supported that has 3 letters in it, which shall remain nameless. But we recruited from all across the country, and that was a place we recruited. So we were in El Paso, and you get on a little bus, you grab your ID. You did not need a passport if you were a United States citizen at that time. It was before 9/11. Took the bus across to Juarez, went to a few of the little shopping areas, got some food, and then came back, came back over the border. It was fine. It was totally fine. There's none of this going on. And Tijuana, which is just south of San Diego in California, is kind of the same. It's a touristy town. Obviously, again, that was 24 years ago. It makes me feel really, really old, but um, it was not definitely for sure not what is portrayed in this film. It could be that way now, but my hotel where I stayed in El Paso was facing the border and you could see across the border. And what I noticed was at night, the lights went out, all the street lights went out. And they said, yeah, they cut the electricity. their lights go out. And I guess it was at the time, it was a, economics thing, funding thing, what have you. But here, El Paso had all the lights still on in the afternoon and the evening. And at a certain time at night, all the lights went out in El Paso. I'm in Juarez, sorry. But yeah, boy, things have changed, huh?
Yep, for sure.
So yeah, this is where we start getting what kind of what is going on.
Mhm.
You know, it's kind of I don't know if you like embedded into I guess in like it started with kind of Reagan, kind of that kind of we're going to stop the cartel kind of growing too much, and we get that with like Indochina, all of that. We're going to stop.
I think it started with
things.
Nixon,
Yeah,
the historian in the room. It
Nixon,
started all the way back with Nixon a little
Nixon,
bit.
is it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's with kind of get rid of the others and we're gonna have control. Let's say that is the best way to do it. Is like get rid of the ones we can't control, and then we got this. And I who's the guy they're actually after? Who's the hidden? What's his name?
So in this scene, they're going after a guy named Gilmero, who's the brother of somebody.
Yeah.
I think Manuel Diaz.
That's it.
And he works for the kind of head honcho that they're looking for.
Yeah, the head honcho is they don't know where he is. So they've got the brother and the cousin. And this is when they're going after this guy. And it's kind of they've got him, but he's beyond the border. So it's now an kind of instruction kind of border. And I love the I love the fact that the vehicle was going through the border and then coming back. You got that the air bit, like the bird's eye view of that. That took 10 days to shoot. It was so problematic because they can't shut the road. So they had to do it, and apparently it's all clipped in stages. So they filmed it and then did the actual movement in a different stage. So you've got false. And then I was like, that right, because apparently, you can't close the Mexican to US border. It ain't happening for a film shoot. Like it's not gonna happen. Yeah. And it's just like I'm guessing what I don't know what border that is. Right, there's a great scene later when it's
it's probably Paso de Juarez. It's the
that's what they kind of set it up as, is like in the El Paso area and all.
Yeah, it's like what 4 lanes either side, possibly. It's like it's like an 8-lane like road. It's like really like you think, wow, they're gonna like that is like, and they're all back to back, and it's all just a funnel in them in. I'm like, that's a lot of vehicles coming back and forth. It's like you like forget how busy. That's a busy like border state. It's ridiculous like that, but it's it was cleverly done. I like that scene. It's like that because you got all the helicopters like that are like patrolling the borders. You showed the wall, I suppose, like the best way to call it, like the like what they're showing is like that, and then like how, and then we still don't know what's going on. She's really confused, like she's not being told what she's doing, why she's here. Everybody's armed. She's been told to put a vest on. They're all heavily armed. They're going like into the border. She still doesn't know what's going on. I like they literally just keep her there in the dark because why? There's no need for you to know. You're just here. You're just here because we need you when we get to that side, because you're here to say we had FBI.
Right.
That is it. And it just felt like that. Like even to the point where you see like the actual Mexican federal police like that, and they're heavily armed and all that, and then you get like she's still like concerned where they are. You see there's a great scene I can't show on YouTube of like I think it's 4 or 3 decapitated, like hung upside down, like to show a avant like you know, what's it? What if you cross us? This is what happens to you. You know, like it's and then there's the guy at the front who is like going, they're so clever, they're so clever, they are clever, because and you're like, why are they clever? Like, what is going on like that? And it's like they're clever because of what they can do to make sure you don't do it against them, because these, you know, ones behind, they probably did something minor, but they do something so over the top and drastic that you will never go against the main guy. So like, and it is like, you probably got probably like less than 1% of the bad, like the population centers in Mexico, like in the cities, are so like vast. You probably got less than 1%, like, who are the bad guys, I suppose, what made out in this movie. But they can. This is what happens if you do the minor things. So if you do something really bad, or you go against us, look at what we can do. And then, like, you know, it's a good way, the drive through of like how they drive through, like kind of like a shanty town, let's say that, like they really down dirty, like there's not much like going on, there's not much prospects, and then you get, you know, the police have boarded off some roads, and then there's you know, hanging corpses off the intersection. It's a great scene. It's very impactful without much being said. So
well, it's very much the director's style of telling the story through visuals, not as much dialogue. And yeah, everything you see in this drive-through really sets the stage for, oh, okay, this is what they're dealing with.
Yeah, I say, like, when you see like it just reminds me of like documentaries like you get like about when they do the cartel with like the police on the back, you know, heavy machine guns, you know, like open carts, like ready to go, all like that. Like, you go, wow, you don't really want to be a policeman in Mexico. Like that is like, it makes you go, oh shit, like that. And like, because they are, yeah, the FBI, the CIA, right, heavily like trained, you know, what they can do. But like, these guys do it day in, day out. And I would hate to know the survival rate. Like, there's got to be like that, unless you're, and then, of course there's going to be corruption within it. But like, yeah, it's just, yeah, you don't want to be there. Let's just say that it's instantly like straight away. We're on, I'm guessing it's like what, 20 minutes, like, Sandy, is it like 20 minutes into the border or something like that?
Yeah, not very far. And I mean, you cross the border, but then you go horizontal. So they might not even, I mean, technically they might not even be that far into Mexico, right? They might be just across the border.
And that is how the movie seems to try to make it seem. You know, it's quick. They get off the highway, they get to the Gomero character, they get him, and then they're right back on the highway. It's like, it does seem like it's just right over, you know, right over the border.
But they're there, and then she doesn't know they're there to pick up a guy in a hood. Let's just say that, because that's all she knows, really, isn't it? Like, they've got their I'm guessing they're marshals. That they actually like Texan marshals. I think they say they
Yeah,
like
they
their
said they had
marshals.
the Texas Marshals.
Yeah.
What did they say? If you're gonna have them, you better have these guys. You know that these are the guys
And
to
they
have with you, or something.
Yeah, so everybody else is armed up.
It's like Dog the Bounty
guessing
Hunter.
the other guys like around them, and I always got confused in the movie. I'm guessing they're supposed to be ex-special forces that are now
That's what I
liaised
figured.
as mercenaries
Yeah.
to the CIA, like a third party, kind of like.
Yeah, that's kind of how
They
I interpreted
do.
it.
I won't say the
Yeah.
name of the company, but there's a company that actually provides those
Yeah, I
services
know.
to our
Yeah.
federal government. I think if you say the name of that company, you automatically, somebody knocks on your door. But yeah, there are companies that do that. They do. They wrangle people who are ex-military, retired military, because they still have the clearance. These guys usually speak 4 or 5 or more languages. That's a huge requirement for this kind of work. And they don't care. They just they don't have the affinity for the rules that our main character does here. So, you know, they will look the other way.
And you can understand why, given the world that they're operating in. And I think that's what creates such kind of, again, the best word I can say is unlikability of Emily Blunt's character later on as you go on, because you're watching it and just like, dude, let it
The
go.
greater
Like,
good.
this is
Yeah.
not, like, this is not like, what are you worried about? This is not the world, back up here in the States. This is something entirely different. You gotta let the book go, and like you said, the greater good. Let these things kind of just go the way they're going, because that's the kind of getting your hands dirty, so to speak, it takes to get certain jobs done.
Yeah, it's follow the rules without following the rules. There's boundaries, but the boundaries need to be broken. But if you're like you've got to have that fine line of like when you cross it into being more like them. And I think this is a movie that literally touches it like that, but they touch it in such a way that you can understand the Brolin character much more than Emily Blunt's character, because as you say, like you kind of get like to her to go, oh, come on, this is reality. This is reality. It's like she's a ostrich, stuck her head in the sand for a while and then come out into the real world. But then you've been fighting them on the other side, but the other side is so different. This is the kind of the real world, but like they're showing not just the like Emily Blunt character, but they're showing the audience the bigger deal going on like that. And it's even to like, like how much balls and how much the cartel they have the expendable, like you've got to do this. If you don't do it, you're gonna things like when they're like this is I love this picture, like Tao to Tao. They're in they get there in traffic, and literally they're gonna still try and like rescue the guy, and it's
that's
like,
not, but they've already gone through the Mexican checkpoint. They're now on the bridge. It's the U.S. entry point that is clogged up. They've gone through where the Mexican police officer is waving the cars through. They've gone through the Mexican checkpoint, and then there's this bridge over the Rio Grande, and you can see in this picture, you can see the U.S. flag in the middle, like, hey, you're in the United States. It's the U.S. checkpoint that is clogged. That's what I also had an issue with that, because I thought, well, the U.S. controls that. They could literally close a lane and just leave one lane open for these guys. I didn't understand that.
I was also wondering that myself. I'm like, is this meant so that like they can stay kind of covert? But I'm like, you're in 3 black SUVs, tinted windows. I'm like, I don't know that that's really keeping you undercover here. And obviously it's not, as we see this scene play out. So I'm like, I'm surprised there's not just like sirens or the flashing lights in these cars that you can just turn them on and just flip right through here. Like that I also thought was a little bit odd.
Yeah, it might not be fast, but it'd still be free flowing. They wouldn't make
you wouldn't be at a dead stop.
You would not. At any point, you're not doing less than 30 miles an hour. Literally, you won't. You're going to stop. But it's supposed to. I'm guessing it's the setup to show the cartel, because like you got the tension of Del Toro's character noticing somebody. You understand like straight away he's got an eye. He's like, he realizes like he signaled out one of the maroon cars.
He's a
and
crack
then
shot
car.
too. Oh my God.
Yeah. But like he signals them out. They are the most let's just say obvious gangsters, tattooed, balls, shaven heads, like that.
Big gun in my lap. No big deal.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a bit obvious. So that's it. And yeah, it's shoot first, ask questions later. Really, we'll give you one warning. If you still got a weapon in your hand, we're taking you down, kind of thing. So, like, and even like that is, I think Del Toro's character is like that. Put down your gun. It's like
he tries to reason with them. He's like, in peace, in peace.
Like, do you want to die? Yeah. And it's like that, Like I think at this point you realize he understands that they're just the workhorses. Like, look, you can live, just don't do what they're asking you to do.
Right.
But most of them probably been like blackmailed or whatever, kind of like, if you don't do this,
They're gonna be killed anyway. Yeah.
Right, you'll
yeah,
get
or
you'll
your
get the
family,
bridge
or your
treatment
family.
from the scene we just
Yeah.
saw prior to this. So it's like it, and I think this scene sets that up really well because you
Yeah.
can see like these guys know that they stand no chance against these tactical guys and these weapons, but they still do it anyways because it's like at least this will be kind of quick and painless versus what would happen if we go back not having carried out what we were supposed to. So I think it really kind of sets up that dynamic pretty well.
Yeah, and I liked it how it showed like everybody else, even Blunt's character, like somebody shoots at her, she does that, and then it just shows Brolin's character. I'm not leaving the mark.
Yep.
I'm
Yep.
just
He's just in
literally.
the car still. Mhm.
He's just like, I knew you're going to take care of it. If we lose it, but I'm not moving. It's quite good, and then you kind of he roughs up the guy that bring it on, and then he gets
The brother. I was just calling him the brother. He's the brother of the big dude, right?
brother, yeah.
He's the brother of the guy that works right under the big dude. So he's the brother
Manuel.
of the Diaz
He's
character.
the brother
Yeah,
of Manuel. That's it.
Yeah.
Manuel Diaz is the one they're going after next, but he's
right
the
to
one
try to smoke him out so that he goes
Yeah.
back and shows them basically where the big guy is.
So
I still didn't understand that. Why? Help me here. Manuel is in the U.S.
Yes,
but he's going to be led back to Mexico. Why? To account for the missing money? Like, why does he? I don't understand why he had to go back to Mexico.
That is it, really. Yeah,
Okay.
he's being drawn back to give the pinpoint of the main head honcho.
Okay.
But the only thing is the money. It's like,
right?
Why so they wouldn't? Yeah, I have problems with that bit. Like, let's say that, but we'll move on. But that is the instigation. This is literally him, the brother fingering Manuel. After this is, do you have to explain this thing? So now, this isn't like I'm going to go for a movie term. It's not a real term. This is a black ops site, but it's not because it's on American soil. This is what I find weird about this because this is on American soil. Yeah. Then you like, I'm guessing they turn off the camera and they use tactics that wouldn't have been conventional tactics with Alejandro. What does he do to him?
You know,
because he takes like waterboard.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to waterboard him, but then they make a point of showing the drain and there's no water.
I'm not entirely sure. And I remember the first time I watched this trying to look up to try to understand what they're insinuating here. And I remember getting something of an answer, but for the life of me, I can't remember what that is now.
Yeah.
I think they did something to his manly parts.
There's a reason why they gave him water, because I remember as he's going in, Brolin's character says something like, "Oh, you gave him a bunch of water," like makes a point to say like that's almost like diabolical or something like that. I can't remember exactly what the line is, but he kind of points out like, "Oh, you filled his belly up with water," like no kidding.
Oh, maybe they tied it off. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there's something that goes on that, and Highlanders in the chat just got me there because when I first watched it, I thought the same thing, and my wife was even like, "Is he gonna pee on?" Like thought the same exact thing.
It doesn't seem to be too diabolical.
Like, I don't think that's what they're going for because we didn't see Benicio del Toro's character drink the water. I'm like, but I did think the same thing. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And then again, they focus on that drain and you expected to see maybe some blood circle it or something, but you don't, it's just the drain. So I'm not entirely sure what the interrogation tactic was in this.
No, but I say like you get quite a bit of it. This is like a 5 minutes where the importance of characters.
The internet has many theories as to what happened.
And that's why I'm like, all right, I can't.
And I'm not going to mention any of them on this lovely, wholesome, family-friendly stream.
I thought it was a very, a Shawshank Redemption kind of moment. Let's say that.
Yeah, I wasn't entirely sure myself.
Yeah, but you get like this is where it sets up like Emily Blunt and Brolin. Sorry, I can't remember. To have a kickoff, she's like, "This isn't what I signed up for. This is not what I do," kind of moment. But then you get like Alejandro, he's speaking to somebody on the Mexican side. I'm guessing the equivalent to an FBI agent. Not sure about their agency, but he's like, kind of gives him a like, oh, I'm sorry, what happened to you? You know, I'm glad you're still in it, but here's a little bit of information. I can't tell you all the information. And he tells him a little bit about there's probably a tunnel. And then you get back, of course, to the interrogation and all that. And then it goes a bit dark, as all you can hear is really noises, but like that, the whole play out of like all three of them, you kind of get the story kind of going. They're not going to tell her. There's something going on with, like, you know, Alejandro's is a more important character now. Kind of, we just seen him really be a good shot. There's something going on. He's got like people that want to approach him, give him information. There's something about his past. You don't know what, but it seems a bit disturbing. Again, it's all playing up like to something that can happen. But then, of course, you get the next bit is, what is it? Immigrants on a bus. I
Mhm.
get sometimes they just come over by bus, and
Yeah,
that,
day laborers, and sometimes they stay for longer times in work camps, like especially to pick fruits and vegetables.
explain that they're allowed in the US
Mhm.
just daily.
Come in to pick fruits and vegetables and go back across the border,
Oh,
and they get
okay.
paid a minimum wage.
There you go. Did not know. Okay,
Mhm.
so like, yeah, so there's groups there, and there's three, I think, like A, D, and E. I think it was, if I remember rightly, is like they come from a certain area where he just
Yeah,
got his tip off
right.
that the border thing. So he's now, he kind of like leads the kind of things like that, and he like. I like it how he's like the first kind of conversation is like, kind of show me your hands, you know, like that. Are you a worker, or you got kind of a non-worker's hand? I like that. Like, yeah, you know, you've got workers' hands, and you got not, you know, the people you ain't gonna trust. So he
Right.
knows by their hands. Yeah, I can trust you. You know, they you know, like, it's sounds if they're pickers or they just work, you know, like hard laborers over the US border. He can trust them. So yeah, it's it shows how you know, he's not a fool. Again,
Right.
he's not a fool to be reckoned with. And yeah, so it's like, and now like onto this, like where I can't remember where they went to, like that, because her partner drives them there, don't they? And like this, like 100 miles or something, they say. Like, he's like, I driven 100 miles like that. So when they come off the thing, but he
Yeah,
gets
so because I assume her partner would have still been in the Arizona area. So I guess he's driving maybe from there. I don't know the exact distance, but maybe
yeah,
there to at this point, I'm assuming they're back near El Paso.
yeah.
So I think he or wherever they came back to from, you know, Juarez, which I'm imagining is the El Paso, somewhere in Texas area. He's made the
Because
trip to meet
yeah,
them.
but it goes against to show that the smarts of this guy. It's like he's like, no, have they not told you what's going on? And he's like, I want a word, like straight away
Right.
after. She's
He was
very,
finishing their
yeah, yeah,
sentences for him too.
yeah, yeah. It's
Like
just
he
like,
knew. He
come
already
on.
figured it out.
Yeah, he's like,
Mhm.
come on, like, you need to speak to him. Like, and then he goes, like we're FBI, we're not taking it. He goes, what do you want to know? And he's like, everything, everything. And it shows like, I think he's supposed to be like the junior to her, but he's like so much assured of like, you don't take the piss out of the FBI. We're the FBI, you know, like, you don't take the piss out of me, you don't take the piss out of her. And they have been like, she's very, even at this point, like, she's had a couple of like, this is not what we do, but she's not been assertive enough. She's not been like, what the fucking hell just happened kind of moment. She's just like, we don't do this. We don't do this. And like, hold it. Look at your environment, what you are. But he would have got it. I think if the roles were switched, he would have got what was going on straight
Mhm.
away. he would have been pissed off, but he would have played ball more, knowing the bigger picture. But they wanted, like, kind of not because it wasn't how it ended up, but like a patsy, I suppose you want to call it.
Right.
But, yeah. But yeah, even when Josh Brolin and they like kind of, they kind of give, I suppose, the soft story of like what is going on.
He's filling them in, but again, not to the degree of one, what the involvement of these two actually is, and two, just not the full details. He's still kind of trying to paint the picture of what they're doing is noble and heroic, just to kind of get them to be pacified, to just kind of shut up and stop asking questions.
Well, that's it. Like, they kind of, at this point, it's obvious they need the FBI. Reasons why, we're not too sure. It's like, yeah, but we kind of, as a viewer, we're like, they're just using you. They are just using you, because at this point, they've still not confirmed they are CIA. We know because we're audiences and we're not like that dumb. But the FBI, apparently, they don't know that. They still don't know who you are. They just know they're working for the Department of Justice, I think, like that. And I think the other one's DEA. It's just like,
Well, that's
come
because
on.
they say, what? The CIA working within the borders of the United States?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It's like, okay, come on, people. Just wake up.
It is. It's a bit. Yeah. It's a bit of a thing. And that the next bit, next scene. I know Jade's probably got it. The thing is, I didn't get this next bit. It's like when she's in like her hotel room and she's going like just through crime photos. I didn't get that.
Yeah.
Just didn't get the scene. I'm not. I kind of like. Is it like because it doesn't like they're not showing the viewer the full disdain, I suppose, like that, or horror of what's going on. You got like little pictures. So I didn't know if it was for the audience or it was supposed to show us something about her. I just really didn't
I think
get
it's
that
more
whole
for
thing.
audience. I think it's a little bit more for audience, just to kind of show the grim nature of kind of, what these people are capable of, and probably a little bit of her character trying to reconcile with the idea of what they're doing may not be by the book, but there's a reason for it. Even though she ultimately won't ever get to that point, I think it's her attempt to try to say, look, there's a reason why these guys do things the way they do in terms
To
of
kind of
Josh
convince
Brolin.
herself.
Right. To almost try to
Yeah.
convince
Yeah.
herself to get her to get on board, even though it does, as we know, it doesn't end up working. But I think that's part of it. But I also think the other part is to show the audience, like, yeah, this is, it's gruesome. It's a gruesome, gruesome world.
I would have. I don't. What is this? Is this a? I'm guessing you called it R-rated. Is it R-rated?
Oh, yeah. It's
Yeah,
R-rated.
yeah, it has
Yeah.
to be, I'm sure.
I just felt like they kind of was very subtle on some of the gruesomeness, to be honest. I think if they would have done it, this would have been a good place to really show some really good crime photos. Like this is internet, and I mean actual, boom, like they did, like I'm trying to think, like in 7 when they kind of place it all, and it's like you see but you don't see, but you like see some really like disturbing, like really quickly. This was just, it was too set up. I just didn't get it, because I was like, she's FBI. She would have seen this kind of stuff. Like you hope, like, and like even at the beginning scene when she's like they're puking, okay, from the smell, but like they don't go, oh, that was by the smell. Like you would hope, like an FBI agent is going to puke over somebody's, I hate to say it, like decapitated. Like you've got to be in that mindset of like, this is my job. You're trained. You've seen it before. You've seen these kind of things. It just was, I again, it's a scene. If it was cut out, wouldn't need it. And again, it goes like to the next scene is we get the mum and the son. It goes back to that, doesn't it? It's again, we get like, where's dad? He's work. I think it's just said like he's working late tonight, but we don't get why. It's still a mystery. It's still a mystery,
and it still just feels kind of out of place. Like it's just a little disjointed whenever we jump to these portions.
Yeah, it's just like,
the more you say it, it does. That earlier on, I didn't find it just what do we call it? Kind of jarring or kind of taking you out of it. But now I do. you know, because I see what they're trying to do. You know, they're
Right.
trying to show, you know, that even these, you know, disconnected people, you know, everybody somehow is impacted by this trade. But you're right. They kind of what's the word? They disturb the continuity.
Yeah.
They kind of disrupt the flow of the film. You're right.
Yeah. Do you know them movies that have it would have been better like if they had, you know, what's the best part? I can't think of a movie. You know, when they have like 3 different stories that are doing their own things and they do the is it Crash, I think, does it? They have
Yeah.
like one
Oh,
story
yeah.
going on, then another
Pulp
story going
Fiction
on.
does it.
Yes, like,
Yes,
I
Pulp
can't
Fiction.
think of the name of what that style is, but I know what
if
you
they
mean.
had this family element and you had their story and it was more prominent, and then you had the FBI, CIA, whatever element, and then you had the cartel element. You had all 3 playing out, but they switched between them, like you say, like Pulp Fiction or whatever. They like not like, but doing it as like their own story that then met at the end. It would have worked like with these scenes like that. There's other scenes in there, but they're so like, oh, here you go, I'm telling you about Mexico, and you're like, no, you're not. You're just telling me about a 10 seconds about somebody having a family dinner. You're not telling me there's. If I look at the picture now, I've got to say there's no hardship there. The dad's just at work.
Right.
Why? We just know he's at work.
I think one thing they could have done too, because this scene it literally goes from Emily Blunt looking at the pictures on her computer, and then she kind of gets up to maybe go have a cigarette on the balcony, and then it jumps right to this picture, like literally right to this scene. And something they maybe could have done to help kind of soften that editing and that cut to it was like, I don't know, maybe show which I'm surprised they didn't do, given the director and the cinematographers. Just maybe like show a quick little landscape of like that you're back in Juarez here and you're back in this town, and show some of the like area, and then get into this scene. Like from there, go to the family, these 2 having their breakfast or dinner or whatever this is. Something to just kind of soften the transition, because the transition is such a hard cut from Emily Blunt to boom right to this kitchen scene where it's like, yeah, it just feels disjointed. It feels like it just popped up out of nowhere versus, like I said, use scenery to kind of soften the transition in that way, or something.
With
to say we're telling this story for a second here.
Yeah, with these scenes, this could be anywhere in the world. There is like the only way you could put it's in Mexico is because they're speaking Spanish and we've had a Mexico setting. That is it. This could be anywhere in Southern America. It could be in Spain. Come on. It could be like that. It could be anywhere. It could be anywhere in the world because there's no scenery behind it. It's just like you have the bedroom scenes and the breakfast scenes. And I'm just like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's no, like, at least have something in the background. Like, there's like sirens going off to show they're in a very prominent kind of high crime area or something, like something going on. Like there is nothing. There is nothing going on except for the kid wants to play football with his dad. The dad is tired, he's exhausted, but he still goes, give me my coffee, give me me eggs and bacon, we'll have it. The next thing is, where's dad? I don't know, I think he's working. You know, there's like, it's very it's scenes that should make you think about the innocent, the people in Mexico, and it just doesn't do it. It just like every scene just doesn't do it, unfortunately.
And then right after it, it's just another hard cut right back to the 2 FBI characters. So again, it's just like, it just feels like it was so random.
Yeah, it does. It's like boom, and then because the next bit is they've like, but there's the next scene. I get it why it's needed, but there's no setup to it. It's all about they're now looking at a bank. No, sorry, no, the next bit. Sorry, the next.
It's the 2 of them at the apartment, and they're kind of just talking about their friendship a little bit. This is the whole comment about the new bra and all that stuff. It's trying to set up the friendship between these 2, which then leads to what we see next. After the bank scene with them going to the bar and all that, but. Yeah, this scene specifically is just kind of them in the apartment, chit-chatting.
Yeah. So they're chatting like, "Oh, you need a new bra," things like that, and then they get to, and then the Toro, he's got Some guys, the map, isn't it? The map kind of.
Yeah, he's got. I assume it's some of the guys from the previous scene where he was talking to all these people.
Yeah,
You know,
saying we can
I
do
think they
that.
whittled down to the people who knew
Yeah.
the area, right?
Right,
And they're
right. Who
trying
knew
to
the
figure out
tunnels and the
exactly
different
where the
paths.
tunnel is.
Yeah, and then they get now a payoff to the bank scene, and I'm like, this setup was very, very hard to understand, very hard, because I'm guessing in one area there's a lot of banks, and they get like, why? How did they know the blonde girl? I think what they call it. What? How was she under surveillance? Like, it's
That's what I
just a
was
bit.
guessing. They've been probably, and they didn't set it up well, but I'm
No.
guessing they've been watching this for a long time, right? Because they know that there's been a deposit every day. And in the United
9,000
States,
was it?
yeah, in the United States, if I thought it was like, so they're probably doing 9,000 for roundup, but 10,000 or over, any banking transaction has to be reported to the IRS. So they're doing 9,000 every day, so it doesn't have to be reported. So there's, quote, no external record, but obviously they're watching this day after day after day after day. They're probably seeing the same person. They're seeing the guy, the car that she's going into, or the lookout car, or whatever it is. And she's probably just some rando that the cartel said, hey, you want to make a few bucks? All you got to do is go to the bank every single day at this time and put this money in. Now, you also have to think, okay, it's not reportable, but that activity is just such a highly questionable activity. So maybe somebody at the bank raised the alarm and said, hey, yeah, there's somebody coming in every single day against a credit line of $17 million. And, they're just, quote, paying off the loan in $9,000 chunks. So I think they've been doing the work for a long time. But again, it is very, it's very kind of, out of I'm trying to it's not out of continuity. I'm trying to think of the word, but it doesn't fit. It doesn't flow also with I think we're just kind of plopped now into this bank. And there's been no hint of other FBI or, other surveillance or other things that link. The first thing's the tunnel that kind of popped out of nowhere. Now it's this bank that kind of pops out of nowhere. Just a few words, just some well-written words could have helped us get here. And kind of one of my criticisms of the film, although I really do like it, is so much focus on the cinematography and not enough focus on the writing. And just a few words can really set the scene. And again, it made me think of well-written shows like The Sopranos, like other films that can do a lot in the fewest number of words, and can help to set the, even just a throwaway line by someone to kind of denote that, hey, this is even a larger operation and there's so much more to it, which again should not be a surprise to her. I think another challenge is some things seem to be a surprise to her, even if she weren't specifically trained on particular tactics. Again, being an FBI agent, she should have had a clue that some of these things go on, particularly around, multifaceted investigations. I'm flipping through my little quote book. There's a really good quote by Thomas Jefferson about writing. And it basically says, here it is. The most valuable of all talents is that of never using two words when one will do. Basically, you can say things kind of, if you can say something briefly and succinctly, which I am not doing now, by the way, I'm completely failing at it. In a film that focuses on cinematography, or in other films that focus on, other more sprawling stories, you can still lay some foundation with just a few words or a
Right.
throwaway comment that could explain, well, why are we here? Like, why are they the whole going to a hotel? I thought they were going to a hotel. I honestly thought that both of them had just gone back to their regular job and they were doing a regular drug bust of some sort when they were walking up to that hotel door. I just thought that they're back on the job. I had no idea that this is, surveillance point for this bank.
Sorry, Sandy, you just made me completely grin there, because my adopted father does exactly the same. He will talk for 5 minutes, and then I'll be like, and I mean like really very acute, very intelligent man, and he would talk for 5 minutes, and I went, but you meant this, and I would say a phrase in like 2 seconds, and he'd
Yep.
be like, yeah, that's what I meant, and I went, but you just wasted my time for 5 minutes. like exactly the same phrase as that. And he's like, yes. And I'm like, oh my God, you're so annoying.
They're trying to set a
I don't know.
scene, and they're trying
Mhm.
to, I think they're also trying to make us connect with these characters. And
Yeah.
I don't feel connected with any of them, but that's okay
No.
for this film. For this
Right.
film, it is okay that I'm not connected to any of the characters, except I still want more backstory on Emily Blunt and, you know, what's driving her convictions. Because I don't really care
Mhm.
about to your point earlier about the 2 Texas Rangers and the 4 special ops guys. All I got to do is look at them and know what they're up to.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? I don't need any backstory at them. I know. I can tell. I can tell a Texas Ranger or a Texas Marshal, you know, or a Ranger. And those special ops guys, you could tell by the look, right? So yeah, this I get why this scene is here. Lastly, I'll just say about this scene, I don't know why this annoys me so much too. I understand that this is where all the stories about big crime end up, and it's all about the money. But to me, that's the most boring part of the story, is the financial transaction piece. So
Yeah, it
did
does
we
feel like it
need
wants to
this?
set up some really clever thing.
Yeah.
And I get that I mean, I feel like just busting the account would have been enough to get us to go from, you know, why Diaz now has to go back and answer for what's going on. I don't think we needed this whole kind of uncovering the whole, oh, it's 17 mil, it's borrowing against the law. Like, yeah, I guess it's clever and to understand kind of maybe some of how these practices go on, but I don't think we needed that part as much. I think more so, you know, it wanted to set up her going into the bank or back into the bank after Josh Brolin's character says not to, which then leads to the John Bernthal stuff that we'll see in a minute. But yeah, it feels a little bit like deliberate setup for what they want to do next. And I will say, to your point about, you know, this whole bank scene and how few more words could have been used, I do think that's why I generally disagreed with the director, Denny's comments about a year or so ago about the idea of dialogue not being as needed for films and being more for TV shows. I'm like, you know, as much as I appreciate how he
Just
works
delete it.
within that, you know, kind of philosophical look at making movies, and I think he's been very successful in it, don't get me wrong, I do think it tends to be a fault of some of his movies where a little dialogue actually could have helped that a little bit more.
It could have. And I think,
It's
you
the
know, with
fine
those,
line there between like over explaining for the sake of the audience
Yes.
and over exposition versus necessary exposition.
But is that because Sheridan is good at TV?
Well, and
he
that's
read the
why
dialogue.
I
And then
think
it's not good for
so.
the
I
movie.
wonder if there was a
Because
butting of
Sheridan-
heads there.
Yeah, because Sheridan, like you look what he's done TV wise recently, it's on point. I can't fault most of the things he does.
Yeah, he's
It's-
been
yeah,
fantastic from
he's
what
very-
I understand.
I like he's movies where you need to go, yeah, we need to cram it into like a sentence, not a speech. Maybe that's where they clash your heads. But then a word, that's what I was saying like earlier, word they constraint in 2 hours, do not do anymore. Like that, we've got that because this should have been. Oh, how long is The Departed?
Oh God, at least 2.5, I think, or close to it.
Like that. But look at the, you've got the setup on that, The Departed, with all the different like kind of thing. And yeah, if it's not that, if it's like half an hour longer, they needed that half an hour just to do that, because this is what I feel this film lacks, is the where I hate to say The Departed, like just as reference, but where you get invested in that character, but each character, you know where they're going and what the payoff is at the end. You feel a bit, this, it doesn't give you that, unfortunately, for me anyway. But I do like the movie.
I do too.
Yeah. So yeah, but we get like this, like you said, like about the scene, this scene, the bank scene. This is just because they wanted to show the band, like the
the bands,
stretchy band.
It basically, this whole scene, it does a little bit to set up the idea of how they get Diaz back to, you know, on his way back to Mexico so they can follow him.
Well, that's
but
it,
it's
'cause you get,
more
like,
designed
the
to
call,
set up the
yeah.
John Bernthal stuff.
Yeah, so you get, like, the call to still don't see his face. This is the cousin, isn't it? This is the cousin
I
who's
think there's a
the clever
familial
one.
tie
Yeah,
to the
yeah.
head honcho.
So this scene is just like, he's heard the bad news.
Right.
They've seized your accounts, you know, whatever it is, and this is it. And then it's like she's again pissed off. He told her not to go into the bank. What comes out earlier, like the Brolin's character, doesn't he? Like he tells Emily Blunt, do not go into the bank. What we missed out is
she essentially wants to use it as a spot to build a case against all these guys, and he's like, dude, don't bother, we don't have jurisdiction, we can't. And she's just being stubborn again, saying like, no, you know, because she's working from her world, not his, and saying like, no, this is enough to build a case, yada yada yada. And so he's like, don't go in the bank, don't go in the bank. And she's going into the bank because she's just hell-bent on doing it. She gets seen on the cameras, and that sets up that they now know who she is, and they'll be coming after her.
So she's pissed off with her partner, fancy a drink. So off she goes to the bar, very depressed. And I always forget his name. I'm going to call him the Punisher.
I know John Bernthal's his real name. I forget what his character's name is in the movie.
No, but yeah, is he supposed to be a barman or came out? Because it seemed like he's her
Ted.
partner.
He's Ted.
Ted. Yep, I just saw that as well. I just looked
Ted.
it up. Yeah.
There you go, Ted. The Punisher. It sounds better.
So
the Punisher comes out.
He's a local cop, I believe, who's actually friends with the Reggie character. And obviously he's a cop, we'll find out, who's mixed up in, you know, some of the, I don't know if it's the money laundering. I don't know exactly what part of the money he's involved in, but they're taking some kind of take where they're
the laundering part. Yeah.
Is it the laundering part? Okay, I thought it was. I wasn't positive, but we'll find out in a minute here that he is involved in all that.
But he flirts. She's a bit lonely. She's not had a intimate moment for a while. Let's say that. The best way to put it. And he kind of easily charms her. Whispers in her ear. Have a little dance. Have a little bit of drink. We're adults. It leads back to the apartment. For a little bit of fun. Let's say adult fun. Let's say that is the best way to do it. But what we see at the same time in the movie is Del Toro's character and oh my god, lost the word.
Alejandro
is there. He's in the car. He's in the parking lot. He's just there. Why he's there, we don't really know. He seems to be following her.
I think he's there. My understanding is he now knows that she revealed herself on the camera. So he's now keeping tabs on her to say, okay, something's about to go down. I need to be ready to help her when that does.
Yeah, we discover that, but in the movie, why is that there? But then, so they get a bit frisky, if that's a US word. And then she looks over to the table and she sees the wristband, I suppose you want to call it, with the keys, and she clocks on, gets very, very sober, very, very quick, till now all hell breaks loose. She backs off very kind of politely. They're both kind of, oh, what's the matter? I'm sorry, I took it too fast. And then she kind of reaches for her weapon. They have I like this scene as it she's a tiny and he's a big man.
It's not a girl boss scene.
Yeah, it's not.
No,
and I like that because they
Yeah.
could have done that. They could have really screwed up this movie by her overpowering him. Like, she has a couple of cheap shots, no doubt about it, but he just a brute power. I'm bigger. Look, I'm gonna literally just brute power you to the floor to the point where he like slams her to the ground and then starts choking her. I like this. I like this scene. It is a very good scene because the build up is, oh, you think she's going to be, yeah, as you say, like going to be the girl boss. She's not. And then when she gets power to the floor, you forget about Del Toro's character still being out there, possibly, because it's so impactful. They play it really well. And what is his name in real life? The actor's name?
John Bernthal.
Yeah, is how he does kind of like, I'm sorry, I'm kind of sorry, doesn't he? He's like, he's choking.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He's not, and that's I think what they do interesting here is he's not, like one of the guys
One
from
of them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like he's involved in it, but like he's still a guy who has a conscience and doesn't necessarily want to do these things. He essentially wants to make his money off doing it and hope that he never has to do anything any worse than looking the other way and kind of like letting these things happen. Like he doesn't want to get his hands dirty in this kind of way. He just wants to say, hey, look, I know they're laundering money. I know they're doing whatever they're doing. I get my piece for being quiet, my piece of the pie for being quiet about it and not, making a big deal and turning my head. And that's the way I want it to be. I don't want my hands to get dirty in this kind of stuff.
Well, that's what Del Toro says, I think later, like all he wanted to know is
what you know.
What you knew.
Right.
He's like that. If you just had sex with him, he probably would have walked away and what she knows.
Right.
But she like realizes, it was the wrong hand to kind of play. And then like lucky enough, he comes in like just before she gets choked out. He points a gun at his head.
Like and he just kind of makes a little noise like like back up. Like it's such a good entrance of that character. It fits Alejandro's character very well to this point. It's not like a freeze, get on, it's just and he points the gun at him and just like it's saying like get up and get on here.
Dead face. Just like
it's really it's just fits his character very well.
And then you get
just a side note, John Bernthal, also who played Johnny Soprano in The Many Saints of Newark. Just wanted to throw that in.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Already had a soprano or two reference.
That is correct. Yep.
So he plays Tony Soprano's dad in the prequel movie, not in the TV series.
Was that any good? I heard mixed reviews on it. I heard some people didn't mind it, some hated it. Is it any
I
good?
liked it. I'm a huge Sopranos fan. I really
you watched
it.
The Two Faces? Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I liked it. I was like, oh,
I feel like sometimes people are just too hard to please, where they go a little overboard on hating things. So I was kind of curious. I'm like, it looks decent. It didn't look bad, but some people seem like they hated it.
No, it's likable, but unfortunately, it's forgettable. If that makes you like it when you watch it,
makes sense.
And it's very sad. If they were like, we're going to do 2 movies, and they droid it out somewhere, it would be it would have been just because The Sopranos is so much. This is so short, and they've crammed too much in. If they did it part 1, part 2, I think it would have done better. Or like just like we're doing a trilogy. That as a trilogy really would have been good. Like
it would have been.
We've just watched the good.
I'm surprised they didn't want to do it that way.
Yeah, like milk it.
Right?
Sopranos is really really popular. Like why they didn't? And there's not much now like that.
No, and it was really well written.
It was James Gandolfini's son, right? Didn't he?
Yeah.
Like that's a really cool opportunity too to be able to do something like that.
It was Michael Imperioli as the narrator.
Ah, interesting.
You're seeing the story is really about Dickie Moltisanti, Christopher's father, and his relationship to the Soprano family, and he was the big cheese. But it's narrated by, I'm gonna do it, Christopher. Narrated by Christopher. With
the F. Christopher.
Yes. And anyway, it was well done, but John Bernthal played a really good part because the Johnny Soprano part was a really important part in that film. So, and I think he did a great job there. The one thing about this scene, or a couple of things about this scene, but so I think the Alejandra character comes in because she gets that shot off, right? I mean, somebody's hearing a gunshot somewhere. But why only him? Why aren't all the neighbors coming there? Because no one else in the
no sense of panic.
Nope. Nobody else coming in. But he's coming in from the parking lot. But and gave him a right roughing up, shall we say. Boy, he was actually, absolutely beaten to a pulp.
Mm.
But
I say,
again,
like, yeah, they
you're a
beat.
trained FBI agent. I don't care how long it's been since you've had your fun. You're not bringing a man home to your apartment. There's no
Not in the
freaking way.
middle, right? Like not in the middle of all this going on, right?
Oh
Like
my gosh! Even
it
if
did
he is
feel
a
a little
police
forced.
officer.
Active, yeah, not with an active
Like
investigation.
maybe like in
no.
a year when all this stuff is passed, the heat's down, dust is settled. Like maybe you go have your fun, but in the middle of this kind of active situation, I thought the same thing. It is a little bit odd to be worried
Not
about, getting your
smart.
socks knocked off.
Mm.
It's not the time for it.
Good
But that's
lord,
it.
not
Like they
smart.
go to like what, but like they say, go what bar? Like what I want to drink. What bar do you go to? If you want to do that, you go to a bar. Both of you do not know. You've never known. You do not nobody there, and you sit there, be quiet, and have a drink. Like, what are you doing? You go to a bar that the other guy knows, and they meet
Mhm.
up with somebody. It's like, come on. It's like that. Yeah, it's just like it's stupidity 101 with what like your training is. It's it's a bit silly, and like yeah, it's not great. It's like that. But I always say like I can't remember what's the phrase called. I can't remember what they call it. Damn it. Like her mate, like I say, if you have a group of people drinking,
Your
one of you's
wingman.
got to be kind of one's always sober. You
Oh,
always have it.
designated
It's like,
driver.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, your DD, designated driver.
yeah, but they're not driving. They're just looking. In the military, they're just there to look. They're
Mhm.
just out there. The kind of I can't remember what they got, but I actually lost what the thing is. But you have somebody there. Is you get really pissed off. You're out there with all your mates. Your all mates are getting pissed. They're all getting hooked up, but you're there just looking. You're there. You're the look to make sure everything's okay. How that guy go like oh hold it, literally
Yeah,
what
both of them have their guard down pretty
yeah,
significantly.
it's just a bit dumb. It's that you're an active thing where these people have the money to buy anybody north and south of the border.
I mean,
And
it could be your bartender slipping you something. I mean, you know what I mean? Like anybody could be in the
exactly.
pocket of this situation.
It's just like, oh god, like have a drink in your hotel room, like or
Right.
like
Go grab a bottle somewhere and
yeah,
go have a couple
yeah,
drinks together. Yeah.
yeah.
Fair enough.
It's just a bit. It's just a bit again. It's a good scene. It's just a bit of a
Yeah, it's like when you start to break it down logically, you see the flaws in it.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we get after that again from that.
Yeah,
it's
just
like,
a hard cut to this. It just feels off.
yeah, they have the old Alejandro tells her like I was here of that, and then again it's just hello, we're back to the cop,
And
and
the
then
thing is,
are we
the
going to
scene
get anything with the cop?
yeah, and it's like the scene itself even just feels random. Like it's just him eating breakfast, and the kid tries to touch his weapon, and he basically says, "Nope, don't ever touch that," and that's it. It just feels so random.
Yeah, it's
in terms of the placement and the context of it.
Yeah, it's good because like the whole like this whole like next scenes, there's no setup for this character to do what the I suppose the next big scenes are, because now they kind of know from what they had earlier from the I suppose refugees, whatever you call it, workers or whatever, informants, to the kind of the cop like that who tried to like kill her. That this is the place we need to go. This is the hole. This is the we know the area, and then they go there, and then I must say I don't like this setup scene to it, because they get there and then have well, as we said, like mercenaries, CIA, ex-military, whatever you're gonna call them, are fully kitted out, and they get there, they're in shirts and jeans, like
No
that,
helmet.
like that, and he's
Initially.
like, oh, and then they get like that, they get the FBI stuff on, and it's just like, what is going on? It's just like that, like it's just a bit of a, okay, this is happening now. It's just a bit of things, but then again, we kind of get a snippet again back to the son and father moment. I suppose that isn't the moment that he is actually. Oh, we get the scene of like he's
Right.
doing drugs.
He's running the
He's
drug.
involved
definitely
in drugs. Yeah,
Well,
he's
and,
doing drugs.
and one quick thing about the scene prior to this, with them showing up at the motel and Josh Brolin and his guys are all outfitted for the plan. Essentially, what we kind of like firmly find out there is they're only in terms of Kate and I'm forgetting Daniel's character's name. In terms of the two FBI guys, they officially find out that they're essentially there just so that they can have the proper,
Jurisdiction,
right, the proper affiliation with a government agency to pull off the plan they're going to pull, which they're basically explaining, the special ops crew or, former special ops, whatever this crew is, outside agency, whatever they are, their plan is essentially to follow one of these tunnels back, get to the Diaz character, and then follow him back to, the head guy that they're looking for. And in the process, kick up a bunch of kind of chaos, as they're doing it. And the reason Emily Blunt's character and the other character are not suited up is because Josh Brolin's character has no intentions of really bringing them along for this. Really doesn't want them to even come along for this. They're not suited up. They're not given stuff to suit up. They go to the trunk of their car to get their own FBI equipment. And at this point, Daniel's character is basically saying, like, screw this shit. Like, let's just go home. Let's get that. They've already mistreated us enough. They've kept us in the dark. And now they've officially told us that we're basically useless to them except for our positions in the career that we have. So he wants to go home, and she's kind of pulling this whole like, no, I want to see this through. I have to see this through. So they suit themselves up with their own equipment, and they, want to tag along for this. And much to the annoyance of everybody else, because they're all kind of like, don't get in the way, don't get my guys shot. Like nobody really wants them along for this. They've already served their purpose, and they just haven't really come to grips with that yet.
Now, I'm going to go to... I think this first phrase was by a Finnish special forces that I ever heard. And it's so relevant. And I think it like dragged on. I've heard other people say it. And it is about people in the US service like that. And it, like when we were over there and whatever, you have the best kit. You have the best kit. Oh, what do you want that? Because they will swap, like the US will ever, you have that is shit. Do you want this? And they will swap all the gear, and like you're brilliant for that. But there was one Finnish guy, and he was special for it. He went, and he just sighed, and he just went, all the gear, no idea. And this scene literally made this whole point. It's literally they are kitted out in everything they could be kitted out onto, and they do not have a clue.
But no brains.
Like, unfortunately, they needed somebody with the idea of how to penetrate the base. One thing I think Sandy, you said, you take your helmet off. Like, literally, I was like, why would you? But like how they just go in, and they like that. They have the guy, and he has a little. It's not even a knife; it's a dagger. It's like a dagger. It's like that, and he goes like, and they go into the base. I'm like, oh my! And it just reminded me of that quote. It's just like, yes, there goes the Americans with all the gear and no idea. And it just
I like that.
And it like that, but it was like, yeah. Well, I was like, why are they doing it? It was so non-combatant training. It was like acting. Okay, we just need the director. We just need you to go into this area. And it was just like, yeah, anybody. And you have it like I brought up Patriot Games earlier. It's a great one. How they like move everybody around, like they feel like they're military or ex-military. This is just like really poorly done. I thought this like instigation of like into the tunnels. Oh my god, they're even like they're talking through the comms. And I think there was one point, and my girlfriend was like, "Oh, what they say with the hand signals?" I went, "I don't know." I just I think he's trying to stay here and go forward at the same time. And I was like, but they're speaking over the comms at the same time. And I went, it's a tunnel. Anybody's in a tunnel, tunnels echo. It was like, you would not say a bloody word. It would all be done with hand signals. So yeah, it was it was a good scene. Otherwise, logic again. I think Jay said it earlier. Once you turn your logic off, it's like this is a good movie.
I'll tell you what, though, they want to know if a tunnel's going somewhere, and if it goes to the other, you send the dogs. Where's the dogs? Where's
Yeah.
the dogs? You didn't
These
need all these
scenes,
people. All you need was some dogs.
yeah, these scenes kind of play out as if they didn't have somebody with the proper knowledge on how to do that. Like it seemed like somebody writing who knew a bit about this kind of stuff, but maybe didn't really know the ins and outs of true procedure and
They have
all that
night
kind
vision.
of thing. Yeah, like it's
that
like
looks cool. Thermal. That looks cool.
right. They could have used an expert on hand while writing to be like, okay, no, we wouldn't do it like that. It would be like this, and so
And
that is a little bit of another flaw of these scenes.
But that's it. Like
Again, for the person who doesn't really know and isn't really analyzing it for something like this, it plays out well and it looks like a good, it's a good scene. But
that's what I
they,
say. Like
they definitely could have used some expert knowledge in terms of writing.
like my girlfriend, like with the first scene, I said, why the FBI wouldn't go first? Like my logic brain, like whatever brain, and I'm guessing a lot of people go, no, that wouldn't happen. But if like, how you say, when you turn off your logic, it's better. If that makes sense, you have to like. There are certain movies you have to go logic. Back off. You're trying to be too smart here. No. Just watch the movie. It's entertaining. Stop what you're doing and relax like that.
Right.
These are scenes where you go through it. It's like even with this, like we've like when she goes in very dark scene.
Yeah, like helmet off. Like, what are you doing here?
Helmet off. It's like every time, like everybody's got their helmets off, and
and that's probably a bit of Hollywood. You want to see,
it is.
Yeah,
but it is to show their face, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah. But it
and
was
again,
like one guy hit his head, and then everyone takes their helmet off. I did. So help me. The objective here, objective 1, is there a tunnel? Yes, they've confirmed there's a tunnel. Objective 2, get Benicio del Toro to the other side. Okay, got that. What else needs to be done?
But this is the thing. It's like
the rest I assumed was just kind of their create chaos motive.
But it's
take
pure,
out as much as you can.
But it's a bit of pure luck as well, because when we get like this scene when she gets nearly shot again because she didn't check the room again. Okay, what one thing is, like I said earlier, she was doing it left-handed. Look at her now, right-handed. She goes in there. She sees Toro with our cop that we've been seeing throughout the scenes with his son and his wife. They're loading up the drugs. The most stupidest policeman ever, probably, because he doesn't get out of there. They're still loading up, and it's blatantly fire.
I would get the hell out of there. You're not part of this. Go.
Right. Again, I'm assuming it's the fear of the consequence of the whole thing blowing up, and what he would have to deal with on the other side.
Couple of bags. He's like, I've got like 2 million in there already, worth of cocaine or whatever it is. I'm sure a couple of 100,000 and me getting this out alive is going to be okay. And then it's like this next scene was a shock. I didn't see it coming, I must say that. So the Tory goes in there, arms up to the copper. We don't know why, like that. And then she comes along, and it's shocking, but I don't get her response.
I don't either. How does she know who the good guy and the bad guy is right here?
And that, to me, is where the kind of naive and unlikability of her character really kicks in. From here to the rest of the film, really, it really kicks in. Like, dude, you are so. And Del Toro has a great line afterwards when they're in their apartment that kind of puts, really encapsulates why she's not meant for this very well. But again, she's just so naive and so just like, is it because she's seeing a cop and he's going after a cop? Like, you got to understand, cops here aren't like cops in America. Shit, you even got dirty cops in America, for Christ's sake. Look at the one that just tried to kill you in your apartment. So why are you looking at this like it's a black and white situation when it's really one that's incredibly gray and incredibly more complex than that?
Yeah, like he's got the gun pointing to the guy's head, but he's like kind of straining him at the same time, so you don't know what happened prior to him doing that. She's come up with a situation, and then she defends the policeman. I just didn't buy it, but then I must say it was shocking. I'll give you that. Is when he again, we see it in the early scene. He's a good marksman, and he
didn't want to
literally
kill her, but man, wow.
he shoots her where he knows the. Lucky enough, she put one of the plates in still, because we see that going on later, and he goes out to take a breath, kicks away kind of the way, take a breath. You're you're in too deep now. I like this scene. Just the setup again. It's like, but why would she not go? What's going on? She doesn't say anything to kind of support, like be in support of what he's doing, and then
Didn't even
maybe
ask a
question it.
question.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. It's no. It's just like, yeah, you could have just gone, what's going on, and like, and yeah. But then we find out later on she took the wrong tunnel, and I'm like, how did they set that up there? How did they set?
Oh, see, I don't think she took the. I think when they say the wrong tunnel, it's more in terms of like you weren't supposed to see that. I think she knows she wants to follow Benicio del Toro's character because she sees him go that way and everybody else go the other, and she kind of deliberately follows him. So I think what Josh
Really? Do
Brolin
you
is
think
saying,
that?
I thought that too.
I took it as
thought
that,
was
and I think what Josh
metaphorically, you
Brolin
took the wrong tunnel.
right,
Yep.
like you saw things you weren't supposed to see. You were supposed to follow in line and do what you were supposed to. You took a peek behind the curtain when you shouldn't have, and you saw the great and mighty Oz, so to speak. You saw something you weren't supposed to see. You saw how things really were. And that's how I took it, at least. And I do agree that the way he shoots her in this scene is very surprising because it's so abrupt. You almost expect some dialogue there of explanation. And it's really just like, nope, you're about to interfere with what the mission is. So I have to get you out of the way. 2, the line he says of don't ever point a weapon at me. Like you are not messing with somebody on your side of the book that you hold so near and dear. This is something entirely different. Don't ever point a weapon at me again. And I really like that kind of just abrupt, bang, bang. This is it. Get on your ass and stay on your ass. Don't interfere with what we're doing here.
But it's even after that, like you can't even get the Brolin character. Like she comes out like again, I like it.
Decks him. I like that. But then she acts like a friggin' 2-year-old.
Yeah.
She's like a
She's
little
just unlikable
spoiled child. And I mean, all parents, Jay, you're gonna have this. You're gonna have these moments where you cannot calm your kid down, and you either gotta wrestle them or ignore them. And are you gonna sit still? Are you gonna sit still? And that was almost the most annoying bit. And then the next line happened. What is Medellin? Are you telling me that a human adult anywhere in the United States does not know what the word Medellin refers to, let alone someone in the FBI? How on earth do you not know that that's the entire that was the big cartel, right? That was Noriega. That was all of that. How do you not know that? How? Like she says, what is Medellin? Yeah, you kidding me? That threw me.
It would have been better if she had said something like, who really is Alejandro? Like, because that's what she really wants to know.
Yes.
And that's why, so it's like, why didn't you just focus that line on Alejandro? Like, who really is Alejandro? What is he? Why is he here? Like that type of thing. Because that's kind of been her question the whole time. So it would have felt like a better line to put in there. But they go that way. And
he's like the mystery of the movie, isn't he? He's the
right. So it's like
the kind of dialogue, the man with no name. Let's say that he's supposed to be like that. The gunman. Like you don't even know to this point of what he actually the character is,
or what his motives are. Like that's what you really, like why is he?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, just give me like another 20 minutes of that character. Like, what's it called? Usual Suspects. What's his?
Oh God.
The young guy when they
Kaiser Soze.
Yes, he should have been the Kaiser Soze. He like that. Right. Just give me that. Ooh, little bit of mystery.
Coincidentally, like another Benicio del Toro movie.
Yeah, he's in it. Yeah. But if you gave me like somebody like Brolin character, just going of like when he is driving the cop to what's it, to pick up the cousin. Like there's got to be a scene there. He knows he's on route whatever 59 or whatever it is, so they know he's on that route. But just having Brolin talking to her about it, because we know kind of now, is it this point we now know
this is where Brolin gives a little bit of the backstory on
like
him, because she wants to know like who exactly is he,
but how good
or is he one
saw,
of them, I think is how she poses it. And he's
if you saw Brolin, didn't see Brolin's character, and then saw Del Toro in the back seat with the gun pointed at the cop, and then the voiceover of
just
like
the narration,
saying, the narration, they beheaded his daughter. They put
they
his daughter
beheaded his wife, and the daughter
and
was
then
the vat of acid.
just gave that backstory of like this because he's a solicitor. He was originally a solicitor.
He was originally essentially a hitman. That's
no, originally I thought he was a solicitor. I thought he was a solicitor. Then went in to be a hitman.
Oh, that I might have missed. I might have missed that. I picked up on him having been, because that's what Sicario means, I guess.
He was.
Spanish,
but
in that usage.
The reason, it's the reason he was, but originally he was a solicitor.
Oh, see that I might have missed that part.
But I would love to like him just telling the story, that little bit of a story. You know how they do, like at the end of Usual Suspects, just that. Ooh, and then it just gets creepier. The whole thing of like, he's after this guy, like it is we see it like it's business. It's not business, it's personal to me. And then just like that thing. I think it would have been good with like how dark the road is, and then just the lights in the car, that dashboard just lighting up his face. I just think it'd have been creepier, and just not seeing like her response to it, because it wouldn't have mattered. It's all about the Toro. And this is what I think this movie, like in the lead up to this, it is not like it started with Emily Blunt as the movie. It's not her movie. I think when you get to this scene, you realize, it's a Del Toro movie.
Whose story's really been about.
And then you like as Jay said, like you dislike her. I think this is the point where you find her really naive and dislike her. And this is the point where I go, I wish they showed me more about this character, because you're more interested into this kind of baddie FBI, CIA, like
associate,
kind of
whatever you want to call them.
Operative.
And I do think it's really clever how they do that, because they, by all accounts, like she's one of the best people from a moral standpoint in this film. Like she's an FBI agent. She tries to do the right thing. She tries to do things like most people want things done in terms of law enforcement, which is by the letter of the law, and do it the right way. Don't be dirty cops. Don't be dirty FBI. Don't be dirty this, that, the other thing. She represents what I think most people in standard situations want out of law enforcement, which is a good person doing things by the book, the right way. But in this extreme scenario of this extreme kind of world, that's not going to work, and that's not going to cut it. So it gets you to not like a character who, by all accounts, would be somebody who's a likable, upstanding kind of person. And I think it's clever how the film does that. But obviously there's flaws in the way they kind of, get.
I think the flaw is with that is not dissing anyone, but anybody with a mild intelligence realizes they're CIA. They like how it works. I'm guessing that is the best thing, is like you've got the FBI, the moral high ground, like in this movie, and then you got the CIA. Has they been portraying movies a bit beyond the capabilities of what can be told by the government? They've always got like, we can tell you this, but you've got this boundary you can go to. How the FBI and the CIA do not know that, like, because I'm guessing most of the CIA were once FBI, vice versa. You're going to have that crossover.
No, so the FBI were law enforcement, and CIA were more former military and intelligence agents and people with skills like super duper software programmers and cybersecurity. most CIA agents were not law enforcement. The FBI side, yeah, law enforcement, carried a gun, that
Yeah,
sort of
but
thing.
that's like the crossover. They're going to still know about each other.
Oh,
They're
they
not
absolutely
blind.
know.
Yeah, yeah, so, yeah, yeah.
Absolutely,
It's
yeah.
like it's not like a debt. It's like it's
Yeah,
not.
they almost make her
It's
too
not the Men
naive.
in Black. It's not the Men in Black.
Exactly.
What
And
agency are
also,
you? We've never heard of it.
local law enforcement would know that. The DEA
Yeah.
would know that. The local sheriffs would know that. The Border Patrol would know that.
The Marshals.
Everybody would know.
Your
That's it,
standard
yeah,
citizen has a good understanding of that.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like what does it? If I had to go in, like if I had to anybody, and I mean across the world, not just Americans. If I went, tell me about what the CIA do and the FBI do, they would probably get probably 60% of it right, except for the weird stuff that they kind of do, But like they would know internal, external, dodgy, spies. If you like, most of the people go, oh, CIA spies, internal, like external, FBI are they go
Enforces
around
the
the
law.
whole,
The FBI enforces
but they can go
federal law.
state by state.
Mm-hmm.
Most people would get that. They would get that thing. How an FBI agent in this thing goes, oh, what are you doing? Black Ops. What am I doing?
Too naive.
I know.
It's just a bit. Oh, it's just a bit. Oh no,
They could have toned it down a bit. They could have still
yeah.
had her have this strong moral compass and strong moral standards that she didn't want to break without making her seem like such an idiot.
Yeah, but you had that guy like the there's a one scene way back is with her. I'm guessing it's her boss. Is like she even says like, oh, he well,
Oh,
sorry,
that's right.
he
We did
she's
skip
like,
over that.
and then he even goes, look, this has become not for me. This has become
way
to
above
people,
us.
way above us, the people who are elected, not appointed.
Yeah.
Right.
This is like
and if you're worried about jurisdiction, don't be like,
don't worry,
basically like you're doing everything within jurisdiction, within
that
code.
kind
Like,
of
you're
goes
good.
from
Don't worry about it.
It's come from Congress. It's
Right.
somebody there, and it's higher up. This is like vice president. This is president.
Right. This is way above.
And he's like that.
Above
If it's country with a country, use your common sense. This is not, the deputy of the FBI or whatever, a CIA. This is, this is presidential. This is vice president. This is, this is that high up. Because why? Because there are president, kings, queens, whatever you want to things, talking, PMs talking to each other, going, we need to stop. Oh, look, on the border of Mexico, what is the most powerful country? Oh, United States of America. Can you help us, please? And there's even the point where Brolin says, I would not love to do this if you can stop 20% of the Americans snorting this crap and smoking this crap, then I'm not here. But at the moment, we need that control. How we do it is we do it. And I love that it's a very clever sentiment, because it's not what Blunt's character wants to hear, but it's actually bloody true in any war. This is like how you say it, what anybody thinks. This is like Reagan said it great. War against drugs. It's a war. It is a war. People forget this is a terrible reality that we got like from the Central Americas into the southern borders of Southern America is the
now all of America money at this point.
But like the whole continent of America, but like the poor get poorer, the rich get richer. Why? Mostly because the drugs are so accessible. And who are the consumers? I hate to say it, the United States of America, who have got the money. If you didn't have that pull, it's not about like the drugs don't go anywhere else. Why? Pacific, Atlantic, you're not going to get there really well. So yeah, it's just like that pull, and people forget it's a war. This movie is supposed to be a war on drugs. It is supposed to show the corruption of the police, the corruption within not corruption, I suppose, like the how to do it, like by within the legislations, I suppose, like that. We if we get the FBI agent here, we're doing it right. We just need to have to sign the form. What we get later,
The technicalities of the legislation.
Yeah, it's just literally like you do it. Like I say, if you gave a division of the military the shit to fucking do what they want to do, and you didn't get human rights on your side, give it 6 months. Like that. You had like a whole division of the US, the military go, just do it. Yeah, but you've got this like diplomacy behind this, and this is what I like about this movie. You forget like this whole like the scene of when he's saying, if it wasn't here, blah blah, there's people up there. You just understand that
it's the enemy you know versus the one you don't know, and the one you control versus the one you can't control. And you want the enemy you can somewhat control.
I like it. Yeah, it just makes it, and it's sort of prevalent. What's this, 2015? It just got bloody worse. It's just got bloody worse. It's like from human smuggling to drug smuggling on both sides of European borders to American borders. It's just got out of control, and it's like, why? Because we haven't gotten both most sides, and whatever you're going left or right or central, I don't care about your political views. You just not had anybody with the balls yet to fucking.
Yeah, we've taken our eye off the important things. We have not just every country.
Everyone.
I mean, we're looking at Canada and your country and France and Germany and here, and it's just like let's focus. It's nice to focus on the nicey nice, but there are also some hard decisions that need to be made, and we've waited far too long to help to make this. Not that we're a political channel here, but this movie, this film, has brought that up, and that there are.
I think it represents it.
It does.
Yeah, I think it represents that, and that's what I led the show with. That idea of the kind of people, turning a bit of an ignorantly blissful kind of perspective towards this stuff because they don't want to know enough about it. They don't want to, they don't want to deal with the hard facts of what it is that's going on and what it would take to fix it, because it's ugly, it's scary, it's grim, it's gruesome, it's all those things. It's
cool. This I say, Jade, this is completely right, because what you said, it's now caught up. It's 2015, this movie. It's caught up with people, and people are scared. They like ignored it. It's not on my front door. It's not it's on my front door.
Right.
That's it.
Ignore it. It's not just drugs. It's every kind of crime.
Yeah.
Every kind of crime. And it's illustrated here, illustrated in The Wire, illustrated, everywhere. And let's just make everything legal. That'll fix it. If it's not illegal, then there's no crime. Huh?
Right. Yeah, that's one way to get crime rates down.
Hurts my head. Totally hurts my head. But I like the I think you're right. Like now I want more of Benicio del Toro.
Yeah.
Now I
want such a good character.
Because I really enjoyed every scene. Talking about having compact language, he hardly spoke a word, and if it was all cut out, but he, in every word he spoke and every action, he certainly carried the scene.
Well, there was meaning behind all of it. Everything he does in this, there's meaning behind it. It's showing his character. It's displaying the world he's come from and the world he's now in, trying to do what he's trying to do and work with, as Josh Brolin says, like, he'll work with anybody who will let him loose on the people who, took what they took from him.
I would love to have seen this shot from his point of view, if that makes sense. Just like this, not Emily Blunt, this was Toro. If they did it from his version and they were the supporting cast, I bloody would love. This is going to be like a 9 out of 10 movie.
There is a second movie. There's a sequel to this. It's
Day of
the Soledad, I think, or something like that.
Really? No idea.
It's not as good. It's not as good. It has no Emily Blunt character. It's a little bit more focused on just like him kind of carrying out the work he's doing. It's not as good, but if you did like this movie, I'd say it's worth checking out to a degree.
I
don't think you'll walk away from it thinking it was as good as this one.
Yeah, it's made for TV, but it's still good. It's
Yeah,
not
it wasn't
bad.
it wasn't
It's,
bad or anything.
yeah,
It
it's
just
I'll
not like
wasn't.
check
it
that out.
Yeah.
Now,
I
when
think it
he
was different director, different writers, so you feel a lot of that as you're watching it.
now, how do we feel about him going all action man and taking out everyone in the head drug guy's compound? Like,
Well, we get like him joining up. We jumped it, and then we take out the cop. This is where, like, I like the kind of it's going like the setup, don't like the payoff, because when he's in the car, like. I kind of like you kind of get the thing because of the thing you're like, oh, you should do. I kind of want him to like spare his life.
yeah,
In a way, your brain goes, oh, I should want that, but there's not enough setup
no,
to that. You just go, well, he messed up.
He's just as much part of it
we
as
don't
everybody
have
else
that
they've
connection
taken out
to
at
him.
this, at this point.
And there
So
was
when
an
he-
orange on the table. There's no chance.
He had
So
no
when he-
shot.
like, but then again, like he go out there, call him like, was it Manuel?
Diaz, Manuel Diaz.
Yes. Mhm.
So his character is like when he's saying, "What do you know who I am?" And he's like, "Get out of the car, arsehole. I'm going to shoot you." And he's like, "You're doing so well."
He
you're doing
says,
so
wait,
well."
but he says in Spanish, he says, do you know
Yeah.
who I am? And then he says, do you know who I am?
Yeah.
I am Jefe. I am the man. I am the man. And that's what Benicio del Toro says. I am Jefe. I'm the man. So shut the F up.
So yeah, he like I do like it. He shoots him in the kind of in the calf or the like the knee or whatever, and then he shoots like of course before shoots him like through the head, bam, 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 so like that. So it shows him like, oh, you're a good shot, and then we kind of okay, I get what they're doing. He drives him to the beautiful mansion. The beautiful mansion.
It is.
like
It
that.
is a gorgeous estate. I have to
Like,
say.
yeah,
it
it is
very
like, yeah,
nice.
it's all lit up, like looking crystal thing, and then logic brain just kicks in, and I hate to say this is cartel,
There's
and
going
they
to be a
get
big
told
fence.
no, they like okay, he goes up, we get up to the things, and he's like, oh, what are you gonna do to me? And he like we understand, like he slits his throat, and he shoots like 4 or 3 of the guards, bang, 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 does them all, bang, bang, bang,
Mhm.
and then he's got an E3D or whatever surveillance drone or whatever it is up above, saying you have 6 more, and I'm like, huh, this is cartel. Like they're gonna have an army.
Yeah,
They're
I
gonna have an
expected more as
army.
well.
They're gonna
I
have an
expected
army.
much more.
I'm like, I'm wanting like,
Especially
Yeah,
with
think-
his family being there and
Oh,
all
for
that. Like he's gonna
Yeah.
have more security.
yeah.
And more
So
than
like,
just one gate. There's going to be
yeah,
tall fences. There's going to be anti-aircraft. There's not going to be a drone
I'm not
cruising
really-
over that
Okay.
facility.
but you're gonna have like CT, like okay, let's say it's the like even the 80s CCTV footage,
Yeah.
like people like they're gonna notice it, and he just literally like I like it because he's kick-ass. I like that,
Mhm.
but he just wanders in,
Oh, yeah.
just literally la da da la la la, like the guy. I've got no care in the world. I'm invincible. Well, no, you've got like even the gate when it goes over, like the fence is jumpable. It's like you look at like some of the Netflix like drug dramas that are like you had. They're like they're 12-foot fences electrified, and then
Mhm.
another electrified before that, a mile to go until you get to the compound. This is like a driveway he drives into to like 3 people like, hi, how are you? It's just I just like this is like and this is probably a person that earns more money per month than probably every presidential election earns when they do their nominations. And this is how scary it is. This is how much money it is. What is it? I forgot. Oh, what's his name? The big Colombian drug lord.
Noriega.
No, 70s.
Oh,
80s, probably 80s.
um, You hurt my head. Hang on. All I can think of is
He
Noriega.
died. He died.
Escobar?
There was a Escobar. Yes.
Escobar, Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, he had to bury his money. He had so much money he couldn't get rid of it. He had to bury it. It's still out there. He had to build $1 million pits, didn't he, to hide it, because he couldn't put it into banks because they wouldn't they said it's too much. This is how big this business is. So why he had only 8 people, let's say, being generous in this whole thing. There should have been 40, 50 people. They should have made this once Del Toro, okay, I've got my position, then called up the people that you've not seen. I mean, oh my God, some black ops special forces, just in black, didn't have to see their faces, just all of a sudden appeared. And they just did this sweep of the area.
Mhm.
That would have been more realistic than him just going in and going, ta-da,
Yeah,
I'm
just by
Superman. And he just did mask off, headset on, and he just went for it. Took out one, took out another. Okay, silencers, I understand that. Silencers aren't not 100% silent. And then he gets through, and then there's the I'm guessing whatever cleaner, nanny, whatever you're gonna call it.
Yeah, she's just looking. Okay,
Abominable. She's got to have an understanding. If my boss dies, I lose my wage, and she didn't run off and tell anyone. It's just a bit.
They didn't need it. He could have just walked right. There didn't need to be.
Yeah, it was. But again, it was him to say, "Oh, innocent. Oh, she's innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Move on." So I don't kill innocents. But I like the scene.
I think
again, I think we said it. I'm going to say again, logic.
Right. It's one of those things that it would be. It is. You're right. It's entertaining and it makes for him to be a badass and all that. But it's better served in a movie that's like a James Bond, for example, where it's not reality or not reality based than it is in a movie where this is meant to be much more grounded in terms of reality. We can imagine James Bond clears out a whole compound worth of, gods and all that because he's James Bond and it's a James Bond movie. And it's cool and it makes for entertaining and it's fun. In this, again, you get you get that same effect in terms of it being kind of badass and entertaining, but it loses a little bit of that sense of being grounded in reality. Because you're right. I think doing it with maybe a few more special ops operatives kind of appearing, beside him or in the vicinity would have made it seem more realistic that they could clear a compound.
Take it out, surround, they know what he's there, not just that he's there for revenge.
Right.
He is there for revenge. And being cool is you saw, even if it was bird's eye, and you just saw him and then they stopped. Didn't see anything. A couple of taken out with knives, and then they stopped, and then him walked through until and the dining scene. What I think is a very good, very gritty, impactful.
I like that.
I love this scene. I love the scene because you've got the boss. The boss is still the boss. He's had a gun pointed at him. The wife there, that a pretty wife, bit aged now, but she's gave him two sons. So it's like that. They're having a great dinner outside. What could you best? The environment's great, and he even when he turns up, he's still kind of calm. Mm-hmm. He's just calm in his voice, he's the boss. And I really enjoyed this scene. You just ignore everything else. I love it. You two take it over.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's an intense scene between the dialogue, the way it plays out. It's there's some subtle things in it that I really like that stand out. But in terms of just him finally one-on-one with the guy he's been looking for, the guy who essentially, killed his wife and his daughter, he just kind of waltzes in there. And again, he's got his gun drawn. It's aimed at him. And, this head character, I forget what his name is in the movie, but the head of the the thing here, he's
calm. What is his name?
Yeah, it's slipping my mind, but he's the head honcho here. We'll call him. He's calm. He's like you said. He's been in this spot before. This is his.
Fausto
Okay.
Alacron.
So he's been in that. This is how he looks throughout the whole scene. He at some point, I think he's even feeling like some way I'm going to get out of this. One of my men is going to show up and something, because he's very calm throughout it, and he's kind of having this conversation with him, trying to kind of turn the tables on him, almost to convince him, knowing Benicio del Toro's intentions, to convince him.
Well, he even says at the point, doesn't he? Like, it wasn't personal.
Right. He says business. It wasn't personal. So like, would your wife be proud of what you've become? Would your wife and your little girl be proud of what you... Well, first he mentions his wife, and then Benicio's character, Alejandro, says, don't forget about my little girl. And there's a little subtle thing that happens here that I like, is once he says that, don't forget about my little girl, or my daughter, it cuts to the wife. And the wife kind of gives this little shudder of more crying and fear, because she now knows, oh, no, you killed his little girl. That means... this isn't, I think she realizes, like, now we're all on the table here, so to speak, not given that they're at a table, but kind of like, oh shit, this isn't just going to be you going at the end of this. This is going to be all of us. You took this guy's girl. This is a whole different level of revenge. It's just really intense. And, he tries to convince him, like I said, of the, like, is this really what you want to become? And, then he says, it wasn't personal. It was business. And to which Alejandro says, like, it was personal for me.
I do like it because how the dialogue goes, and I think this is great directing of, like, we need this bit in Spanish and we need this bit in English. It's like the hard language, like what you're gonna do is in English, but then the subtle, like, like my little girl, like just to hit it home, so the mum and the sons can understand, is in Spanish. I think it's great how they cross the languages very quick. I think it's very well done. I think it's very impactful. I adore this scene, even though it's gruesome and it's gritty.
Yeah,
it's a bit like disturbing.
It's tense and it's shocking, because you do really think it's just gonna be him who gets taken out, but you then quickly realize, like, no, he's in for a whole different kind of revenge here.
Well, as soon as he says "not in front of my sons," I know exactly where this is going. Oh, it's not going to be in front of your sons. Nope.
Right.
Well, it's time to die, or is it time or something?
Time to meet God.
Time to meet God. That's it. And then you can go, oh, well, maybe it's just bang, 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 bang. Oh,
right. And you see him just subtly aim the gun to all the other seats of the table, and it's because they don't show it, thankfully, because it would be too much to show. It would, in fairness, it would be way too much to show.
When they even pan out, you just see the bodies. But I like it because at the beginning, like, there's the premise, like, behind the premise of the I'm going to kill you because of my family is when he just goes, tell your sons to keep eating, keep eating, just keep eating. And they're doing that dialogue. And then at the, he, like, tell your son,
no emotion on
keep
him.
keep eating. And then even when he shoots them, and they just go, finish your meal. And it's just like, like, as a parent, anybody who's in love it, you'd like, just shoot me now. And he's just going, I'm going to draw this out because I know he
wants him to suffer. He wants him to feel that pain, the pain that he felt.
I love that. And it's dragged, even though it's probably like in the movie, like less than 10 seconds. Oh, that is dragged out in your mind. It's like,
you can imagine, for a parent, that would feel like an eternity.
Kill me now. Yeah, just kill me. You just killed my parent. I just killed my love of my life, and you killed my kids. Oh, just shoot me now. And he's like, no,
it's just so cold. There's no expression, no emotion.
Yeah, it's brilliant for me.
It's this face. It's this face you see here. There's no change in it. There's no expression. It's not a revenge full of emotion. He's because of what this guy has done to him, he's lost all emotion, anger, the lot of it. Now he's just a calculated man of revenge, and that's it.
Well, it's like what I'm doing now is not going to, I suppose,
bring peace or
This
is just, you took from me, I take from you. It's very cold. It's very calculated. It's not this big emotional revenge scene. It's just this. You're now seeing the product of what you've created.
He doesn't. it's great because as you say, like in his face, he doesn't win. He doesn't win.
Right.
There's no win or lose in this. It's just pure vengeance. It's just vengeance, even like that. And he just tries to draw it out. And then when he doesn't eat his food, he's like,
Yep.
and I like it because you don't have to see the main man's death. It's just like the Toro's like acting in it. It's just like the in emotion. If that's a word, like
and
just like that, it's just blank as like just plain like it's all there. It's all back here behind the eyes, and like that's what I think. I think he's great in this. I think he's like
It's phenomenal.
that's what I say. Like Sandy said, you just want more. You just want more. Give me more of this, like because it's like that evil. Like that is. It's like
it's
it's
just
that
so
evil
intense.
respect. It's like, when you get in them movies, you're like, oh, I like the bad man more. It's like I want to see more. It's like, what is wrong? I'm a psychopath or whatever. It's just like it's like no, because blooming hell, they've got a good backstory. And this one's got a great backstory, and it just wasn't told. Like up to like when you get this point, you're like, oh, this should have been these movie. And this is where like this movie falls slightly for me, is because I'm like, oh no, they had this character. Oh, this was literally your child right here. And when he does, and then leading into the next scene, he comes a narcissistic bastard. I love it. I'm like, you're like, oh, he's literally not just in it to give revenge, he's in it to end the war on drugs. He realizes I'm not the only person, let's say, that has been, and I think he says it a couple of times, like in throughout the movies, like, but he's like, he's old
coming to your door.
Yeah. His whole thing, like, this could happen to you. This can happen to like any Mexican, whatever, South American, Central American, whatever. And this happened to me, but I'm gonna be the person who tries to stop it. If I die or I go to jail, that's my thing. If I do wrong, it's great. I think it's great. And then, of course, you get that, like him turning up to the apartment. And I think this scene is more gritty, more dark than anything we've seen.
Yeah, this is to me, the movie, for the flaws that it has, in some of the logic and things like that, although entertaining, the things that kind of bring it down a little bit for me in terms of score, the ending in these two scenes brings it back up for me, because I just love the way they ended this movie. I really like this one. She starts off in this scene out on the balcony having a cigarette, and you're kind of not sure exactly if it's, what's going to happen. And then I think she hears a noise inside, and that kind of brings her back in. And Alejandro's sitting on her counter in the darkness, just like this, and says something along the lines of like, I wouldn't stand on balconies for a while if I were you, kind of, insinuating like you just kind of kicked a hornet's nest. I wouldn't go putting yourself out there in the open space. And essentially, well, because of the conversation she has with Josh Brolin's character last, she basically says she's going to, go to the press and tell them everything about what's going on here. And Brolin's character tells her, like, you shouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Like, you're not going to do that type of thing.
It's a bad idea. It's a bad
idea. It's not a good idea for you. And she's just hell-bent on it and is going to go, and says she's going to do that. So in this scene, he approaches her with essentially some kind of written legal document saying how everything happened, and that it was all by the books and everything was fine, and he needs her to sign it. And she immediately, just being who she is in this movie, says, I'm not going to sign that. There's no way. So Benicio del Toro's character ends up, basically saying, like, I need you to sign it. I need you to sign it. And she won't. And he pulls out a pen, gives it to her, and she still says she won't sign it. And she knows, like, with each time she denies it, she's getting more emotionally worked up, because she kind of knows that, like, what this guy's about, as she was just with him on this entire mission. So he basically presses the gun to, the underside of her jaw and says, like, you're going to sign. Yep, right there. And says, like, you're going to sign this, or you're he didn't say basically, he says, you sign this or you're committing suicide. meaning one, both that's how it's going to look given how he's doing it, but two, you choosing not to sign this literally is you choosing death.
Mhm.
Oh, you know, so it's kind of like, you know, not metaphoric in a way, it's quite literal, but also in the sense of how it's going to look, you know, when they do come find you. And she just gets more emotionally distraught, and eventually, you know, she ends up signing it because she doesn't want to lose her life. And Benicio then gives her one of my other favorite lines in the movie, which both tend to come from him in this one, which is something along the lines of, and I'm going to mess it up because I forget it word for word, but essentially saying, you know, this is a land of wolves. You're not a wolf. You don't belong here. And it ends the movie. And well, there's another scene that comes after, but that line alone just, it kind of wraps up his character so well. And oh, I just really love the ending to this one.
And then you get him. I like this walking away. The walking away.
Mm-hmm.
She grabbed because it's her gun, so that's what he thinks. So
Right.
he disaims it, and so she has time, and she goes out on the balcony. He's walking away, and he just turns, and he knows
He
you're
knows
FBI.
she's not going to do it.
You're FBI. You're on by the book. I'm
Right.
unarmed. I'm probably unarmed. She ain't gonna do it, even if she did think something was wrong. No. So yeah, I kind of he just. I'm playing you. I'm just gonna play you. You know, I know you're not gonna do it. So yeah, it's good. It's a good ending. And then of course you get again to the ending of it, and I'm guessing this is where we've said the setup didn't pay the payoff. You get the son looking at the father's bed. I'm guessing that it's empty. They're playing football. Football.
Football.
Football. And then there's gunshots in the vicinity. And I'm guessing what they're trying to show this way is the life of now it's not going to be, and like any Mexicans are watching this, this isn't everyone, and this is what they're trying to portray is like the Mexican life is literally a hellbound country. Is like, this is what it is. It just didn't play right for me. It just because of the setup, just this scene, and I get it. I liked it. It just missed the mark because they should have just given. As I said, like the freeway story. There just wasn't the
we didn't need that story.
Yeah, what was the policeman's name? Nobody knows. Like it would have been good.
Silvio.
You just looked it up,
it was Silvio.
No, I do actually think it was Silvio.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it was.
but also
still, you don't need him.
Yeah, but it would have been good to see him doing his job.
Yep.
You know, just doing like a traffic duty, giving a ticket, trying to be the honourable person before. Oh, you're doing the boot of drugs. So
yep.
No, fair enough. I don't disagree that portion of the story kind of doesn't hit the way that I think they wanted to. Again, I don't think it's awful or anything. I just don't think it was necessary, but I also don't think it's a detriment to the movie, so to speak. I just think it could have been done better if you wanted to do that story. And to think that we could have maybe got more Alejandro instead of that story is a bit of a bad trade-off, in my opinion.
So, Jay, this isn't a Christmas movie like Sandy says. Godfather is a Christmas movie.
This couldn't be more opposite of a Christmas movie.
I'm guessing chat still debate on, is Godfather a Christmas movie? But I
think your viewers have shown you, the audience that you attracted from that review has proven that it was definitely a Christmas film. You've had some success with that review.
That has been a very prominent viewership on that one. It has indeed. But Jay, so your friend told you to watch this after it got kind of released. I'm guessing you went to watch this.
It was literally last year, probably around this time last year. So it was the first time watching. So nearly 10 years.
Oh, so it
would have been about 8 years later.
Okay,
Yep.
I must have watched this 2017, Must be like when it first came out. Now, I think we're going to that later. Sandy, when did you watch this movie? Or just
Oh heck. Well, let me so probably at least 2 or 3 years after it was released, because I saw it on television, unfortunately. And also, let me tell you, I thought it was based on a true story when I saw it. It
Oh.
wasn't until this rewatch, because I hadn't seen it since then. So it's been over 5 years, 6 years. I thought it was based on a true story. It wasn't until I was searching, oh gosh, do I have to read a book, that I realized this is not based on, it's based on the drug wars, but it's not based on a true story at all. And there was no book.
Okay.
Original screenplay.
Okay, Sandy, recommend scores.
So before I go recommend scores, and I didn't show my other screen, but we've already talked about all of the information that was on the notes slide, because yes, it was R-rated, and we talked about the writer and the director and the screenplay. The film was made for a budget of a little under $30 million in 2015, so that's about $40 million today. It made just about 85 million at the box office, so that's a box office success, about 114 million today worldwide. It was nominated for 3 Oscars, including as as should have been, best cinematography, score, and sound editing, and a few BAFTAs in the same category, but no wins. It didn't win anything. It won like some of those independent film awards for exactly that, for the cinematography, photography, etc. Interesting, like no nominations for writing, and I think that's where the film kind of falls off, is the writing and the tightness of the story. Maybe it is because there were too many cuts, and if there was a constraint to get the film down to 2 hours, then I can certainly see that. But then again, after listening to your opinions, yeah, cutting out that third story, the Silvio story, probably would have been a better idea than cutting out some of Benicio del Toro's lines. But I liked this film. I really did, and I give it a 6, and that's a good score for me. That's a really good score. That's a definite recommend and a rewatch. And again, the sweeping scenes. I think I rattled off some of the films that Roger Deakins had already worked on, and you can see the similarities, right? You can see the similarities in the No Country for Old Men, and Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, Revolutionary Road, Hail Caesar. By the way, the only film I've ever walked out of in my life, Hail Caesar. Fargo, The Big
Not on the list
Lebowski.
then.
Yeah, Shawshank Redemption. So, I mean, this really came down to, a movie that was really well put together on the art direction board and the photography board, but not necessarily on the writing board, the actual storyboard itself. But again, a 6, a really good recommendation. Huge kudos to Benicio del Toro. I give Emily Blunt kudos for pulling off the accent. I don't like her character. I don't mind her acting. But I definitely don't like her character in this story. There are no good guys in this film, and that's okay. There's okay that to have a film that doesn't have good guys. So I'll go with this. As for Josh Brolin, I criticized his performance in No Country for Old Men for a few reasons. Number one being he was too old for that role. And I thought he just played it just a little off of where the book was. I do think he had a really good performance here. So, for the character he was portraying, I actually think he was spot on. So, this has kind of rejuvenated Josh Brolin in my mind, because I I didn't care for his characterization in No Country for Old Men. Jay, you go last, because this is your
fair enough.
So James, you go.
I'm gonna have to. It's gonna be quite interesting. So this isn't Emily Blunt. This isn't a Josh Brolin. Like Josh Brolin character, how you say it, because of the screen time and what was in it, why they needed a named actor, I don't understand. Like it could have been anybody else. Like, yeah, he's okay. Like I'd say like middle of the road okay on it, but anybody could have been that role. It's not
And in the
impactful.
billing, he's before.
Yeah.
The
I
billing
noticed
in
that, which I thought
America
was odd.
is Emily Blunt, then Josh Brolin, then Benicio del Toro.
Yeah, this is like I say, like when I said, like it starts off as an Emily Blunt movie. It does. It's
Mhm.
like it's supposed to be this forward FBI agent uh, run movie. Then it literally, when you start watching it, and like I remember watching it back in the day, and I'm like, it's Toro. Toro is the movie. This is
Mhm.
this is it. This is him. He is really great on the other. Like I could have nothing to do with the other characters. They could be like a sidetrack. They could be anything to do with it, and just have him and his view of his progression with this, I suppose, black ops to the CIA until he gets his revenge. Oh, that's the movie I want to say, because he's such. That's why I say, like Leon, he's such a bland, great performance of not giving much but giving all. And I mean, his facial expressions are more to the movie than his dialogue. If like you watch him
I
like
think
that,
you're
so
right.
when
Yep.
and that's thing. So I understand why he pushed for less dialogue, but oh bloody hell, I wanted his story. This should have been his movie, and the other ones are like sidetracked. For me, it's a recommendation. This is the problem with this movie. I like this movie. I really like it. And I've said it, I've said it probably like 10 times. My logic just goes, boom. And that's the problem with this movie. It's like they had a script, and I would love to see the original script. Apparently, it's like 300 pages. Is to read the script on what happened with the thing, because you look about what they did with the even with the FBI backlog, like backlash, sorry, of like saying this isn't coming from us, and like that, and then the cartel, like the cartel. I'm not if this was that easy. The war would have been over in the 80s, like that. It just seemed, everything seemed a bit too easy. There need to be that there need to be a group of like mercenaries or whatever, CIA agents that went in there thinking they're Billy Big Bollocks. Sorry.
Say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, and got annihilated. They went in there, boom, 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 and that's it. Like like when he did the beginning, when they did the trapdoor with the lock. They needed that further in the movie to say, oh, it's not, even if they got like when they came in and they got like machine gun downed, even if they had bulletproof a glass shielding on their vehicles, they needed that. It just, everything was just a bit too, everybody who knows everything, they're not nice guys, and they have probably as good weaponry as most military that you have today. Because they buy it. I hate to say it, with a country giving that is in Eastern Europe, but they just needed that bit. So the logic brings it down. I recommend it. Oh my god, I love this movie. I think it's a really good watch. I like it. I like watching it. My logic just brings it down. Sandy gives it a 6. I'm going to give it a 5, and that's really bad, because I give it a 5, and I'm like, enjoyable 5. It's a watchable 5, and that's the thing, is I'm like, it's a weird one, because I like, it's not a bad 5, and I Sandy said like, it's not a bad 6. It's a, I like it 6. I like it 5. It could have been so great. This movie, I said, like, I've said like movies around it. This movie had so much potential. It just felt like the producers, the executive producers, whatever, the studios just went, 2 hours. Can you take out what you want? And then they went, but I like the the humanity story. I like this story. And then they just crammed it on. This would be great if they just went, let's stick by the movie, because Del Toro's like that? Was he nominated? Like for
I'm
anything?
not sure.
No.
No. That's it,
One of
like
the probably the smaller, more independent.
Mhm.
But no, he wasn't nominated for an Oscar or BAFTA. Those 3 nominations were the only 3 that they had.
now,
for
country.
cinematography.
I'm completely. I've gone blank now. Country for Old Men that we said. The guy with the gas gun. I'm
Javier
sure he was.
Bardem.
Yeah, he was nominated, wasn't he?
I
I'm
believe
sure he was
so
nominated.
for
I
Yeah.
believe it
supporting.
was.
Yeah. So look at that. Like, oh, screen times like you got narcissistic, but then you got that. I'm gonna to Toro. He's my good baddie. If that makes sense,
Yeah. No, fair
he's
enough.
my baddie. He's the baddie I want to root for. I want to go.
Mhm.
Yes, you
Yeah.
do whatever you do. Just I'm gonna go. When you say look that way, I'm looking that way.
Mhm.
That's it, because you know he's doing the right thing
Mhm.
against the bad people. It's like the craze, like that kind of thing. You know they're doing the right against the bad people, in most of sense.
Mhm.
But this movie, it's an enjoyable movie. I like watching it. Oh, just the flaws. Just the flaws.
Yeah.
It just needs
No,
it
that's
needs to be
fair.
40,
That's fair.
30 minutes, 40 miles an hour. But yeah, Jay, I would like this is the second time I've watched it, and I like watching it because I was like, why didn't I watch this movie more? Because I remember everything, and that it's one the Will brought up, and it was a great one.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, Jay.
So, because this was my movie, I'm going to take the liberty of giving it 2 different scores here.
Ooh.
So the first score is my analytical score. And much like you guys, I'm pretty much in the same ballpark. I give it about a 6.5. I think the movie does a lot of things really well. I think generally speaking, the director did a good job with it. I think I'm a big fan of his work, so I might be a little bit biased there, but I think in terms of the way he tells the story visually more than he does dialogue works pretty well at points in this one. I think the cast is really good. I like obviously Alejandro's character and Benicio del Toro's job in this role, performance in this role, I think is absolutely great. I also think Emily Blunt, Daniel, oh my God, I'm going to say, need to look at my screen here to make sure I don't mess up his last name. Daniel Kaluuya, if I'm saying that correctly. I might be, might not be, but Daniel Kaluuya, I think he does a good job in his role. Josh Brolin, even Victor Garber, I think they all really do well in the roles that they're given. The dialogue that is there, I think there's some really good lines, and especially from Alejandro's character, that stand out that I'm like, ooh, I really, really like that. Cinematography, again, great, all that kind of stuff. So I think the movie does a lot more good things than it does bad things.
The quotes, though, the one-off quotes, like you
some of
said,
them are
like the
so
wolf.
good.
Some of
The
quotes
watch one was brilliant.
they're
that
not
one
like
stepped out to me.
they're not like the quotes, like historical one-off line quotes you're gonna. They're bloody good.
Yeah, they're just good dialogue, good writing, great metaphors, great. Yeah, like all of them. They tend to come from his character quite a bit.
Yeah.
But just
100%.
where the dialogue is, it can be really, really strong at points. But some of the faults of the movie does come down to the writing. Now, I think when you talk about kind of your beginning to end and your through line and your plot point writing, I think it's a good movie, and I think there's a good story there. I think it's the scene to scene kind of intricacies of the dialogue and the writing that fail it, especially when it comes to logic and a lack of kind of dialogue and exposition in some points. I think some things could have been fleshed out better. I think, it could have benefited from more dialogue in certain cases. Again, I think your point A to point B storytelling is it's a solid story to tell. It's just once you're looking at it from an analytical side of things to do something like this, like Film Club, you start to notice a lot of the kind of spots where the writing fails it. And that's probably what fails this movie the most. And then there's the logic side of it when it comes to some of the tactics, the kind of, the way in which the main character isn't aware of things she probably should be aware of, those kind of things. That's where the movie tends to come down a little bit. So in that regard, I give it a 6.5 from an analytical side of things. Now, when it comes to a pure...
Sorry, Jay. I think Galandor has a great point about that use of the different points of European and Eastern, like America. I think that like it's it has been blased over the time over movie history, I suppose, like that. What is the difference? Like even if you get like I don't know, like Eastern European movies when they have the cartel, they seem to be a bit more nasty. Like the Eastern Europeans, like nastier than the American side. Hollywood's downed it down, but like I'm like as we said, this is a nasty situation. It's like a nasty situation.
Yeah, it's a nasty side of the world and human beings. It's a tough subject matter to cover in a movie, to walk away and say like, oh, that was a good movie. It's like, yeah, it was a well done good movie, or even to say like it was an enjoyable movie, not in the sense of watching a Star Wars movie. It's you have to kind of understand, yes, it's dark material that it's working with, and it's a dark side of the world, but the way they did the movie is still, a good movie. So it's always feels a little weird saying a movie like this is something that was good or enjoyable, just given the nature of what it's covering. But that is such a case for this one.
You look at what we've done, Casino, when they did the hammer.
Yeah,
it's not brutal, but it's they would be brutal.
Right.
And like the what we've seen in gangster movies. Yeah,
it was more brutal in the book, let me tell you.
And go back and see that, everyone. But there's more brutality in American gangster movies. Like the like some ones are really like Goodfellas. Some brutality in that. Like there's Once Upon a Time in America. Really brutality. This one, I don't know why they just dragged it back slightly. Like the when we first get the one with the bodies in the shop. That's sorry, not the shop. The house,
the wall.
The wall. It's that's brutality, but they don't go on to the brutality. Like I just like. Your next score. I don't say break you up there.
Well, no, and actually, just to comment on that, I think for me, the brutality of this film is in the reality of it, if that makes sense. So it's like, it's not that they go gruesome with what they show in terms of the way people, die and things like that in this. It's more just the reality of like, for some states in America, that is in your backyard.
This is on your front door.
Right.
Yep, exactly.
Like, and that's the kind of thing. It's that gruesome nature of like the reality of like, this isn't too far from us type of thing that I think is more, for me at least, where the brutality of this film comes from. But for the second score, this is my enjoyment score. In terms of enjoying the movie, when I turn my brain off and don't look at it as analytically as I did for this viewing, I give this movie like a 7. I don't know why, but I find it to be and again, it feels weird to say given the nature of the material in this film, but it's an enjoyable watch in terms of suspense, thriller, the acting, again, cinematography, things like that. The music is something we didn't talk too much about, but some of the music in these scenes, they do this kind of music time scale that's almost like a quickened heartbeat of like an intense situation. Like
I was thinking about a clock. I was thinking about
exactly.
kind of ticking, almost.
Yep, it's like that ticking of a heartbeat or something. But in some scenes, like the bridge scene, for example, they speed up that heartbeat, that ticking clock, to make the intensity kind of
sound like Jaws. He did. No, he did. He came out and said,
"Oh, is that really a thing? Oh, no kidding."
Yeah, no, he did. Yeah, he said, "I wanted."
I thought that was just a reference to Jaws because we always make one.
No, he did.
As we should.
Yeah. But no, he actually wanted it to give that pace. That temperament of like
it's very effective.
It is. So something about the movie, it just, in terms of enjoyment, it's not the sense of enjoyment you get from a happy movie, from a Star Wars, from a things like that. But when you watch a thriller, you're expected to be taking on a thrilling ride, and this takes you on a thrilling ride for me. So those are my two scores. From the analytical perspective, I think it's about a 6.5, but from a pure enjoyment, try to turn your brain off if you can type of thing and just watch it and go along for the ride. I feel like it gives you like a 7's worth of a ride. So those are my two scores for it. Oh, and definitely a recommend.
I know, I agree with like, oh my God, I just admit, I woke up, I watched it yesterday and I woke up and I was like, I like this movie. I get frustrated because I want more.
Totally understand that.
I want more. This movie has so much more. Like you get movies afterwards. I'm like, this should have been. I wanted this. Like this movie should be like, oh, this is one of those great movies.
Yeah,
And
if they
just
leaned into
literally-
its strengths a
yes.
bit more, it could have been like a 7 or an 8 solid. But it
Yeah,
just
yeah,
doesn't
yeah. It
get
could have been. This should be like a solid top 8. I mean,
Mhm.
like reaching like kind of, but it's just like, oh, you just like the time constraints. You messed around with the script. I don't know what they did because everything else looks great. The direction, the acting looks good. It's just like certain bits. I'm just like, oh, it annoys you. So yeah,
drop the ball a bit.
yeah, it just drops the quality to it. But I'm saying like the concept of this movie and the story of this movie is better than what we got, unfortunately, and that's why it brings out. But then, yeah, as you say, entertainment wise, I'm happy to watch this movie again.
Yeah,
Happy to watch that and just go, oh,
Me too.
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah, it's a great non-Christmas movie, unfortunately.
Christmas season is over officially. Ended by Sicario.
So is it, we're going to guarantee we've got.
I don't
Sink
know.
the
We haven't
Bismarck.
seen what the Wheel of Film is going to serve up yet today.
We'll end
Oh.
up getting a Christmas story
Christmas
on
story.
July or something.
There is a Christmas story on there still. No, I'm going to say this. They like Sandy. What do you want? As it's Christmas, what would you like on our Christmas wheel?
Well, if I could just for a moment, can we reflect on what we've already seen? So I'm going to put a little graphic up,
Oh,
if that's okay, James.
20 episodes in.
I want to kind of bring us back to what we've
Ooh, very
what
nice.
we've seen. I didn't put any names.
I like this. Yeah.
There's no names here as to who picked what, but what a variety. You know, we've got a few gangsters. We've probably got three gangsters. We've got
We Americans in our gangster flicks.
a classic
Al Pacino
sci-fi.
has got to be the most.
We've got a
on there.
lot of Al Pacino. That's kind of reflecting of the quality of the acting. You know, we've got your classic Star Wars, you know, just in a category all by itself, really and truly. We've got a little suspense horror. We've got, you know, Event Horizon, and then, you know, pure horror, Halloween.
Dinner for
Um,
one.
We've got Dinner for One just for fun, and you guys liked it.
Yeah, I
Hey,
did-
it
I
brings
did
a
like that one.
smile.
I
We've
did
got
like it.
history here. We've got Zulu, and we've got The Great Escape, and Cool Hand Luke, you know, based on a true story as well, and you know, Battle Royale, total dystopia. And then we've got just some excellent, exceptional writing. No Country for Old Men, The Time Machine, absolutely both, you know,
Mhm.
exceptional writing. And then just for fun, Trouble with the Curve, Four Weddings and a Funeral, Castaway, you know, and Serpico and Sicario, you know, gritty.
Mhm.
I like my gritty. Saturday Night
Same here.
Fever too, you know, gritty slice of life. You know, and Rommel in the history category as well. So before I say what I'd like to see, I mean, reflecting on this, I guess we have to think about what we haven't had. You know, we haven't had, you know, a real comedy. We haven't had I keep saying a Western because it's the area, like, I haven't seen many. I think
Yeah,
I've
same
seen
here.
one, and I'd love to see one. More black and white, more foreign films would be awesome. But you know what? What I want to say is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what the wheel of film brings us. It brings us the opportunity to see something maybe we haven't seen ever or in a while, and the opportunity to talk about it and really dig into it, and in some cases read the book. Um, that's what's amazing. So I'm all for anything. Whatever comes up, we will have a good time. Um, and
Well, just to let you know, my kid made me watch Mr. Bean the movie, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
aw, and
He's into Mr. Bean. We don't know why. He's like,
because Bean, just because Bean.
Mr.
And I've
Bean.
posted the
Bean.
link in the chat to the homework for next week. So I kind of joked around last week and I said, "Oh, Sink the Bismarck is the song in the movie." And in my head I thought I know the song has nothing to do with the movie. It's this throwaway song from the, you know, from the 50s or the 60s, maybe it was during the war. Actually, the song was written for the film. It was just cut out of the film.
Oh, no
So the
kidding.
silly song "Sink the Bismarck," say that 3 times fast. Everyone should not only there are several history books I have to read. I'm in the midst of one. Um,
Oh, I can't remember what one is.
But
Oh, did I
listen,
put it on the list? What one is the
you put the real one on there.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
reading the one that I had read.
That's what I like
on
about this movie. It's real life, and it's like one of those when you go,
it's for real, and that's why when we get to In Harm's Way, which I put on the list,
Mhm.
that's that's a Pacific real life story. Hopefully we'll see In Harm's Way before Jaws.
No, I'm
See, look,
guessing.
2
Sorry,
references to Jaws.
sink the big mark as we're going on about that with a question mark at the end. No,
Exclamation.
exclamation mark. Sorry. You both not seen it?
I have not.
I've seen it quote in the background. So on the
Okay.
History Channel,
It's a
they
very,
run
it's a
used
very
to run this
English
film
British
constantly.
war. It's a very English war movie. Let's say I'm going to go that because it's very English. It's very English things, but it's very cross between. It's one of those. I suppose it's going to be. You call it one of those propaganda movies. It's like trying to bring the United States and
Oh, yeah.
Britain into why are we both in the war, and
Mhm.
you get that like even after the war, it's kind of like why did we do that? So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I do like it's a classic. It's
It
a
is.
classic. Let's like that.
So a quiz question
Oh,
for you and for chat. We have 2 films on the Wheel of Film list that have exclamation points in the title. Sink the Bismarck is one of them. What is the other film that has an exclamation mark in the title? Don't look at the list.
I'm not. Oh my god, what would it be?
Was it Battle Royale?
No.
Oh, I thought that might have had one.
Oh, what would have it?
Okay.
Actually, in its title.
Yep. We'll do a countdown. We'll do a 5.
Okay, give me a decade. Give me a decade.
Oh, is it the 80s or the? It's gonna
80s,
be
80s, early 90s. Or
Is
something.
it the 80s?
Hold
Now I
on.
have to check. It is the 80s. Okay, it is the. I
Is
didn't know if it's the 80s or the early 90s. It's the 80s. No, it's not Mars Attacks unless somebody else put
Beverly
that on
Hills
there.
Cop? No, it can't be
Airplane.
that.
Airplane the movie
Airplane.
has an
Okay.
exclamation point
Yep.
in
Okay.
the title,
Really?
so it's
Oh,
Airplane,
yes,
and
it
there's a
does.
comedy.
Airplane.
So that would be kind
Yeah.
of fun. We'd have some good old Leslie Nielsen.
Watch,
and
now we're going to
Goofballs
get that on today's
Yeah.
spin.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I could just do one on the Police Squad. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Anyway,
Fantastic comedy.
so
So,
Jay,
yeah. Go, Jay. What would you
Jay,
like?
what would you like?
Well, first of all, let me just say that now that we are marking our 20th episode, this has been a lot of fun. I appreciate you guys, wanting me to do this with you. This has been great. I know this kind of started a little bit with the unfortunate Napoleon movie you
It's
both
20 and a
watched,
half.
but-
Yeah, we give it a half for the Napoleon. He was
thank
short
you
anyway,
for,
so he deserves a half.
Fair enough. But thank you for including me in this. This has been a lot of fun, chat. Thank you for being here for all 20 of these episodes. This has been a really great experience. One, just in terms of my first year of YouTube, finding a couple people to do a show with that we've all got great chemistry and a great kind of common general agreement and taste in movies. So this has been, just an awesome experience and a great chat that's been with us for every episode.
Yay, yes.
Oh,
And
thank you
chat.
very much.
Chat is awesome.
Yeah,
Absolutely. And that's
chat is awesome except for Abe.
fair enough. Sorry.
Yeah, you forgot.
But all jokes aside, that said, for this week's wheel, oh God, what do I want? Who's the kind of odd one out in terms of picks recently? Or are we all kind of even at this point?
Oh, I don't know. I was dry for a while. I had the early start.
I think I'm still way ahead in the lead. I feel like I've had way too many recently.
I don't know.
Fair enough.
Me or you, Jay. It's got to be me.
Yeah, I think one of you should.
So you put some westerns on here, right, Stasis?
I have put many
all right,
westerns.
let's get a western.
It's my stepfather.
We need a western.
Let's get a western because I have not seen many westerns in my life. Sounds like Sandy hasn't either. So let's see a western show up today.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm going to be completely different. I know I'm going to be a bit soppy, and Sandy will probably agree with me. It would have been the 90th birthday of Maggie Smith.
Oh,
I want Gossip
today is a
Park.
day.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Gossip Park.
That'd be a good one. I've never
I
seen
want
it, and I've always
the
wanted to. And
Jay,
just
you're
in
gonna
honor
love
of
it.
Maggie Smith,
Now,
I'd love
there's
that.
gonna be emotions here for me and Sandy. If we get a Gosford Park, guys, there might be a bit of a tear.
There could be.
Emotions, there
Yeah,
may
be.
be emotion. So I think that what I can't remember what we got on there. Maggie Smith.
There's
Why
some more
is it
Maggie
for Clash
Smith.
of
I
Titans?
put
I'm sure there's
Clash
gotta
of the
be more.
Titans.
Titans.
Did we put
1981.
I thought I saw the first Harry Potter on here. I'm gonna call it the Sorcerer's
It's
Stone. I know
got-
you guys call it the
I don't know.
Philosopher's Stone, but I know that was on there. I thought.
Yes,
I'm
it
not
is.
sure it's Harry Potter. Yeah,
I
it's
put it
Harry,
on there. It should be on there.
I
Mhm.
can't remember what else is. Maybe we got 3-4 movies. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna go for Dame Maggie Smith. We got to do it. We won it last time. Otherwise,
Harry
than that,
Potter's not on here. Did you take off Harry Potter?
no, I don't think it was
I
even
could
on
have
the
sworn
list.
I
it
think
was
we
on
said
there.
we had
I
to
was
figure
almost
out how to
positive I
do
saw
Harry
that.
Potter. I think that's
Yeah,
why.
oh, there you go.
Yeah, I think we said we had to kind of figure that out. Okay.
Okay. Well, maybe
Yeah.
we do it once the series comes out.
Yeah, once we get
Yeah,
through
but
all
what would you do?
214
Okay,
other
Harry
films on
Potter.
this
Sorry,
list.
before we go to Harry Potter, okay, what is your favorite movie? Very, very, very quickly.
That's a good question.
Azkaban. Prisoner of
I
Azkaban.
want to go Azkaban, and I know a lot of people hate how it differs from the book, but I don't find it to be that far off from the book. I think it's more of an exclusion of some stuff that I think could have made it better, like some of the relationship with
Quick, it's
Sirius.
supposed to be
and that
quick.
stuff. I know, but if you asked Harry Potter, I'm
You
a huge Harry
opened up.
Potter
Now
nerd.
you
That's
know
a
we're
hard
going to
one.
talk about it.
I'm gonna go with Azkaban's my favorite.
Oh, see, okay, best movie, Goblet of Fire. It's got to be the best
See,
movie. The
none
movie
of
wise,
them to me are good, faithful adaptations of the books.
Yeah.
So that's my problem because I want them to do. I want someone to do it right because, like, I want a Peter Jackson to come in and redo the films at some point, or this, like the way he treated Lord of the Rings. I want someone to treat Harry Potter, but that'll be really hard. It's a difficult task. It's a huge story.
Yeah, it's a lot. I understand the changes they made to them in terms of exclusion of things just because the runtime and you can't tell these whole things, but I do still love all the movies.
Now bend over.
Oh, Ben,
And you're
say
a
it ain't
curmudgeon.
I'm
so.
guessing you meant
Say it
Harry.
You're
ain't
in
so.
Slytherin. No, you're a Slytherin. You're
Yeah, it would be.
Slytherin.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
Ben.
guys, are we
I'm a
ready?
Ravenclaw, by the way.
This
But you
is
know.
this is like I love this because this is New Year. This is New Year stuff. So this is where it gets good.
We've
So,
done 20 in a year. That is
Yeah, and we
pretty
ended on an even number. What are the
freaking
yeah,
odds?
but we
amazing.
we didn't start.
We started in what, May?
Yeah, my girlfriend said you're not you started off not doing one a week.
Yeah, I think it was like
So we catch
one
up.
bi-weekly to start.
Yeah.
A couple.
Okay. Anyway, I love this because this like I don't know why I get really geeky and I get really excited quickly, like because I went through the list and I was like, bloody hell, there are some good movies on that. And then I was like,
Chipping
what
away
would you
at that
take off?
list.
And yeah, but the thing is, I was like, what would you take away? And I was like, no, because I want to see it. And if like I knew it and you didn't know it, and vice versa, I was like, oh, that's great. So I love this part. Is yeah, except for the discussion, it's fun. It's things, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's going to be A Christmas Story, which I've now seen like 8 times just this week.
I know.
Oh,
great.
what is it?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Casablanca.
Oh, talk about classic.
Classic.
Black and
Absolutely.
white. One of the most misquoted films ever. It is not Play It Again, Sam. It's Play It. It's just Play It.
Okay, there's a
And it's spoken by Rick, not Ilsa. So it doesn't make any sense, the whole quote.
There's gonna be a lot to discuss in this movie.
Oof.
Like that, sorry, Sandy, there's gonna be a lot of history back and forth between me and you about the history of North Africa.
Yeah.
But yeah, the movie. Oh my god, this is yeah. Okay.
Usually in the
It's
top
Casablanca.
5 of all time, right? In all the different lists,
Yeah.
it's usually up there, with Citizen Kane, with The Godfather. It's on those lists.
Mhm.
Jay, have you seen it?
Well, this is one of the reasons I love doing film club and love the wheel, because it's gotten me to watch some of these classic films for the first time. I have not seen
Awesome.
Casablanca.
Oh,
That's
you're not-
exciting.
Yeah, so this will be a
Very
first watch for me.
That is good. Yeah. So Yoldi, you got two back-to-back black and white movies that you've never seen.
Yeah, Sink the
Yeah,
Bismarck
I mean,
and
yeah.
Casablanca.
Oh, there we go. So there we go.
Awesome.
They are. Oh, they are.
Lauren
The thing
Bacall.
is, the worst thing is, do you know what I think? I'm like, you know what? I envy Jay to watch these movies for the first time. I'm like, oh, I just have that experience on because like I watched it on the small screen, I suppose, like that, the old 90s 18-inch TVs. I'm like, oh, you probably got like a 60-inch whatever TV. I'm like, oh, how good would these movies been like that? Because they like these impactful movies. Like these are like, yeah, you've got two great. Oh, bloody hell, you've got some good black and white movies coming up. So yeah. Oh,
Didn't we have a discussion about? Okay, forgive me because the name might come out of left field. But didn't we have a discussion about Bertie Higgins in some chat somewhere? Bertie Higgins sung the song Key Largo, which this movie is not Key Largo. This is Casablanca, but the song is "We Had It All Just Like Bogey and Bacall." And I think Bertie Higgins, we were trying to figure out if he was still alive or dead. I don't think it was in this chat. It might have been in I don't know, Az or somebody else's chat. But I'm doing a Bertie Higgins check right now. Make sure he's still alive. Got to make sure he's still alive. Because when we did,
if he is, he's gonna be old.
We were surprised that he was alive previously. He's still alive. He's still okay.
Hey,
Bertie Higgins, check. He's good. He's all good. He's still alive. So yeah. So a great 70s song. I think we were talking about yacht rock, which I'm absolutely totally into.
Yeah, can't go wrong with some yacht rock in the summer.
Oh my God. But he sings that easy listening music, and his song was Key Largo. We had it all just like Bogey and Bacall. So yeah. We're gonna get some Bogey and Bacall. That is awesome. Oh my gosh.
So was it me, you? It's one of us, Sandy Casablanca. It's got to be me or you. I can't remember.
It could have been either. It's like Godfather. It could have been either one of us. I would have put it on there if it wasn't.
It's going to be one of either. It's like that. So yeah. Oh,
Jane,
I'm excited for that one.
You got some good.
I've always wanted to watch. Just never really have. So that'll be good.
That's it.
He's actually not that old, Abe. He's younger than my parents. So, oh no, he's older than my parents. Whoops. Okay, he's 80. So he's 80. He's still kicking. That's not old.
Hey, God bless you.
Yep, lives in Florida. He's
like every old person.
Anybody over 70 in America.
There you go.
God's waiting room. Yeah, pretty much.
I would do that. Bloody, I ain't got nowhere in England. And
shoot, basically, that's the only song he's had is Key Largo. Basically, that's the only one. He's a one-hit wonder. God bless. But he speaks Portuguese. Now you know.
Interesting.
Now you know.
Not for nothing, but people always try to make fun of one-hit wonders as if it's a bad thing. I always think that's pretty damn cool. If you can get one hit that lasts enough to make you a career for a lifetime, I'm impressed. I got no issue with that.
Oh my God, what you go like, what did you do? I did one song.
And I've been set for life.
And then I retired.
What an insult to call me a one-hit wonder.
Like, damn it. Yeah, but you
only
made one
can
song.
Be David Bowie, but if you can get generational wealth, why not?
Yeah. Yeah.
So let's see. And so we've got Paul. Oh my God, it's Ingrid Bergman, not Lauren Bacall. What am I saying? Lauren Bacall is in Key Largo. It's not. It's Ingrid Bergman. I get them confused. Claude Rains, that's the guy. I was trying to think of him. So he's the captain, but he's in a lot of stuff too. We have to have.
We got crossovers, yeah.
Many more of these. Like, okay, so I'm sure we have on the list. Do we have Mr. Smith Goes to Washington on the list?
Oh, must have.
He's in that. He's in Lawrence of Arabia. So we're going to start getting some of those stalwart actors here.
The thing is, like, I like this because the list is quite large, people.
It's
when you start, like, we're only 20 in, but when
we're only 20 in,
you're like, ooh, there's some epics. There's some epics, and like you're like, ooh, and I was like, you know the ones you like, and I like the ones I'm gonna
And
go
then
rant about.
Sydney Greenstreet, who's in
But
The
I'm very
Verdict,
surprised we still not got a Civil War one, Sandy.
Maltese Falcon. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to. Yeah, there's.
Hopefully it's summertime.
I
When
hope
we
they
do,
won't come 3 in a
the-
row, though. I hope that would be a little boring for folks to have to
we
go
got, have you
through
got Glory? What is it going to
Glory,
be? Glory?
Gettysburg, Gods and Generals. Yeah. And the other G. They're all G's. Glory, Gettysburg, Gods and Generals, Gone with the Wind. But
Is there any others? Did we put any others on there? I don't know.
I don't know.
Must be.
Let's see.
Go on, have a look. There must be another. Is there any?
Did you put Gone with the Wind on? Because I would not have.
No,
film.
I didn't.
It's not on there. Good.
That would
Good.
have to be on the historical inaccuracy movies section.
Yes.
There
Yes.
we go.
But there's some here that like, okay, we were just talking about there's Clash of the Titans, there's Jason and the Argonauts, there's all those, those fun.
Oh.
There's Logan.
But I suppose we've still not got a comedy. We've not got all of them. We've still not a comedy.
I think the closest has been 4 Weddings and a Funeral. It's a rom-com.
Probably.
That's probably the closest thing we've gotten to one.
We've got Monty Python on here. We've got, and then like good family films like Night at the Museum, National Treasure. Did I put The Incredibles?
Those would be fun.
Because that's my favorite.
That is a good animated.
That's my favorite animated. I did. I put The Incredibles.
Yeah,
on
we've
here.
not had animated. We've not had animated at all, have we?
No, we've not. We've not had. We've not had any well, Battle Royale, and that's not martial arts. We haven't had any martial. We haven't had My Crouching Tiger. We have. We've had a lot of gritty. I'd say if we were to categorize them.
Well, saying that, like I said, Maggie Smith would have turned 90. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the Crocodile Dundee did die this week at 90. So we didn't have Crocodile Dundee.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh my gosh. Well, a lot of people kind of go in the last weeks because Olivia Hussey went last.
Well, the crocodile
yesterday.
should have been like they said because of its species, it'd been like 150 because of captivity. It died at 90. So
oh my goodness.
Yeah. So yeah, apparently it doesn't.
How's your tortoise doing?
It's still in hibernation. It will come out around about February the week of, I'm guessing the week of the 21st. Always.
And how old is he?
People. We're gonna get around about this year. 96, we believe, 97. We can't get it right, but roughly around that age. So but that's a big.
They go well over 100. Like there was one at Arlington House, which was the ancestral home of both Robert E. Lee, George Washington family, the Custis family, and all that, which the land was confiscated after the Civil War and became Arlington National Cemetery. The house is still there. And I'm going to misquote this, but the tortoise that was there had met both like George Washington and Robert E. Lee and was still living into like the 1950s. How crazy is that? Because they're like the giant redwoods. They live forever. They're
I always love that.
Like we had hoped Maggie Smith would.
My tortoise might outlive me. It's like he's outlived my great aunt Letty, and then passed all the way through, like beating my grandparents, passed on to me, and then might beat me to actually be my sons as well. I was like, that is
crazy.
Insane. And what it does is likes its lettuce and dandelions like that, and to scare the pigeons out of the back garden.
Oh, well, that's good.
That's like, wow.
No, we can't do 7 episodes a week. I wish we could, but that's a lot of books. I was lucky 2 weeks in a row not having to read a book. So
one book.
Oh no, 1 week. It's not 2 weeks.
So St. Bismarck, you've got multiple books. There's one real book about that. Casablanca, it can't be.
Let's see.
It can't be.
It has to be fiction. It might be North Africa.
Well, it can still be a book, though. I mean,
yeah, but the North African campaign might be, but it can't be a real.
No, there was not a book written.
It's got to be.
Yeah, but there's no restriction to only historical books, right? Even if it's
right.
a
Yeah,
fictional
because
book
I read No Country for Old Men. And...
Yeah.
but no, it was not. There is a novella, but it was set after. Sometimes there are books written after the film, so
Mm.
um,
Yeah,
so
we don't
it's
count
good to
them. We
have
don't
1
count
week
them.
on and
Yeah,
1
those
week
can't
off.
count because
No.
right.
I'll tell you, still, The Godfather was, again, another one I'm adding to the list where I'd like to get an early edition because I bought the first edition of No Country for Old Men. I liked it so much. And then it's not a perfect first edition, so I don't have money for that. It's a slightly battered first edition, but it's a first edition. But I was watching like an end of year book review for some online book club, and it it put Blood Meridian near the top of the list, which was another Cormac McCarthy. So I have to read that too. So see, this is what happens, not just with film, but with reading these books. Now my list of books I need to read keeps growing when I find the authors that I really like. So another good reason to love Film Club, another good reason to say, I can't wait until I retire, which will be in, I don't know, 17
I don't
years
know
from
what
now
you.
or
I
something.
don't know what you're gonna do if you get Superman the movie. Do you go back to it?
Well, so Superman the movie.
Comic books are weird, aren't they?
I'm
Because
gonna
like,
have to look at an omnibus, right? And see,
yeah.
like,
Oh,
pick
I
pick
know.
the
Like,
original era, look at the George Reeves, right, who was on television. Um, yeah, we'll have to figure out how to
yeah, the
do some
comic books
reading
are
for that.
how much people like Superman. The concept of that, there's no. Yeah, I was saying Batman. Any DC things is not like the movies,
Yeah.
but they're
I'll
both
get an omnibus at
different
the
and both
library
enjoyable. Yeah,
and
yeah.
see what I can get because I've never read a Superman comic. I've read a few Spider-Man. I collected Transformers, and I had a Transformers #1, and I don't have it anymore. My brother still has all of his GI Joe. All.
I don't think I got it, but Transformers 80s, isn't it? 80s,
Yeah.
80s.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
brother and I he would get a GI Joe, and I would get a Transformers.
I'm just actually seeing. I've got one. Do not know if I have a I must have Transformers somewhere. I don't even know who did that. Who did that books? Because it could be old comic. Who did the?
I'm not sure, honestly. I've never been much of a Transformers person. I
No.
did grow up a Power Rangers kid in the 90s, but I was not much of a Transformers kid.
No.
I want an
British
omnibus
2000
now of the
AD. That's it.
Transformers because I don't have them anymore. Like, I didn't keep them. I still
I
love
want to know who wrote
Transformers.
that. What I can't. Actually can't chat. Who wrote? Who published Transformers
Let's see,
comics?
comics.
It's gotta be like.
Comics.
I'm trying to think of like American who would have
I
sold it
know
to
the film was
Paramount.
Hasbro. Let's see, comics, Transformers comics, trans.
Actually, have a look. Jeez. Actually, have a look. Have I got one? Boop, boop. Not off.
Marvel.
Was it
Oh, no kidding.
Come on.
Marvel, the original run, 1984 to 1994.
Really? I can't believe Marvel would have done it.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry.
I would have
But
thought
then
it was
Marvel did.
independent group.
Marvel did weird stuff like
publisher.
that. Like,
Yeah, then it
Dracula
ended up
Lives.
with IDW, and now it's Skybound. And
Did Marvel do the Star Wars ones first as well? I
Yeah,
thought they did, right?
Back in a sec.
I could have
believe.
sworn they did. I could be wrong, but I thought it was Marvel who did those as well. Yep, Abe, I'm a big fan of was it Ivan Ooze was the villain of that Power Rangers movie, right, Abe? I'm pretty sure. I always get confused with that one and the Ninja Turtles
Power
Secret of the
Rangers
Ooze.
movie on the list. Is the Power Rangers movie on the list? I don't
Are you
think
on
so.
about Jay?
Ooh.
The
Yes.
number one.
Yep, number one.
Number
It was
one.
Marvel,
There
right?
it is.
Yep. Okay,
Oh
I
my
can see it.
gosh.
Yep.
Marvel
I have
special.
I actually own that
I
one.
love
It's a little
that.
bit beat
Look
up
at
and
that.
battered, but I
How
do
good
own
is
that one.
Oh my gosh.
Mhm.
Wow.
Look at that. That is like literally from Ralph McCall's kind of thing. I can't find that. Sorry, I'm just going to look here. Sorry, this is going to be my geeky. I have the best one. Oh, number one, Brave Star. I don't know if it has it. Master of the Universe number one, Jurassic Park number one.
Master of the Universe.
Yeah. No, I don't actually have it. That's my weird
Those were
little
some great
bunch.
after-school cartoons. We'd come home from school and it would be G.I. Joe, Transformers, Masters of the Universe, She-Ra, Princess of Power. Used to love those little half-hour cartoons
I
in
used to
the
love
early
them.
90s.
But so like name Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles
And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I used to
all
love
that.
when I was growing up. They had a Cartoon Network had like a side channel called Boomerang, and it
Yes,
used to show all of the Hanna-Barbera
Hanna-Barbera.
cartoons. Oh, I
Yes.
loved all of those so much.
Oh, there's
It was I
Hanna-Barbera.
got to grow up watching cartoons of years far before me just because of that channel. I used to
The
love watching those.
Jetsons.
The Jetsons, Flintstones, all of them. There was
Quick
other
Draw
ones on there
McGraw.
too. Quick Draw McGraw, Magilla Gorilla.
What's
God, there
that?
was so many.
Gorilla. I've not heard of that.
Yep, Magilla Gorilla was another one. There was so many.
There was Josie and the Pussycats.
Yep.
Yeah.
Johnny Quest. Was it Johnny
Johnny
Quest?
Quest.
I believe it was.
Yeah, Johnny, yeah.
God, there
Valley
was
of the
so many.
Dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah,
on
I
PBS,
love those.
we had
Who was the dog there? The blue dog. God, his name is.
Muttley. But what
Was it Muttley? No, there was another one. He was kind of like a depressive kind of voice. Oh, his name is skipping my mind right now.
I don't know.
Oh, I gotta look it up. No, sorry, continue. Now I just have to look it up.
Then we went down the Hanna-Barbera.
The press, yeah, you're gonna go like
Hanna-Barbera
you're gonna go a rabbit hole. It's like Marvin the android. Maybe gets that. Some
No.
people in chat were gonna
Marvin the
Yeah,
Android?
Secret
Marvin.
Squirrel. Oh my God, that was
Marvin
another
the
one.
depressed
Secret Squirrel.
android.
No, who's that?
Oh my god. Douglas Adams, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Oh my God. I'm thinking cartoon. My brain is in a cartoon.
Oh,
My
sorry,
brain is
sorry.
in a cartoon. But
My
you know
brain
what? You got me
is a
thinking.
cartoon.
You got me thinking the last time you mentioned where the book is so much better than the film, like where the film really disappoints. And yes, Hitchhiker's Guide is like the poster child.
It goes radio, probably book equal of the BBC series, and then the only reason the movie's any good is because of Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman.
I'm hello. Oh, how are you?
Oh.
It was Huckleberry Hound. That's who it was.
Yes, I know him.
Muttley. I knew Muttley when you said
blue?
his name. I was thinking of Huckleberry Hound. Yep, he's like a light blue
With the hat.
sky blue.
With
Yep,
the
with a
straw
little
hat.
Yep.
Did you not have Hanna-Barbera, Stasis?
What?
Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
Oh man, this is bringing me
you know
down
the
memory
Flintstones,
lane.
right? You have to know the Flintstones and the Jetsons.
Share a picture.
There was a whole bunch of other. I have to find one. So
well, Jetsons did loads of offshoots as well, didn't they?
Yeah, because they had the kids.
I believe
right?
Yogi Bear was a Hanna-Barbera.
Yeah,
right?
Yogi Bear. Yeah, but we also had the Flower Pot
Was
Man.
Rocky and Bullwinkle? They might not have been
I
Hanna-Barbera.
don't think.
Yeah, Rocky.
They might have been a little later.
Yeah, we had that.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got the big picture.
Adam Ant. Now I'm just looking at all of them, bringing back
Oh,
memories.
Tom and
here.
Jerry were Tom and Jerry were Hanna-Barbera.
Were
I think
they?
Woody
Oh, I didn't
Woodpecker
realize
was
that.
too.
Oh yeah, we had Tom and Jerry. Like yeah.
Okay, so you know your Tom and Jerry.
It was that pink like tiger thing too. Not Pink Panther. This was a different thing.
Okay, I'm sharing.
God, I can't think of his name though.
But you know what Morph is?
That sounds really familiar.
Morph. Everybody is British. Who is Morph?
Morph sounds really familiar. I may know it if I saw it.
Morph
I don't know Morph.
Morph is Tony Hart. Used to be a art show. You know, like the kids' art shows. I'm sure it's Tony Hart, and then they were like he does always like make stuff up, like show kids how to do stuff.
Yes, I'm looking at that exact picture, Sandy. Hong Kong Fooey was another one.
Well, that's right, Hong Kong Fooey.
There's a lot of dog characters for some reason. Quick Draw McGraw there. Yep. Oh man, this is. Oh, I wish they would bring.
Oh my God, Scooby Doo! Scooby Doo is Hanna-Barbera.
Is that Hanna? I didn't realize that.
They're all the way in the back, and yeah, the Snaggletooth, right? That's the
that's the one I was thinking of.
Cat
Yep,
thing.
Snaggletooth. Yep, the pink cat, Secret Squirrel. There was so many good ones.
The other cat is Top Hat. Right.
Yep.
I totally forgot it was.
Oh, that channel was so awesome.
Scooby Doo. Scooby-Doo, same exact, plot for every single
Yep,
episode.
pretty
And it's
much.
true. If it weren't for these meddling kids in an abandoned amusement park, I would have gotten away with it. Too funny.
Oh man,
I'm gonna
what a little
see,
trip down memory
yeah.
lane that just
Oh, the
was.
Hair Bear Bunch. The Hair
Yeah,
Bear
yeah.
Bunch. Well, you got those weird. Okay, the
I'm gonna see if I get. I don't care. If I get copyrighted.
Two
it's more
Stupid
fun.
Dogs. That was a little
It's
later.
more
That was in the 90s. I didn't realize Hanna-Barbera was still doing things all the way to the 90s.
Now, what is this? Oh, this is Morph. Okay, that's really weird.
I don't think I've seen this one.
It does art at the same time. This is like an old 70s one. Small. He was the character within the show.
I've never seen this one. We had Gumby, which was our kind of
Gumby.
claymation
Think of
thing.
it.
Gumby and Pokey.
You know who we had doing art lessons for kids? You're not going to believe
That's
this,
it.
Stacey.
And then Tony Hawk.
Well, you know who our
No
version of
kidding.
Tony Hart was? Bill Cosby. He did picture pages. If you look, I don't know if he's still on the internet, but he did these little, like, easy to do step-by-step drawings, and it was called Picture Pages, and there was a song that went to it, and it was Bill Cosby doing that
Oh,
as a
God.
very young comedian. Mm-hmm. Oh, and there was the Cosby Kids. That was probably before your time.
Yeah, Fat Albert.
That is a completely different reference
Fat
now, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, Fat
Yeah.
Albert and the Cosby Kids.
Yeah, I do remember. I never watched Fat Albert, but I always kind of knew.
Hey,
of
hey,
it.
hey.
Yeah.
Fat Albert. But then there was the live action stuff. Like, okay, there was Power Rangers. There was Shazam, the live action.
Mhm.
There was Mighty Isis. This is all
Spider-Man.
before your time.
Spider-Man 70 show. Was it? It's 80s 70 show, wasn't it?
I don't
as well?
remember if it was live action. And then
Yeah,
we
there was
had
live action one,
there was
yeah.
the
Yeah.
wasn't there like a Japanese version of the Spider-Man live action?
I don't
I
remember
thought
that.
it was one that I know, if I recall, as far as I remember, and I could be totally wrong on this, so if I am, disregard everything I'm saying. But I thought there was something maybe like a Japanese version of a Spider-Man live action that Stan Lee actually hated because they did it so
Oh,
poorly.
wow.
I remember hearing that story somewhere. I could be totally wrong, but it was very
I'll
low
have to look
budget and
that up.
very cheap.
There was Electro Woman and Dyna Girl.
That sounds very familiar.
It was part of the Electric Company on PBS. So it was the Electric Company, then Carmen Sandiego, and then Inspector Gadget on the PBS channels.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I remember Inspector Gadget.
I love Carmen Sandiego.
The Great Ape Show. I remember the Great
Great
Ape as well. Yep.
Great Ape.
Fatty.
I need a picture of Magilla Gorilla because I thought I was maybe thinking of the Great Ape then.
I'm gonna sing a song for you.
Oh yeah, no, I remember Magilla Gorilla as well. Yep, that was a
Mhm.
Hanna-Barbera.
You always get things like, oh my God. There's even one like some Australian ones we used to get a lot of Australian ones.
And on Sunday mornings, it was the
Around the
religious
Swift.
ones.
That was
There were
around-
religious
no.
cartoons.
Hey, around the twist. Oh, but then Lighthouse and the Around the Twist. But the best one I remember when American one, it's probably like probably late 90s, like 96. Because live action was Erie, Indiana.
I know the name. Was
Yeah,
that a
it was the
cartoonish?
guy-
Was it a kid's
No, it
thing?
wasn't a cartoon. It was live action. It was the guy, the kid in it played the kid in Hocus Pocus who got turned into a cat.
Oh, okay. I heard of it.
Or
I
was he
never watched it.
the main? Not no, no. What the turning into a cat? Maybe he was the main guy. But yeah, Erie, Indiana. I used to love that. But I used to like. I must say, I used to like the live action stuff more.
Okay, AWOL, I saw Captain Pugwash. Scared the flip out of me. That is weird.
Captain Pugwash.
That's
Clangers.
such a weird.
That's the Clangers.
But the
That's what I
Captain
can explain.
Pugwash
The
is like
Clangers. The
deep.
Clangers is the Clangers. Oh, what is the guy? Michael Palin. He does the Clangers. He's the voiceover of the Clangers. Like
But
that's it. Round the
seriously,
twist,
Captain
yes,
Pugwash
round the
is
twist.
frightening.
Thank you. That is great. Round the twist is Australian. Little Hobo is a Little Hobo. Everyone knows that. You got to remember Little Hobo. I love that show. Obsessed with that show when I was younger.
I didn't realize how many cartoons from my actual generation, like the 90s to 2000s, were still Hanna-Barbera. Most of Cartoon Network seems to have all been Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Bravo, all that stuff.
Oh my
Cow and
gosh,
Chicken,
Dexter's Lab.
Dexter. Yeah,
Which is
they
not
all seem
Hanna-Barbera,
to
but
have been Hanna-Barbera. Oh, Dexter, I haven't seen
I
yet, but as I'm scrolling through here, a
You wait,
lot of these were Hanna-Barbera.
You've not seen Dexter's Lab. It's a
No, no,
Tartakovsky.
no. I love Dexter's Lab. I was saying
Any
I haven't seen it on this Hanna-Barbera list. Oh,
Oh, it's
I
not
grew up on.
I've
Hanna-Barbera,
not
it's
seen it. I've not
Tartakovsky.
seen it. There you go.
It's,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
the
Oh,
same
no, I
I've not
did
seen it.
Dexter,
Teen
Dee Dee,
Titans.
Mandrake, all of them. It's Dexter's Lab was one of my favorites growing
Oh
up.
my god.
Dexter's
That
I'll never
and Teen
forget
Titans, right?
the only French phrase I know how to say is omelette du fromage because of one episode of Dexter's Lab where he tries to teach himself French through technology. And the only phrase he teaches himself is omelette du fromage. And it just means like omelet with cheese.
With
And
cheese.
it's stuck in his head the whole time. So it's the only thing he could say. I loved Dexter's Lab growing up.
Didi, out.
Yep.
Oh my god, I love
Yep.
Dexter's Lab.
I could probably sing the entire theme song right now, which I won't, but I believe it's burned into my brain.
I would
Ren and
stop at
Stimpy. That's
the
a good one. I just came up with Ren and
oh,
Stimpy.
Ren and Stimpy.
Ren
Oh
and
my
Stimpy,
gosh.
yep, the
And I
Nickelodeon
like
one.
a SpongeBob. I don't hate a SpongeBob.
Dude.
I still remember to this day the first premiere episode of SpongeBob because it was after the Kids' Choice Awards, and I remember staying up specifically to
Oh,
watch
wow.
it, which I think that's Nickelodeon's award show, right? The Kids' Choice Awards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember it was like 1999. I stayed up late just because they had been running ads for this new cartoon, SpongeBob, all these months long, and I couldn't wait to watch it. And I still remember watching it. I still remember exactly which episode it was, and I'll never forget it.
They used to run the reruns on, like, thank God they still had like a kids channel, like cartoon channel when my kids were young. I'm so sorry. Yes, I am admitting I would stick my kids in front of a TV. Which I don't think they have any. I don't know what they have anymore for kids. PBS Kids, I think, is good. But it was the Fairly Odd Parents.
Yep, that was
I would watch. There was that one. And what's the one
Cosmo,
with
Wanda,
Grim, like
Timmy Turner.
literally with the Grim Reaper? What was that?
The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. That was a Cartoon Network one. Yep, that was all from
crazy.
my time. Yep, I used to love all of those.
Absolutely
Courage the
crazy.
Cowardly Dog, all of them.
And you're missing one great one, the Venture Brothers.
You know, I've always wanted to watch. That's the
Oh my God, it's
that's the
brilliant.
Adult Swim one, right? I believe Gary from
Yeah.
Robotic is
He
always
talks about
promoting
it.
that one. And I've always
I
wanted to
love it.
watch it
I
because of the
love
way
it.
he talks about it, as if he like is very passionate about that series. So I've been meaning to watch it for a while. Eventually, I
It's
will.
I've never seen
great.
it.
It's oh my God, just it's absolutely like series 1 and 2. It's brilliant. I like you just. It's so it's like cartoony made for like if you were like 12, but the adult humor is beyond the scale. It's absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I think they've just I've not seen it, and I must say that I've watched all the series, but they've just I think it was end of last year they made a movie because everybody was like, oh my God, please do a movie. So they did a movie, and I've not watched it, but they are like they're funny as anything. They are great. Like, yes, Adult Swim, but Adult Swim done in a very good production thing. Yeah,
Oh, cool.
we got,
You know what's really cool?
Danger Mouse, love it. Got both the t-shirts.
Hasbro is genius because there are YouTube channels that run Transformers and G.I. Joe cartoons 24/7 by Hasbro. They're free because, again, Hasbro just wants to sell toys. You get the cartoons for free. You get to watch those old
things like, but cartoons different because like my kid, he can't stand the new Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He only likes the old ones.
They're too realistic looking.
He just likes them. He just likes them.
Yes.
Yeah.
I like the cartoony, bright looking.
So, fun fact, Sandy, I guess some of what Hanna-Barbera was doing in the 90s and 2000s was actually just producing shows. So, Dexter's Lab was actually under there. It was
it? Oh my God, they've done everything.
Gendy Tartovsky, but it was under their production. So they actually had a hand on that. It seems like they which is probably why Cartoon Network spawned off the Boomerang channel with all Hanna-Barbera cartoons because of their partnership because they seem to work together quite a bit.
And they get to sell the toys. See,
Yeah,
they learned from George
interesting.
Lucas.
Interesting.
It's all about the toys.
So every Wednesday, people, we're doing Cartoon Club.
Yeah. Hey, you don't have to ask me twice.
Dude,
I'd
I'll
be
do a
down.
watch along. I'm all good.
Hold it. Is it anime? Because have you done all your homework?
Oh God, I can't
If
even.
we do anime on that, or you're screwed. Well,
the world of anime is just too large. I can't figure out where to even start.
It's great, but you just get, oh, I like that. What's that? What's that? What's that? What's that?
Yeah, it's so much. I just don't even like when you go like because I tried watching One Piece, and forgive me if anybody in here is an anime fan. I do not mean this in a bad way, but after the live action series, I tried watching One Piece. And then I found out there's like over 1,000 episodes. I'm like, I can't even start this because there's no way I'll ever be able to finish it. There's not enough time in my life. I don't know. Even I get so overwhelmed every time I try to start. I have watched a few things that like Cowboy Bebop was good, but that was like a 1 season kind of series. It was easy to consume, but the rest, my word, there is so much of it.
It's bad though because you get like he said, 1,000 episodes, but like normal TV now. 8 episodes.
Mhm.
What is that about? Like,
Yeah.
what was it like if you go by like a Star Trek? I say they're more popular back in the day, but like they were 24, 22 episodes.
The standard
Like,
cable television series
on.
used to be about 22. Even just recently, like I used to watch some of the Arrowverse stuff when it was new, like Arrow first couple seasons, The Flash, and it was just standard 22 season episode with your mid-season finales and all that, and I enjoyed it, but it seems like they've gone the way of Netflix with these like 8 to 13 episode seasons.
I hate it. I really do hate it. Like, you give me 40 minutes, 45 minutes, but
and like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like Squid Game, for example. I'm watching Squid Game season 2 now, and I thought Squid Game season 1 worked in that 8-9 episode format. But yeah, Hanayama would never want to hear me say that. Hana, I've actually spoken with Hana about this a lot to try to get some of his recommendations because there's so much to it. I don't know where to begin. But the problem is Hana's got a lot of recommendations. So
my God,
it doesn't really narrow it down to a consumable
I was
portion.
I like, man, I've watched this. Would you recommend it? And he gave me like 40. And I was like, what the hell? I wanted like 3.
He hasn't been able to narrow it down for me much because he still has quite a wide library of ones he likes too. But sometimes the 9-episode season works. It works for some shows, but I do miss I started watching that Superman and Lois show to check out how that was because I heard people liked it. And I thought it was going to be the 22 episode season that those CW shows tended to be. And I found out it was only like 8 for one season, 13 for the next. I'm like, man, I was kind of hoping there'd be more of this one. So it kind of hits or misses for me.
I hate it when you get, you start off 20 and then they reduced it. The series is still good. And then they went, hey, we're going to reduce it down to 8 or whatever. You're like, what? We're used to like an 20 episode and then you went to 8 on the last series. Just really annoys. There's a lot like that now. You're like, stop it, please stop it. And I'm hoping it's going to change. Like we just got the it's still available, but the decanonization of SDD, what probably Sandy is very happy about.
I heard about that. I saw a headline on it.
Yeah, so there's going to be that in a different universe, and the what's the cartoon one called?
Below Decks or whatever.
Below Deck or something like that.
They made one of mine and Sandy's characters gay, and it kicked everybody off. Oh, Sandy doesn't know, does she?
No, I purposely avoided that altogether. Don't say
Deep Space Nine.
It can't be. Not our guy. Not the. Oh, I was going to say not the best captain in the face. Okay.
And Bashir and who?
Don't say Cisco.
No.
You said Deep Space Nine.
Yeah. The spy. Let me just go there. The Kardashian spy.
Oh no. Oh goodness. Not that. See that. No. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it just.
It's not their characters. It's not their characters. That's the thing. Like, it's just literally
the intent of the writers should be sacrosanct, right? Because when my whole issue with where there's Harry Potter or whatever, the IP doesn't, I'm so sorry, it doesn't belong to the universe. It does belong to the writer, the creator. The creator has to own. That's why we have IP laws and copyright laws. It's not just about owning a thing and a property, it's about owning your creation. I mean, you've literally created a world in Star Trek and Harry Potter and Battlestar Galactica and anything else. It's not just a person, it's not just a story, it's a world that has been meticulously created. And, okay, shame on the owners for allowing those kinds of changes to happen. It's not about identity, it's just about preserving what the original creators
Well,
have
it's not even that. It's like they
made.
just they can't write. And I'm gonna give you back to Next Generation. There was a episode, and I can't remember the episode. This is off the top of my head, where there were two entities, were non-binary entities. They
Mhm,
didn't have a sex, but
mhm.
one of them fell in love with Riker. But then she automatically, because he was male, gave female characteristics because she was in love with him. But
Mhm.
she was non-binary. Do you know what? It was one of the best episodes of the series because it showed a diverse non not non whatever, but non entity that we've seen before. It was like a non-species.
But
That's
it's
what was good about it.
creativity. That's called
Because of things.
creativity. You're creating
Yeah.
species that are non-humanoid, right?
Yeah.
Star Trek is very humanoid, like, the species.
Mm.
But, you know, but how about the episode? You remember the episode with David Ogden Stiers from MASH? I don't remember his character, but he was of that species that when you turned 60, you had to die,
Oh yes, 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 yes,
right?
yeah.
What a powerful
Mm,
episode that was, and it was again about non-interference, like a lot of Prime Directive,
mm.
non-interference, but that whole episode was about his personal struggle and not understanding what death was and not understanding why he felt fear and not under, and what an amazing amazing episode to kind of explore that. And today you'd have people taking, you know polar opposite views of the. I just thought it was a beautiful episode, very disturbing and sad topic,
Mm.
that makes us think about assisted
Is that
exiting
in
and those sort of
Discovery? Is
things.
that is not Discovery?
No,
Is
that was
that in
TNG. That was
TNG? Was it? Was it? There's one in with Janeway's one, wasn't it? When they go on, they get put onto a planet, don't they? And they do like kind of self-sacrifice into a pod. Can't
Yeah,
believe it's
those were
called the
the
name.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they do
But
exactly
there's
kind of do.
so
But yeah,
many episodes like that that just,
but that's the thing. Like, it's good writing because it's not
good
about
writing.
that. It's just it's about the personalities, about the
The
the ship,
culture,
the culture.
mhm.
It's not about hello, we want a message. And
It's also about
this,
teamwork. You're
yeah,
taking
yeah.
that ship is a bunch of people, not just from
Mm,
all across America, all across the universe, all across the
mm,
galaxy, who all have to work together, and it's all about teamwork for the common good or how about this? How about just to explore? How about just to do something fun?
mm.
Not to just
Jay, have
just
you
to
been a
go
Star
explore.
Trek fan?
What's that?
No, I've never really gotten into it.
Never been. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
your parents? No?
No, not really. I don't. And it's weird because even as a nerd, I've always gone back to watch different things, even before my time, in terms of like the original show, or even because I kind of grew up during, I think, the Picard run. So
Yeah,
I
Picard
typically go
run is
back
really
to
good.
look
Yeah.
into some of these things, but some reason Star Trek's one I never got into.
Really, I do.
I
Yeah,
got into
Star
Star
Trek.
Wars perfectly
I can
well,
understand
but
original generation, next generation. I love it. I think it's brilliant. I think me and Sandy agree. I'll be Cisco is our favorite.
Cisco's the
Deep
better
Space Nine. Yeah,
captain.
it's
He's a
the best.
better decision
I've
maker.
started watching that again. But the thing is that I always say, and so we're going to go to Star Trek. I think the problem is with the day they don't have any persons who have a military background doing the show.
Mm.
I mean, that is the thing.
And
They
you
don't
need
need a writer. They need somebody who goes, "What are you doing?" They wouldn't start crying. Like, and I think that's where like STD, and we're going to call down like STD, like the disease.
I mean, that was
is where-
a horrible decision
They
by
didn't
them.
work out, did they?
I mean,
Yeah.
did you not think that
They-
through? I mean,
Right,
judging by what I hear about the show, it doesn't sound like they think much of it through. But
I
Oh,
think
that
I've
was a
only seen 3
that was a bad
episodes of
choice.
Discovery.
I did the first season.
I didn't
and
like Enterprise either. I didn't like. I didn't.
Yeah, but Enterprise.
The last
is,
one I watched was Voyager.
Enterprise is okay. I mean, okay, you can watch it and it's really okay. Oh, everything after Enterprise is completely wrong. It's literally wrong. Enterprise you can watch and you can enjoy it, and there's nothing harmful about it. It doesn't break anything. It's just not well made. It's just not well done. But everything else is just like, oh no. And the problem is, and I hate to say this, and I'm not being rude or whatever, it's just they like you're in space, and the space needs a military execution. Because why? Because you're in freaking space. You're on your own.
Don't
You
know
need
what's out there.
Yeah, you need that hierarchy. You need people to tell you what to do, blah blah blah. If you had STD as they are, it would be 2 weeks in space, and then they'll be like, "What happened? The ship blew up. Why? Because they all
They were
was
mouthing off.
crying. They were all crying. They all had a go at their superior officers, and like it was stupid. It's literally the most absolutely worthless piece of crap because they wanted to like, hey, Paramount, well, fair play. You just put your hands up, and went, we're canceling this show, can. You need to erase it, like what Disney did with Willow. Need to erase it because because they put the hands up, realized they were wrong. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of that shit.
Funny how the
Nobody
tides
can
all seem to be
blind them,
turning
yeah.
on stuff like that, huh?
Oh yeah, wonder why.
Weird, huh?
Like
Yes, your opinion.
because the numbers are coming out with like, because the worst thing that's ever happened to these high like things is when they went, you know what, the British give us tax incentives, but what do we got to do? We got to tell them our figures. Yay. And what did the British government do? Tell everybody their figures. And that's what pissed them off, because they were like, oh, hold it, you're losing 300 million on the production.
You can't hide behind the lie anymore.
And then your non-tax profit was 300 million, so that makes 600 million. You reported to the American public that it was $190 million dollar show. So you lost how much? And it was like, oh, so yeah. And that's the thing, is they forget, like they forgot the public. Hold it, we can work out what are you doing. If you spend 200 million, you promote 200 million or whatever it is. It's just like, oh, and it's like, and then you say we made 90 million, it's a win.
Right, and you're full of it. Oh, it was the number one viewed show on Disney Plus. Like,
oh my god, what was that?
Stop.
That's a new thing, isn't it? Like, what's it with
on our own channel?
Snow White, isn't it? Snow White. Oh my god, our own channel. It's the most watched trailer ever.
The most
that's one spin to put on
disliked ever. Just
right.
It's the most watched. That is bullshit.
They're just so full of it, and then the numbers can't be hidden anymore. Not for nothing. Your average YouTuber can put together that. Your average YouTuber can put together a video that explains how much money you've lost on this stuff. You can't lie like that anymore.
Yeah, but you can't keep it going. But why? It's like whoever come out. I can't remember the other day. One of Star Wars, like everybody was racist and a bigot. Well done. So the people
Again,
you were
same
the people who you were promoting it to didn't bother watching it anyway as well. Because if the non-racists and the non-bigots watched it, it would have been a hit. No, it was just shitly written. Because
was it the Acolyte they were talking about?
It might have been the Acolyte. Yeah, it might have been the Acolyte. It was just like shit on a page. Because the people just go, here, IP.
I mean, when you literally cancel a show 2 months after it's finished airing, the proof is in the pudding. There is no lie you can spin. There's no, person you can have run out there and say that this was the best thing Star Wars done since the last thing Star Wars has done something. That's going to hide that. Like, you canceled the show immediately. Come on.
Yeah. I think the worst thing is, like, I always said this, is was it 30 days sometimes? Streaming service? Like,
Oh yeah, for a movie that's failed,
Yeah,
it
failed.
immediately. The good ones
Yeah.
stay in theaters; they don't go to the streaming service very quickly. But the
No,
ones
but
that fail
I'm not,
go almost
I,
immediately within a month or so.
Jay, you might be a bit too young. Blockbusters or whatever it is.
Oh no, I grew up in the video rental
Yeah,
days.
yeah, but
Blockbuster,
that's
yep.
yeah, but what you got 6 months? Blockbusters.
Oh yeah, easily.
And you would
Terrestrial
wait
TV.
Not
because
even
they
that
would
long
2
ago.
years.
they would
Not even
post
that
the
long ago.
date on at the corner place in
Yeah.
Baltimore because we could
Mhm.
walk there. They would put the date in the window when you could, so if it was, oh, I don't know what film I didn't, probably Return of the Jedi. Maybe I was old enough to remember on a VCR tape, but it was there and it was like, oh, it's 5 months from now. You had to
Yep.
wait and wait and
Mhm.
wait and wait.
But
And
I
then you
remember,
had to
like,
get in line and wait for one
bit
because
like
they didn't
Batman.
have
I remember
one.
Batman coming out, like Batman.
Yeah.
The Batman. What, 1989? And that was a
Mhm.
massive deal. And like everybody knew, if you didn't see it now, you got 6 months. There's
Mhm.
no like that's it. Blockbusters,
Mhm.
like, and when you got it, you knew it was going to be sold out. Everybody
Right.
on that Friday night rented it out. How many times you went into Blockbusters? Everybody was like, "Oh, they're
Get
sold
on the
out." Because
list.
everybody,
Yeah.
yeah. So sorry, you got to watch something else now, and
Mm.
it's just like everything. And I think that's what the excitement used to be. Now, most people go, "Oh, we'll just wait. If it's a hit, if it's a hit. If it isn't, we can watch it on TV, and
Right.
then I probably don't care about it." But like, and then hate to say it, with the pirating, like nowadays, like people just go, well, if I liked it, I'm going to go on the ship, and that is the problem. They don't understand their audience of how they're able to stop one pirating and make a movie that people really, really want to go to watch. Like
Right.
that, like, oh my, like we said, Napoleon was bigged up to be like Gladiator. As soon as people started watching it,
All the buzz
and
was
they just
gone.
were like, oh, it's crap. It's
God, it was
absolutely
so
crap.
bad.
Because you've got these reviewers, and I'm saying like the actual like critics were giving it, oh my god, it's a 9 out of 10, this is the most amazing thing. Like, it's crap. It's an absolutely crap movie. I would never watch it again like that. But that's the thing, is everybody, there was a time probably like when like The Last Jedi I brought out earlier, when that came out and everybody went to see it, and it was like, this is the most horrific thing. And then the critics were saying, it's amazing, and everybody
It's
then
the best Star
started,
Wars since the last Star
yeah,
Wars.
it
Yeah,
was.
there
But
you
then
go.
people, but there's other movies like you go to watch a movie and you're like, that is terrible.
Mhm.
And then you go, how are the critics' reviews like this? They're like licking their bum, like it's absolutely brilliant. You're like, did I miss something? Did I
Mhm.
did I not get something? So you watch it again, you're like, no, it's still shit.
Nope.
And then you're like, but they're saying it's great. And that's the problem, is when you get these critics that people have, like whatever magazines, whatever, we've supported for so long, going, oh, they recommend this movie, let's go and watch it. And most of the time, back in the like 90s, 2000, you're like, good movie, let's move on, blah blah. And now you're just like, I can't trust them, because like I'm getting
Right.
YouTuber A saying what a bunch of crap. Okay, might not believe that YouTuber, but then you get other YouTubers, you get TikTokers, you get Twitter people, you like that, all saying it's crap. And then there's people who are from Variety magazine going, it's the best thing since sliced
Mhm.
bread, enjoy it. And then you watch it and you're like, that is piece of shit. That is absolutely diabolical. Madam Web, let's go. They all had to turn their back on that. Oh, it's great, it's great. Oh no,
Yeah. Well, something's truly bad when even the media isn't going to defend it. But
yeah,
no, that was
exactly.
what was happening for a lot, especially after TLJ, The Last Jedi. It's kind of what got me into using YouTube more as just like a place to find opinions, because it felt like I was taking crazy pills. It's like you're sitting there watching something that isn't good, but every kind of classic legacy media outlet was telling you this was fantastic, this was great, this was a triumph. That was a big one they like to use all the time. This movie's a triumph, it's amazing, it's this, it's that. And it's like, dude, am I crazy or something? I watched it and I thought it was terrible. And then you start kind of looking for people who are just normal people who don't have a vested interest in this other than just their own fandom. and you get their opinions of like that start to match up with yours. And it's not that you only want to rely on opinions that, match up with yours, but it just gave a new perspective of, okay, there's something going on here where all these people who have a vested interest in terms of the corporation they work for, whether it's Variety, whatever Forbes, whatever, big money kind of industry that they work in the legacy media, giving you one opinion that all matches. And then here you're finding different opinions that maybe differ from exact specifics of what they don't like about it, but all kind of have a similar thing of like, no, this wasn't a good movie. You kind of start to realize, okay, there's a big difference in what's going on here. And I can't keep believing a group of people who work for companies that, again, they all kind of have some kind of vested interest in this stuff in one way or another, versus your normal fan who's just being honest, or at least what I perceive to be honest. Yeah, maybe you fall into a little bit of some channels who, go for a little bit of clickbait and things like that here and there. We're all humans. We can all get fooled by a certain, narrative here and there. Don't get me wrong, but at some point you just start to lose faith in those legacy media outlets telling you that, when it's rinse and repeat, same thing. Like there's no analytical look at it. There's no perspective of lore, fandom, how these things fit in or how they're so great. It's just, it was great. It was a triumph. It was the best thing since the last thing. That just became so transparent.
That is the thing. I don't get it from these. Okay, YouTube. We're all small YouTube channels and anyways, and yeah, I made it. Blah blah blah. But I could not, and Sandy would agree. I could not. At the end of the day, if they came up to me beforehand, I watched it and went, "We're going to give you front row tickets to Napoleon, and you're gonna be in with all the crowd. We're gonna give you a goodies bag, but you've got to be positive." And they'll go, "Oh, okay, we'll watch it," and then come back and then be positive about that movie. There's no way I could have gone.
I wouldn't be
it's
able
like
to.
selling your soul to Satan.
Exactly.
It's the same thing you'd see in legacy, right? And you're right. There are YouTubers who, at least from what I can tell, seem to do that. I'm not calling anybody out, but you can tell people who get to go to sets and a lot of these things that it's like, oh, interesting opinion you have after you've been to the set and met the directors and met the actors. Like, again, everybody's free to have their opinion. If you feel that it was a good movie or a good this or that, so be it. But it's hard for a lot of people to take you, as 100% genuine, when on the other side of it, you're getting all these special benefits and things. Like, again, should I say, I think I could believe the person who gets those benefits and then comes back and says, look, I didn't like it. It was bad. It was this and that. More than I could the person who always likes it. But you don't really get those benefits if you do say it was bad.
Was it Wonder Woman 1984?
Yeah, the second one.
Yeah, Wonder. Yeah, went to it. I didn't know it was a do. I didn't know it was kind of everybody was there from it, and they were talking about it. I didn't really like. I've seen it. I just saw it, and they were like really excited, blah 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 about it. And then they asked me because somebody said, "Oh, he's a comic book nerd," and he liked the first one. I was like, "Oh yeah, I thought the first one was okay."
I thought the first one was good.
And they said, "What do you think about this one?" I was like, "This is the biggest pile of shit I've ever watched."
There you go.
And they literally, this guy's face, and he was like, and I was like, I just ripped into it. I was like, "It's awful," and I just went into like, probably not a bit polite, being polite, but going into like why nobody's gonna like it because of. And then I got told, yeah, he was somebody. Let's say that.
Well,
and I was like, okay.
Everything that Wonder Woman did in that film is everything the opposite of what Wonder Woman would have actually done. I mean,
but everybody else around him were like, "What do you think?" "Oh, it's amazing. It's brilliant."
But you just become a yes man, and
it's literally. And I didn't know who he was. He was like older than me. He was like he was like an executive producer, like that. And I just was like, it's absolutely shockingly bad. And I was just like being polite, and I was like, "This is wrong because this is wrong." And he just sat there and just was like that. And he walked off like, "Okay, thank you." And then somebody got to me and went, "Do you know who that was?" I went, "Haven't got a
doesn't matter.
Don't matter."
Yeah, I mean, it's the honest opinion.
I went, "There you go." And I went, "Well, lucky enough, I'm not in the industry because that's it." But that is the thing. And then I was like, "Oh," and I was like, "Do you know what? afterwards, I really fancied like a few months later, come up and meeting them again and go, by the way, I was right, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Everybody fucking hated it.
Right. Well, but that's the thing is like you would think, and again, obviously they don't for whatever reason because they just want, yes men to say
Money,
it's great, it's
so.
great, it's great. But like it just gives you I would imagine as these company heads or executive producers, whatever, having these, whether it be the legacy media or these YouTubers who have, obviously bits of privilege where they get to go to these events and do all these things and see these actors and go to the sets and all that kind of stuff, whatever. They have successful channels. That's what they do with it. All the power to you. I'll never tell somebody what to do with their channel. And if you genuinely like this stuff, so be it, fine. But you would think as these people who's bringing these guys on, whether it be legacy media or these YouTubers, you would want honest opinions so that you could actually try to perfect what it is you're working on to make sure it stands the best chance at making you money. Because whether or not you care about Wonder Woman or Superman or Harry Potter or Star Wars or whatever it may be, Star Trek, as an executive producer, what you should care about is success and money. Like, let's just call it what it is. That's what you're in this business for. So you'd think you'd want criticism that could help you perfect it versus a bunch of people just saying, that was fantastic, that was great, based off the privileges that you're giving them in terms of access and things like whether it's access media or access YouTubers, however you want to look at it. That to me, I think is what blows my mind is because no matter what those people say, if it sucks, it's going to fail. And if it fails, you lose money. So all the YouTubers and media outlets in the world can say it's great. That doesn't make you money.
But you look at I'm going to go for the 3 big IPs: Harry Potter, Star Wars, Star Trek. If you nail them, you're a trillionaire. If you nail it, you're a trillionaire. Yeah. And like you look at, Harry Potter, she's done well of reining it in. You're going, I'm in control. Whatever you do, I need to sign off. I think that is great. That is it. You look at Star Wars at the moment, because they sold it on, is literally they have this writer's room that keep on failing and they keep their jobs.
Yeah, that's what's
very
crazy
bizarre.
to me.
And you're like, everything you've done has lost you money. And like everybody's like, oh, would Star Wars ever been bought? But Star Wars needs to be bought. And then somebody going, you keep what you got and we just move on. We're just going to move on. You keep what Jules sold you and we move on. And it'd be better. Like, they just like, because the only things that sells now is the original. And you look at then Star Trek.
And they're starting to hurt that as well at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, and then nobody buys, nobody watches. Like who's I stopped watching the Skeleton Crew. I'm a massive Star Wars fan. Don't give a shit. I don't care. It bored me. Off I go.
Yeah,
blah, blah,
apathy.
blah. Shouldn't do it. Yeah, it's just like and then most of it is I say it. Most of it I don't really be hurt anymore. You hurt me too much. I'm bored. I'd rather watch something else. But like look at Star Trek. They now will they turn the tide because of STD? We don't know. But like what they did with, was it new? What was the guy out? Who was the Hell on Wheels guy? Who's Pike in New World? They did it with that.
Don't know.
I don't know. I stopped at Voyager.
But they did bloody singing, Star Trek singing. They made it so thing. It's like nobody can believe that. This is a military organization. There we go. Thank you. Mount. Thank you.
Galador knows all. He's an encyclopedia.
But yeah, he's like, I was like, oh, great. But he's Pike. Brilliant. I was like, great. I can get that. I can get behind that. And then they just literally ruined the show. I was like, oh.
But AWOL, you're right. Like, we need something new. There has not, like, what is the newest IP? Harry Potter.
The last new, specifically sci-fi too, that I can think of is actually what we talked about today, which was, or the last new, like, good one that people liked was Edge of Tomorrow. That was the last thing that was like a new sci-fi story
but not
that
series,
I think people liked. And it wasn't franchisable.
No.
So there's not, and it wasn't a series. It was a movie, and it wasn't franchisable either. So we haven't seen anything, if that's even a word, franchisable.
And they're like their reboots are now terrible. Like a Doctor Who's dead. Nobody watches it.
I've never watched it, but that seems like it's lost its fan base.
If I have to say, oh my god, let's go back in time. Like I'd rather have like a fast Like
Yeah.
you,
Yeah.
like
Well, like that
um,
Firefly show that I
yeah,
know people
I-
all like where's stuff like that? Something new,
no,
something different. Like it's just not. I don't know. I'm not the
there is no,
biggest sci-fi
yeah.
person, so maybe I'm just not plugged in enough to the sci-fi world.
Yeah, but it's not
But I
even need
feel
to be
like
that.
there's
It can be like
nothing
a
new that's come
50-50. Like
along.
Can be
no, like
anything, like a
Dread
Buffy,
2,
like a
like, do we
Yeah.
need a Dread
yeah.
2? We need a Dread 2. We need something like that.
You're
We
a
need,
Dread fan.
hate to say, no, but I'm going to judge Dread. I'm going to go for 2000 AD. It's because everybody's fixed, like, because it's US, DC, Marvel. There's them
Mhm.
two. Blah, 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 blah. It's just going, literally, look at French media, Japanese media, like British media. Like, you've got all these comics. Like, if you're going to go comic based, go comic based. But if you want to go like Farscape, I think it's absolutely a brilliant series where, like, it's like, why don't we get New Zealand, Australian, like,
We
what
should
South African? Why don't we get that?
open up
Like,
the
we
world
used to. Like Lex and all that, it's like, oh, we just don't get that crap anymore. Like, and it's like
might
that
get
stuff
some
with like,
creativity.
yeah, and it's just like, oh, okay, the first series was a bit ropey, and then you sit back and go, ah, really
Well,
like
Witcher
that.
was
I like that.
Polish, right? Witcher
Yeah,
came
yeah,
from
Yeah,
Poland.
something like
So
that.
that was something,
yeah.
it's like, yeah, it's
Mm.
true.
Well,
But
they
the world,
screwed that up. Oh my god, literally, I
I
think
know, I'm
everybody
sorry I brought it up.
like, oh, I hate to say it, like the books, and I've got them down in the novels. The novels are crap. They are very not very. They are
But
very
it's an
hard to
interesting
read,
idea.
very hard to fear. They are good. Oh, we got a world building. That it
Yeah.
feels like a world building exercise. Witchers, one and sorry, boy, 2 and 3, 3 mostly. What? Hello. And then yeah, they should have done that. Like somebody, if somebody could go Netflix, look, hello, I'm gonna do it right. Just forget about me going politics with it, and then just make it. Most people in was it 16th century Europe were white. We're gonna win like that. What a shame. Polish people are white. Let's just go by that. It's just like, oh, it's just yeah. Oh, it's just like it's stupid. I don't know if it's been like the Joe said we've not got many new people like things going through. Is it the constraint of like new writers coming through and they're going, yeah, sorry, you don't tick the box. Don't
Well,
do
I'm
that
gonna
for me.
dive
We
into
don't make the
the
show.
I'm gonna dive into the quote book again because I've already dived, dove. I've
Divin.
divin into my quote book once
Divin
today.
again. Why not?
I'm gonna I quoted Thomas Jefferson earlier. I believe though, yep, it's Henry David Thoreau, okay? How vain it is to sit down to write when you have not stood up to live. In other words, the people who are doing the writing don't have any life experience. They've not been in,
Mhm.
I mean, think about all the most amazing writing we have, sci-fi, fantasy, history, and comedy all come from people who served in war. You have or witnessed war. We have Tolkien. We have Jeeves and Wooster, for God's sakes, P.G. Woodhouse. I mean, there are some fantastic writers these were people who lived through real life experience. F. Scott Fitzgerald, The Great Gatsby.
Hemingway.
I'm not a big fan of Hemingway, but Hemingway. Yeah, when you look at those more contemporary writers, they had to live through absolute, hardship, even if they weren't personally, Fitzgerald was relatively wealthy most of his life, but they saw things, they did things, they adventured, Hemingway traveled, he was in Europe during World War One, and you know, these knucklehead kids have done nothing. They've not
They
escaped
have.
beyond
That's
the
why,
screen
Sandra.
of
They
their
have.
phone.
They got mispronounced once.
And they tweeted. They got they missed a tweet or something, got criticized on Twitter or what have you. But we're not going to you don't get creativity unless you live a life, right? You can't possibly have that kind of, I'm sure if I mean, and then look at back at some of our, actors in sci-fi. James Doohan was a war hero. I mean, he was wounded. in the war. Um, and it doesn't have to be military service. They just lived, lived through hardship, worked, had interests other than just tweeting. I don't know. That's my rant over. I miss good, creative, something interesting, that I say, oh my gosh, wow. Like when I picked up the Harry Potter books, I was an adult. I wasn't a kid. I was an adult. And people I worked with were reading Harry Potter. My mom was reading Harry Potter. And because she had always, she is the big Star Trek fan in the family.
Mhm.
That's how I picked up Harry. I was like, this is so cool. It's world building. I absolutely love it.
But there's some
so
books I always say, like, you need to go, like Tolkien books, Arabian Nights, Hitchhikers, Harry Potter, like just some like ones you just stand out. If you want to
I've
write,
said it. Jeeves
these
and
are the
Wooster.
ones.
I've
Yeah,
said it. Throw that in there.
yeah. But there's some ones these are ones I've got loads. I'm not gonna name them all. Like, but you just got ones down there, like, oh, like you have to read it. Like Dorian Gray. Like, not a
Oh,
lot of
you
people like
have to read it.
gothic novels. Do you think Dracula gothic novel like
Frankenstein. Yep.
Frankenstein, Mary Shelley? It's just got to be done. It's just like, because they give you insight and the relationship. Now people just go, I can just make up a story without knowing a story, and you're like, no, there's influences, and then there's like, if you just read Harry Potter all your life, it's going to be Harry Potter out the end of it. What if you do? It's just going to be a rip-off. If you have a notion of other genres like that, and it's just the narrow-mindedness of like, oh, this is what is acceptable. Now, I'm not. You could probably read the most racist book in there. You know what? That gives you more diversity of what the world was, because it's not supposed to be racism. It's supposed to give you a narrative of what, I suppose, let's say 1930s America was in some southern states. It's supposed to give you that, like if you ever
Well, To Kill a
like
Mockingbird.
yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
To Kill a Mockingbird. Even like some early true crime.
Mhm.
In Cold Blood by Truman Capote is an unbelievably amazing book. It's horrible. The crimes are horrible, but you're getting an insight into what drives people, small town life, the the insides of what a killer's thinking. It's just the way it's written, and you have to also give credit to the style. Like No Country for Old Men. Not a book I thought I'd like. Battle Royale. Not a book I thought I'd like. Two of the best books I've read this year. Hands down. And credit to the creativity. And shame on you, Suzanne Collins, for stealing from Battle Royale. The I had never read Battle Royale, and I had only glanced at the Hunger Games. I didn't read the books. My kids did, but I had like looked at the films while they were watching them.
Still adamant she never did. Like, oh, she's been sued. Like, and lost. Still adamant. I never. I'm like, oh, just own it.
It's
Just own it.
obvious. Holy moly, it's absolutely obvious.
But then what's her name? J.K. Rowling got sued for her by Tolkien and lost, didn't she, for her plagiarism on certain parts of Harry, Lord of the Rings and stuff like that. So they all take it, like, but she owned it. She owned it. Like,
yeah, and
might have done.
influences,
Yeah.
we all, can look at the Harry Potters, and we can see Tolkien, and we can see Shakespeare, and we can see King Arthur, and we can see a lot of stories kind of woven in. We see like nods in a lot of the names to either, gods and goddesses, or, King Arthur, or, all of those things. And it's okay to draw from the influence, but, to steal the theme and the story is a completely different thing, but
I say,
better
like
for
most
us.
people, like Iliad, the Odyssey, most
You
people, if
have
you're
to,
in
Don
fantasy,
Quixote.
you're drawing from that. Yeah.
You're gonna find if you take the Iliad, the Odyssey, and Don Quixote, you can probably do like a bibliographic family tree, a pedigree bibliographically of every modern story,
Yeah.
right? It's going to go back to one of those three, or the Bible, or Shakespeare. And the Shakespeare is drawing on the Iliad, the Odyssey, and Don Quixote, and the Bible as well. So you can, and that's okay, because the best writers are writing about a common human. And Beowulf, thank you, Canterbury Tales. The best writers are writing about the human experience, which is why Shakespeare is forever, and why Greek myths and Roman myths are forever, because they're all rooted in common human themes and stories that we go back to. Which is why Jaws is such an amazing film. See, we've ended on.
In fact, the Jaws.
We've got
Still not come out. Still waiting. That's when me and Jay can just put our feet up and just
bring some extra snacks and just chill.
Yep, I'm gonna have lots of
popcorn
charts
and
and
cereal.
graphs
Yeah.
and line graphs and pie charts and all kinds of things.
But on that note,
On
Jaws.
Jaws.
It's called a one. And
Oh my
last
God.
time we completely, for my time anyway, we broke our record. We will not beat our 6 hours and whatever it
was a
was
long
for
one.
Godfather. I can guarantee we might do it for. There might be a 5-hour rant on Jaws, I'm guessing. Lord of the Rings trilogy, because we got it one. Jurassic Park, maybe. I'm not too sure about the others, but yeah, I'm glad, Jay, your pick was on the list. Though we had, I think it's
Good. I'm glad people enjoyed it.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it
so
really
I hope
did.
I think everybody did their homework, and I think a lot of people enjoyed it. I'm saying it's one of those. I'm indifferent. I enjoy it, but yeah, it was good. Everybody, sink the Bismarck with a what at the end, Sandy?
There's a song. Oh, with an exclamation point at the end. But
Exclamation
also,
mark! Yes. Oh my
look
god!
up the song.
Well, so next week, Sandy's going to start with a song. Apparently,
That was attached to the film. It was just cut. It really was.
I can play harmonica if that's okay.
You guys will have to practice before the show.
I really want Sandy to do the song now.
There's no singing. I will read the words.
Okay.
I will read the words.
There you go.
Watch
So
TV.
yeah, but yeah, sink the Bismarck. I think he's a 50. I can't remember what 50s. I can't remember in the 50s. A true British classic war movie with across the pond ties. Very good. Anybody see it? But we got now two black and white movies.
Exactly 1960, which
1960.
was the same
Hang
year
on.
as The Time Machine. So
There
we've
you
had
go.
two 1960 films.
Yeah, but this is now we're going to get the two first black and white back to back.
Nice.
And I suppose the first two back to back Second World War movies, isn't it? Really?
Yes.
Yeah. So we got the Atlantic and North Africa. So we're gonna that. But yeah, everyone, there's your homework. Sink the Bismarck and Casablanca. And then when we do that, who knows? Maybe Sandy's got another song, maybe.
Yes, A Bridge Too Far should be on the wheel, Galadorn. Let me see.
A Bridge Too Far is definitely on. He's got to be on. Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And if what's it? Oh my god, Bridge Over the River Kwai comes on.
Sir Alec Guinness.
Sir Alex Guinness, but also might have to get my girlfriend on because she has a family history, and one of her uncles built the bridge and then died.
Wow.
And later on from malaria because of things. So it's very interesting. They didn't know it until I got some papers, let's say that, and then they got a thing. So it was a very interesting story. And I like that. Oh my god, that whole things. That is a book, Sandy. The real character is more interesting than
bet.
Than Sir Alex Guinness, because it changed it, of course, to things. But oh my god, what a great man! great man in real life. Absolutely, like
Oh,
what he did. Like, every seen the movie, great. I'm gonna rant when that movie.
that up?
Hopefully, that movie comes, because I will rant. I rant because it's absolutely epic. But everybody, I hope you enjoyed your or after dinner Christmas dessert. Your pre-starter for New Year's. Let's say that, because we will see you in 2025, people,
Oh my gosh.
on episode 21. So that is it. So all getting closer. And also remember, I believe it's my birthday in February, the closest. So remember, that's also happening. Just want to give it out there.
All right, I need to write that down.
Yeah, that's it. But everybody, one day we will get my girlfriend to understand what Discord means. So she's correct. Just saying that. She said not to say it out loud. Sorry, said it. So it's long enough in the stream that she won't be listening to. But I hope everybody had a lovely, lovely festive time. Happy belated, if I didn't say it to everyone, Christmas, guys. What's coming up? Sandy, what? Oh, it's Sandy. What are you doing? Because you've done all your embassies.
I filmed my last embassy today, but I still have several to publish. So, it'll just be pushing those out. And I'm teaching a class in 2 weeks, so I have to get my act together. But yeah, that's in the YouTube space. I'm just pushing out a few more shorts and a few more videos until I get started. The next embassy that I'm doing a deep dive on is Indonesia, because I got to go into the embassy of Indonesia and I got to see some pretty cool stuff. It's a historic mansion. So, but otherwise, just hanging out and back to work on Monday after a few days off. So. Yuck, back to work. Jay, what are you up to?
Well, first things first is I'm about to eat a ton of food because I am starving and my stomach is making some
Enjoy.
strange noises over here. But beyond that, in terms of the channel, I've actually finally got some work done on the review I've been talking about for like 3 weeks now for that secret level show on Amazon. So that should be out within the next day or so. And outside of that, just getting ready to kind of get this last holiday behind me and get into the new year so I can kind of focus on more YouTube things. So more reviews, more streams, the whole deal. I'll be watching, after I eat tonight, I will be watching the rest of, or at least more of, Squid Game Season 2, because that's going to be probably the review I work on next after I finish off this secret level one.
I'm on episode 4.
I am halfway through 3, so I'm enjoying it so far. Spoiler alert, I am enjoying it so far.
And I watched Wolves.
Did you? What'd you think
recommendation? Meh.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Yeah.
It feels like it wants to be. I actually never even did the review. I kind of forgot.
I recommend it, but there's nothing to it.
Yeah, it was like a recommend of like if you have nothing else to watch and you just kind of want to throw something,
Oh, I have to say, decent. I watched actually quite good.
It wanted to be like Ocean's 13. It just didn't have the charm.
Yeah, it was.
Or Ocean's not 13, excuse me. Ocean's 11. I don't know why I started with the last one. Yeah, it wanted to be Ocean's 11 or recapture some of that, but it just didn't have the charm and the feel of it. It was very bland, very meh. It makes for like a decent, like nothing else to watch. Let's just watch this.
Recommendation, no, not to watch is that Jack Black Santa thing on Paramount. I can't remember what it's called.
Oh,
don't watch it.
The Santa/Satan thing, whatever it was. Yeah. The concept of it alone was just like, can Hollywood stop?
It's terrible. I've never walked out my front room to do some washing up more quicker than I've ever done that. And that's bad. As like, oh, this is terrible. And my girlfriend was like, it's really, really bad. And the worst thing is, it's supposed to be a Christmas movie that makes you not believe in Christmas.
That's so Hollywood.
Really bad.
So
it's like, oh no, you're literally up your own arse. It's all about entitlement. It's absolutely terrible.
Yeah, I was
the acting's good in it. Just the storyline is just, what were you thinking? It's like, signed up. It is not very good. But apart from that, guys, your other homework is Santa Claus the movie.
By next Christmas, I swear I'll watch it.
By next Christmas, I promise I'll watch it.
I'm just gonna do the will just one day,
just secretly fill it all with that.
Funny.
Next time, next year, guys. Well, 2 weeks early. But have a good one, everyone. Hope everybody, when we see you, have a great New Year's. Don't do anything Jay wouldn't do. I'm too old to say that now. He's the youngest. So
Hey,
but
I'm about to
have
be a
good
dad. Those things are behind me now.
Well, don't do anything I would have done in the 20s. And
Yeah,
then when
my
Sandy
20s
was
are
a
behind me.
teenager. There we go. No, maybe not. But have a good one, everyone. And we'll catch you in the next stream, as always. For now, have a great one and bye for now.
Happy New Year.